Chapter 71, Poisonous Bee. In the evening, Chun Xiong hosted a banquet at the Mandarin Duck Tower, inviting Lu Chuan and some nobles from the county, including a transport officer from Guanghan City. This banquet was originally prepared for him, as he planned to set off after dinner to transport Lu Jinshi's corpse and the case files back to Guanghan City for a second autopsy. The sound of the qin was melodious, and today, Si Xiaohong changed into a plain white brocade outfit. Although it was light, the bright lights in the hall and the numerous guests kept her from feeling cold. At one table sat Chun Xiong, Lu Chuan, and the transport officer Sun Cheng, creating a stark contrast between the quietness of their table and the surrounding noise. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone became more familiar with one another. Chun Xiong took the initiative to toast the transport officer, smiling as he asked, "May I ask, Lord Sun, how many days will it take for Lu Jinshi's case to be settled in Guanghan City?" After pondering for a moment, Sun Cheng did not hide anything. Recently, the city lord has been quite busy. Although Lu Jinshi's case is significant, it will have to be postponed a bit. I estimate it will take at least 3 days, and at most 7 days for it to be settled. As Sun Cheng spoke, Chun Xiong's gaze occasionally drifted towards Lu Chuan, his raised wine cup remaining untouched as he calculated the few remaining safe days in his mind. Regardless of whether Wenchao Sheng's previous words were accurate, they left a shadow in his heart, and Chun Xiong felt he needed to take more precautions. The reason he invited Lu Chuan today was intentionally for him to hear. When he noticed Lu Chuan looking over, Chun Xiong concealed the secret in his eyes, raised his cup to him with a smile, and then drank the fine wine. Since he had to set off, the banquet did not last long. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, without having the chance to enjoy the songs and dances prepared by the young ladies, Sun Cheng stood up. He patted his round belly, glanced around, and waved at Chun Xiong. The latter obediently walked over. Sun Cheng made a subtle hand gesture towards him, and Chun Xiong's eyes flickered. With a facade of false smiles, he took out a money pouch from his sleeve and handed it to Sun Cheng. The latter weighed it in his hand and immediately beamed with joy, sliding it into his sleeve while whispering to Chun Xiong, "Is Lu Jinshi's matter handled properly?" Chun Xiong's body trembled slightly. As he exchanged glances with Sun Cheng, he immediately understood that this transport officer was also connected to that lord in the royal city. For a moment, he felt a chill in his heart, realizing that the lord had far-reaching connections, and despite being on high ground, the rivers and wilderness were all his pawns. It has been thoroughly searched. If the lord is not at ease, he can verify it himself on the way. Sun Cheng took out a string of green Buddhist beads and fiddled with them, his slightly inebriated complexion becoming much more serious. "It can't be verified. There are by long way people outside. Once we enter Guanghan City, there will be even less opportunity. The lord who promoted Ku Chengwei was once at the Ministry of Rights, and later, when the ministry was disbanded, his position not only didn't decline but increased. He went to Yulong Mansion and became the emperor's sword. He doesn't get along with our lord above. If he finds out something, it might cause a great disturbance. If you haven't completely settled things on your side, I can find an excuse to stay in the city for another day." After pondering for a moment, Chun Xiong declined Sun Cheng's suggestion. "Lord Sun, rest assured, it should be fine." Sun Cheng looked deeply at him, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. "Good. You came from the royal city. I trust you." As the sun set, the falling snow intertwined into a faint mist, draping a layer of almost imperceptible gauze over the starry sky, isolating the brilliance of the stars and moon on the other side of the heavens. A shui sat in the courtyard, placing the liquor he hadn't drunk during the day in front of him, and asked Wenchao Sheng, who had just finished practicing the everlasting spring technique, "How was it today? Did you feel anything?" Wenchao Sheng carefully sensed and replied hesitantly, "I'm not sure, shui. Did I really fall asleep while practicing the everlasting spring that night?" A shui confidently answered, "You were snoring like thunder." Hearing this, Wenchao Sheng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Then what about just now?" A shui opened the jar of liquor, and the aroma rushed at her, raising her eyebrows. "You didn't fall asleep just now." Wenchao Sheng's expression of confusion deepened as he said to a shui, "But actually, my feelings are no different from that night." A shui stared at the liquor jar in front of her, suddenly changing the topic, and seriously asked Wenchao Sheng, "Wenchao Sheng, since you started practicing calligraphy, have you run out of money to buy wine?" Seeing her serious demeanor, Wenchao Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. Even during that night's battle in the snow, he hadn't seen a shui's face show such a serious expression. "Not to that extent, I just need to buy a pen." A shui raised her chin, curious, "What about ink and paper?" Wenchao Sheng replied, Water is easier to get than ink, and as for paper, it costs money, but that piece of bluestone in the courtyard is free. He'll just use water and practice calligraphy on the bluestone later. He'll look for some thinner, smoother stones to lay down a layer in the courtyard that should be enough. As he spoke, he seemed to gain some interest, pulling out a half-burnt wooden branch from the eave's fire pit, and began earnestly writing Jung on the bluestone. For him, using a hard pen was much easier than a soft pen. Meanwhile, Ashu's frown relaxed when she heard that Wenchao Sheng only needed a pen to practice calligraphy, and she began to enjoy the jar of liquor without any worries. While drinking, she recalled her earlier discovery on Lu Jinshe and asked, Wenchao Sheng, let me see the other clue found on Lu Jinshe. Wenchao Sheng took out the piece of paper from his chest that wrapped around a small stone from the ground and tossed it to her. She caught it steadily and carefully opened the clue on the table to examine it. We can't go looking for it yet. We have more important matters at hand, and there are too many eyes of Wenchuan watching us. If we rashly leave the city and get surrounded by them, the consequences would be severe. Later, I'll teach Chun Xiong how to carry out the next steps. Let him spread the news, and once the news ferments, our situation will change. As long as the clues are in our hands, we will always be the ones in control. We decide how to weave this lie. After he finished speaking, he practiced calligraphy for a while longer, then suddenly turned to Ashui and said, Ashui, you are so skilled with weapons you must have a strong grasp of the strength in your fingers and wrists, so your calligraphy should be quite good, right? Ashui shook her head. Not particularly good or bad. I haven't practiced calligraphy much. Although in essence, it's all about controlling the strength in your fingers and wrists, it should theoretically be the same, but in reality, it's different in this world. While one method can connect to all methods, it's mostly just talk and practice. Different fields are like different mountains. It's not that easy. I've seen many people who are very skilled with weapons, but their writing looks like scribbles. Wenchao Sheng chuckled at her description, but then suddenly noticed a bee gently landing on the bluestone in front of him. This bee was entirely black. Even its wings were black. It stayed for a very short while before fluttering its wings again, flying away at a speed almost too fast for the eye to see. Swish! Wenchao Sheng felt something was off and instinctively swung the wooden branch in his hand. This casual strike unexpectedly knocked the flying bee down. Looking at the dead bee on the ground, he was about to reach for it when Ashu's voice rang out from a distance. Don't touch it, it might be poisonous. Chapter 72, Murderous Night. Wenchao Sheng had knocked down a black bee that shouldn't have appeared in this season and was about to check it when Ashui stopped him. She approached, picked up the dead black bee, examined it closely, and said, it is indeed poisonous. I've never seen a black honeybee or wasp. This should have been specially bred by someone. It seems we've found the reason they're trying to leave honey on me. Ashui said this while looking up at the lightly falling snow in the night sky, her gaze becoming deep. Among the translucent snowflakes, it seemed there was something else hidden. Give me the machete, Wenchao Sheng. Ashui asked Wenchao Sheng for the machete. The latter pulled the machete from his waist and handed it to her. Ashui stood up to fetch a bucket of water, then went to another corner of the yard, using a half-brown rust-stained whetstone to sharpen the blade. The sound of the blade scraping against the whetstone sent chills down Wenchao Sheng's spine. It was as if he could smell the scent of blood in the snow, the smell of life slipping away. Ashui sharpened the knife slowly. When the blade was no longer so dull, she poured 2 cups of liquor over the blade and continued sharpening. The scent of alcohol wafted through the air, like invisible ripples in the snow, brewing an indescribable killing aura. Wenchao Sheng stayed in the yard for a while, his body becoming frozen stiff. He shook off the accumulated snow and tossed the firewood aside. It's a pity I can't help you. That night of snow, I should have picked up a crossbow that might be of some help. Ashui continued sharpening the knife without pausing, saying lightly, for martial artists at the Dragon Roar realm and above, crossbow bolts are not much use. Bows and arrows can still be of use. But you won't. The black bee is a locator. Once the bee is here, the person shouldn't be far away. Wenchao Sheng, aren't you going to hide from the disaster next door? Don't blame me for not reminding you. The people coming tonight are probably not simple. I might not be able to protect you. Wenchao Sheng shook his head. If I didn't know Mr. L, this disaster would have taken me too. I wouldn't consider myself a good person. When it comes to survival, one's own life is certainly more important than that of a stranger. But Mr. L has saved my life. Even if I die here today, I cannot bring trouble to him. When they locked eyes, Ashui saw the determination in Wenchao Sheng's gaze. She took a piece of cloth nearby and slowly wiped the strong liquor off the blade. Looking at the flickering cold light on the blade, she seemed finally satisfied and threw the cloth to Wenchao Sheng. Go back to your room. I didn't call you, stay inside. The latter took the cloth and went to grab the clue note he had thrown to Shui earlier. Before entering the room, he turned his head and said to Shui, who was drinking, "Don't you want to drink a bit more? If I drink too much, I won't be able to see clearly." Upon hearing this, Shui frowned and said, "Killing one person means one less, drinking one cup means one less. What do you know? Hurry up and go inside." Wenchao Sheng shook his head slightly, pushed the door open, and closed it behind him. Creak. At the moment the door was fully shut, footsteps were heard at the entrance of the yard. A young woman with large dark blue poison scars on her face, tall and dressed in a black long dress, coldly stared at Shui in the yard. Crack. Another footsteps sounded, seemingly intentionally. Shui turned around to see more than a dozen figures in black standing on the eaves, each with a knife or sword at their waist, gazing at her through the biting wind and snow. Rustle. Outside the yard, the footsteps grew more numerous. Shui's ears twitched, and she said to the woman in front of her, "That night of snow, it seems I haven't killed enough people. You dare to come back." The woman with the poison scars chuckled lightly, her voice echoing like wind chimes in the snow. "The people of Wangshuan can never be fully killed. 100 taels of gold is enough to drive people mad, and your head is worth 100,000 taels. Everyone wants it. This time, we've brought quite a few experts. You shouldn't be disappointed." Shui picked up some rubble from the ground and clenched it in her hand. "For my one head, have you figured out how to divide it?" The poison-scarred woman smiled slightly. "First come, first served." After saying this, she raised her hand, and the pale snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly turned black. These dense little black dots seemed to have emerged from the sparkling snowflakes, quickly gathering into a black ball, and then suddenly lunged towards Shui. These black dots were all venomous bees. Each one carried deadly poison, and when tightly packed together, they seemed to possess formidable power that could not be blocked by the protective aura of a martial artist. The many figures in black standing not far away instinctively showed caution at this scene. They knew better than anyone how terrifying these venomous bees were. This poison-scarred woman ranked 33rd in the Wangshuan hierarchy, known as the Black Bee Queen. Few knew her past, but among the rising experts in the martial world this year, she stood out, her terrifying poison techniques unknown in origin. Those unfortunate enough to be killed by her had died most tragically. The most frightening part was that these venomous bees she cultivated not only had top-notch locating abilities, but could be completely controlled by her, posing a terrifying threat even to experts at the Dragon Roar realm. During battles, they made it nearly impossible to defend. It was heard that at least 3 Dragon Roar realm experts in the martial world had died without ever even seeing the Black Bee Queen, stung to death by her venomous bees, their 7 orifices bleeding, and their internal organs nearly melting. Seeing the swarm of attacking venomous bees, Shui raised her knife, a terrifying blade aura piercing through the air, creating ripples as it slashed toward the dark swarm. However, the swarm was tougher to deal with than expected. They split apart at the moment the blade aura struck, using their innate sensitivity to air vibrations to dodge this deadly blow. The swarm is actually least afraid of knives and swords. I've heard you're quite a formidable expert, but tonight with just a machete, it seems you won't pass through this swarm. If I can get my hands on that 100,000 taels of gold without lifting a finger, it would feel too easy. The Black Bee Queen smiled lightly, crossing her arms and leaning against the yard wall, leisurely watching Shui. The latter's expression remained indifferent as her left hand gently rubbed something. You keep bees and practice martial arts, wanting both, but ending up a mess when you truly encounter an expert. You won't even have a chance to escape. Shui's words gradually froze the smile on the Black Bee Queen's face. She raised her hand, and with a slight motion of her fingertips, the black bees seemed to go mad, attacking Shui. However, as they approached, Shui did not choose to draw her knife to fend them off this time. Instead, she raised her left hand and scattered a large cloud of gray mist. This was the rubble she had picked up from the ground, crushed into powder. As the lime was sprinkled out, the originally harmless dust suddenly transformed into the world's most terrifying hidden weapon, dense and torrential, and in an instant, it completely dissolved the swarm of deadly black bees. As the dust settled, the ground was littered with the corpses of the venomous bees. Not a single one remained. Seeing this scene, the contempt on the Black Bee Queen's face turned to shock, and gradually, a flush of anger emerged from her pale complexion. Each of these venomous bees contained her hard work, years of cultivation, only to be scattered by a handful of lime. "Today, I will definitely kill you," she shouted angrily, pulling out a hidden dagger from her waist, her figure suddenly darting forward like a ghost, closing the distance of 10 steps in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the dagger was already at Shui's throat. Puff! An unremarkable knife swing passed by. Unbeknownst to her, the knife came from nowhere, nor did she know where it was headed. With the sound of the wind and the falling snow, the Black Bee Queen only saw her own headless corpse fall to the ground. Then, the world spun, and everything went dark. In the pale courtyard, the first hint of red bloomed that night. Shui shook the blood off the machete and took a step into the yard, her calm voice carried far by the wind. She said, "Many experts came tonight. Do you want to come one by one, or all at once?" Chapter 73, No Blame. As the cold moon was engulfed by killing intent, Shui heard countless sounds of swords being drawn. Clearly, that unremarkable knife swing had made these people realize that the woman holding the machete was not easy to deal with. The killer's aim to kill, whether it was an unknown or a group fight, was not within their consideration. As long as they could eliminate the target, that was enough. It was unclear whose sword was the fastest, piercing through the falling snowflakes first, engaging in close combat with Shui's machete. Clang! This person was actually a hidden expert among the crowd. In martial confrontations, the difficulty of unknown compared to Wenchao was incomparable. He was extremely confident in his swordsmanship, wanting to use the other killer's attacks as cover to take Shui's life with a single sword strike, but he clearly underestimated Shui's honed instincts. At the moment the blades clashed, he saw his own reflection on the polished edge of Shui's knife, saw the spray of blood erupting from his throat when it was sliced open. But how could this be possible? At that instant of the clash, his sword momentum had already diminished, and this killing blow should have extinguished the force of Shui's knife. How could she strike a second blow while blocking his sword? He never figured it out before he died. In fact, that strike was not Shui blocking his sword, but rather him failing to block Shui's knife. He thought he was the one attacking. Unaware that Shui had no defense whatsoever, she simply used a stronger and faster strike, shifting the balance of offense and defense. Surrounded by the encircling assassins, Shui's form was clearly not very agile, perhaps due to the limp on her right side or the injuries on her body. But that didn't matter. What mattered was the knife in her hand. Too sharp, too terrifying, each strike was devoid of any flourish, precisely the one most suitable for killing among thousands. This style of knife fighting had no set moves, only the coldness tinged with snow and moon, soaked in blood and life. Even many seasoned assassins who had roamed the martial world for years were left trembling, their backs chilled. As they observed Shui's strikes, they rehearsed their defenses or evasions in their minds multiple times, but when faced with the incoming blow, everything in their minds turned to blankness and void. While these assassins struggled to inflict shallow wounds on Shui, the courtyard was already littered with corpses. Each of those corpses bore only a single wound. Shui did not strike a second time to kill them. The intense fighting paused momentarily as these assassins were stunned, and Shui, holding the knife, was slightly out of breath, white mist continuously pouring from her mouth and nose. Her old injuries flared up under the violent impact of the Danhai power, pain coursing through her organs and nerves. Although her expression showed no signs of distress, the bulging veins at her temples indicated that she was not as well off as she appeared. Ignoring the assassins standing on the courtyard walls or in the corners, Shui limped to the stone table, picked up the jar of wine with one hand, and tilted her head back to drink. The fiery liquor poured into her belly, the burning and stinging sensations numbing her old wounds, allowing her to find a rare moment of respite amid the intense pain. A gray-haired, elderly masked assassin stood in the distant corner of the courtyard, quietly watching Shui drink. Behind him were two long swords. One had a slender blade wrapped in a tattered sheath and some scraps of cloth, lacking any notable features, while the other had a thick and wide blade, resembling a mace more than a sword. This person had been standing on the branches of that tree from the very beginning, silently observing everything without making a move or speaking, as if he were a disinterested bystander. Shui was drinking very close to his position, but he still chose to remain silent. While Shui drank, some assassins adjusted their mindset and tactics, slowly closing in, eager to try their luck. Suddenly, the dual-sword assassin jumped down from the tree. Seeing him enter the battlefield, the surrounding assassins quickly dispersed to the sides. "Let me introduce myself. I am Wu Jiao, ranked 7th in the Wenchao Forest character flag. Somewhat well known in the martial world, you should have heard of me. I am different from others. I am not here for a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold, but for a chance to enter the phone character flag. Ashui ignored him, continuing to drink. After finishing his introduction, Wu Jiao did not attack Ashui but turned to look at the room where Wenchao Sheng was. There is still someone inside. I can hear his heartbeat. Is he your friend? Wu Jiao asked. Upon hearing this, Ashui stopped drinking and slowly put down the wine jar. Not exactly. I'm ready. Will you fight or not? If not, then get lost. Wu Jiao slowly drew the slender sword from behind him, performing a beautiful flourish with it, holding it in his hand. I want to see if you lied to me. At Wu Jiao's words, Ashui frowned. What do you mean? Wu Jiao laughed, his calm words overflowing with terrifying madness. Soon, this sword will fly from my hand into the room. If you can strike fast enough, you can kill me before I draw my sword. But if you can't, the person in the room will die. I may not be able to defeat you, but before I die, I want to take someone down with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ashui raised the knife in her hand, preparing to strike. But this time, it seemed Wu Jiao was keeping up with her speed. The sword in his hand transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward Wenchao Sheng in the room. Ashui frowned, took a step across, and the knife in her hand flew out. Her strike was indeed stronger and faster than Wu Jiao's sword, arriving first and knocking down the long sword at the door, propelled into the room by the residual force. It was at that moment that Wu Jiao drew his second sword from behind him, a blade without an edge. This sword was even faster than the previous one. Ashui's honed instincts reacted the moment they sensed the killing intent, but the forcibly suppressed old injuries suddenly flared up at that moment, slowing her evasive movements just a fraction of a second. Thus, Wu Jiao's edgeless sword successfully struck at Ashui's waist. The seemingly light tap carried the force of 1,000 pounds, creating ripples in the air. Ashui's body flew out like a kite with a severed string, crashing violently against the stone steps before the room where Wenchao Sheng was. Cough. A mixture of strong liquor and blood gushed from her mouth and nose, staining her chest. After this strike, she was not dead, but her lower body had completely lost sensation, her organs severely damaged, her mind in a haze, resembling a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. So, in the martial world, one must not be the least bit arrogant. You think you can protect everyone, but in the end, you can't protect anyone. Wu Jiao, holding the edgeless sword, walked step by step toward the severely injured Ashui. However, with your old injuries flaring up so severely, even if you have a knife in hand, you can't defeat me. Today, even if I take 1,000 steps back, you still have to die. Ashui's vision was filled with double images, her ears ringing, unable to hear clearly what he was saying, blood continuously spilling from her mouth and nose. I'll take your life. Without any hesitation, Wu Jiao stepped up to Ashui, raising his hand to point the tip of the edgeless sword at her heart. Chapter 74. You can't take anyone away. Wu Jiao was not wrong at all. If Ashui had not thrown away the knife in her hand, she would still have been defeated by Wu Jiao the moment her old wounds erupted. But her outcome would not be so passive. With an iron weapon in hand, Wu Jiao's previous light sword strike could not severely injure her. Wu Jiao stood before Ashui, holding a blunt sword, amidst the swirling snowflakes. With ease, he brought the sword down again, once more using the light strike technique. The falling crystalline snowflakes seemed to deliberately avoid this heavy blow, being blown far away by the slow, yet decisive killing intent. The immense power surged from his feet into the sword tip, silently brewing death that pointed toward Ashui's heart. If this strike were to land, he would be as wealthy as a king, his achievements worthy of being inscribed on the wind banner, thereafter enjoying boundless prospects. But in the fleeting moment between life and death, another terrifying killing intent exploded from within the door like thunder. The firewood knife broke through the door, and the candle flames in the room extinguished at the same time. In the darkness, something flickered, sharpened by the moonlight, turning into a cold gleam that broke through the snow. In this extreme cold darkness, Wu Jiao saw flames. Flames that pierced through water. Even he had not anticipated this strike. He instinctively thought it was a sword, but as he focused, it turned out to be a knife. Wu Jiao's expression remained calm as he withdrew his sword to block. At the moment the firewood knife clashed with the blunt sword, the knife transformed back into a sword. A look of surprise crossed his face. The next moment, the firewood knife let out a mournful cry, completely shattering into numerous iron fragments, falling to the ground along with the snowflakes. The sound of clinking echoed as blood slowly seeped from Wu Jiao's shoulder where he held the sword, his arm hanging down, trembling as he gripped the blunt sword. What a powerful sword! Wu Jiao praised, switching the blunt sword to his left hand. Unfortunately, the weapon was a bit lacking. You are not comparable to her. Ordinary weapons are ineffective in your hands. Otherwise, that strike just now would have either killed me or left me unable to fight again. Wenchao Sheng breathed in the cold of the wind and snow, his mind blank. In that moment, he had only thought of saving someone. In an instant, he seemed to find that exquisite feeling again, that feeling he had when he fell from the floating boat into the deep sea, pierced by a sword coming from the flames. But after that strike, his weapon shattered, and the enemy still stood. Wu Jiao was right. His sword was not sharp enough, and his weapon was not good enough. The opponent who could injure Ashui like this was at least a Dragon Roar realm expert, perhaps even a stronger one. Such a person could normally kill him with a single finger, yet at this moment, he nearly killed the opponent with a sword strike. To incapacitate Wu Jiao's arm was something even Wenchao Sheng himself had not anticipated. Such an unreasonable event occurred at the most inappropriate time. Wu Jiao stared at Wenchao Sheng and said to him, "The sword on the ground is also mine, forged by a master. This sword is good enough. Pick it up, and we will fight again." Wenchao Sheng, who had been prepared to die, heard Wu Jiao's words, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Although he knew he was unlikely to unleash that stunning sword strike again, how could he easily give up this final chance? Without hesitation, Wenchao Sheng picked up the sharp, long sword from the ground. As he grasped it, the coldness seeped from his palm into his very being. What a heavy killing intent. How many people has this sword killed? Wenchao Sheng asked. Wu Jiao was straightforward, not taking advantage of Wenchao Sheng while he picked up the sword. He could see at a glance that Wenchao Sheng was an ordinary person without a Dan Si. But he did not understand how such a person could wield a knife to perform such a terrifying sword strike. I can't remember. Before I became famous, I killed many people to make a living. Most of them were insignificant figures in the Jianghu. I don't remember their names or lives. But if you ask me how many masters this sword has killed, I can remember. 37 people at the Dragon Roar realm and above. Unlike most cold-blooded assassins, Wu Jiao seemed to enjoy chatting with people, even if the other party was about to become a dead person. Seeing that Wenchao Sheng had already stood before him with the sword, Wu Jiao asked, "Can you still unleash that sword strike from before?" Wenchao Sheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to cast aside distracting thoughts, tightly gripping the cold long sword, and replied, "I will try." Wu Jiao nodded, raising the blunt sword lightly. Just as he was about to strike, suddenly, the sound of footsteps crunching on dry branches reached his ears. In such a quiet environment, this sudden sound was jarringly harsh. Wu Jiao frowned and turned to look at the entrance of the courtyard, where a woman in a light blue velvet dress stood at the door, her gaze coldly fixed on him. "Why are so many of you gathered here in the middle of the night, performing some kind of ritual? My husband just fell asleep. Hurry up and leave. Do not disturb his sweet dreams." Wu Jiao exchanged glances with her and suddenly realized that the assassins outside had silently been cleared away. "Sorry, madam. It won't take long. Once tonight's matters are settled, we will clean up here." He did not want to create further complications. The woman before him radiated an unfathomable aura. Her cultivation was inscrutable, and she was not easy to deal with. However, Madame L seemed unwilling to back down. She did not take a step back, even advancing further. "You talk too much. Since you won't leave, then none of you will leave." Saying this, she waved her sleeve, sending out a flurry of flying snow. The terrifying Dan Si power like a true dragon surging, turning the snowflakes and fierce wind into a deadly torrent. Puff! Some of the assassins closest to the surrounding area did not even have time to react before their bodies were swept into a bloody mess of bones by this torrent. Their protective aura was destroyed in an instant, and even the weapons in their hands quickly became shattered under the onslaught of the snowstorm. This scene was extremely shocking. Not only Wenchao Sheng, but even many assassins who had roamed the Jianghu for years had never witnessed such a method. For a moment, their scalps tingled, and they quickly fled far away, avoiding the area engulfed by the snowstorm. Wu Jiao furrowed his brows tightly, watching the approaching torrent. With a light tap of his toes, he drew a circle in the air with the blunt sword, and the strong sword energy barely dispersed the incoming snowstorm. With this strike, he roughly understood the opponent's strength. But not wanting to waste the opportunity right before him, Wu Jiao turned and swiftly moved to Ashui's side, wanting to take her away. "You can't take her away. You can't take anyone away." Madame L spoke again. This time, the voice even came from a small space behind Wu Jiao. His pupils constricted sharply. When he turned his head again, Madame L's slender index finger was already pointed at his forehead. That was a glacier that had crossed over winter and wilderness, harboring the most primordial cold. A simple touch was the end of his life. Chapter 75. Sword intent. The swaying snowflakes fell before the two, and a look of relief flashed across Wu Jiao's face as he realized he had lost, quietly awaiting death. He was in the same situation as Ashui. He was not completely without room to maneuver against Madame L, but Wenchao Sheng's earlier broken dark sword strike had inflicted a serious wound on him, leaving him completely unable to resist against someone whose strength was already above his. Madame L's index finger lightly tapped Wu Jiao's forehead, and an invisible ripple suddenly spread out. A heavy sound of falling echoed from the eaves and courtyard walls. Everyone still in the courtyard, except for Wenchao Sheng and Ashui, perished under this terrifying, deathly finger. The remaining assassins, who had long since fled, saw this scene and dared not linger, knowing that tonight's ambush plan had encountered an irretrievable change, and they left without looking back. Wu Jiao's body slumped down, the unsharpened sword discarded beside her, and the entire snowy night was left in a dead silence. Mrs. Liu, hearing Wenchao Sheng's words, had already pointed at Ashui and said, "First, move her to the room. I will prepare the medicine and needles." Concerned for Ashui's life, Wenchao Sheng did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately carried the dazed Ashui to the bed in the room. Looking at Ashui, whose mouth was continuously bleeding, Wenchao Sheng's expression grew serious. Mrs. Liu soon arrived with a medicine box. Wenchao Sheng watched her busy figure, not daring to interrupt, and only asked, "Can she survive?" Mrs. Liu's answer was equally concise. "Inner energy is scattered, spine damaged, and the internal organs are a mess. Whether she can survive depends on fate." As she spoke, she infused her internal energy and inserted the silver needles into Ashui's acupuncture points, then turned to Wenchao Sheng and said, "Chao Sheng, handle the bodies outside. If necessary, chop them up and spread them in the yard. As long as the snow doesn't stop tonight and the sun doesn't come out tomorrow, it will cover the traces. If these bodies are seen by other county residents tomorrow, it will be very troublesome." Wenchao Sheng thought for a moment and said, "There is a safer and simpler way, but I need to go to Chuqiong's residence." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Liu furrowed her brows, looked out the window, and said, "You can go, but do not take the small road. Go south through the gallery bridge for 50 steps, and wait under the archway of the Fenglu Pavilion until you see an old man walking. You have seen him before, let him take you." Wenchao Sheng agreed and then went out. Standing outside the door, he hesitated for a moment but picked up the slender sword that belonged to Wu Jiao from the ground. Wu Jiao was right. He needed a good weapon. After Wenchao Sheng left, Mrs. Liu began to use the power of the Danhai to help Ashui stabilize her injuries. During the process of needling, even she felt a bit dazed. She had been an assassin for most of her life, and now in her old age, she had begun to play the role of a healer. After needling, a mysterious force suddenly appeared in Ashui's meridians, transforming into warm currents that flowed through her blood, nurturing her injured body. Mrs. Liu felt this power while withdrawing the needles and couldn't help but feel curious. This was not the power of the Danhai. She tried to find the source of this power, but ultimately failed. Relying on this mysterious force, the heavily injured Ashui slowly opened her eyes, her previously chaotic gaze gradually becoming clear. "Thank you." Her voice was hoarse as she expressed her gratitude to Mrs. Liu, who merely nodded slightly. Placing the silver needles over the newly lit candle to roast them, then putting them in her medicine box in order. "You are truly a big trouble." Mrs. Liu sighed and asked, "I haven't seen such a situation often. You and Wang Chuan don't have a personal grudge, do you?" Ashui gently shook her head. "No." Mrs. Liu's silver hair was lifted by the wind blowing in from the window, causing the light in the room to flicker. "In Kuho County, this is the second time. Why do they insist on putting you to death?" Ashui quietly stared at the burning candle on the bedside, her gaze seemingly drifting far away. "I also want to know the answer to this question. We have done so much for him. Why did he ultimately choose to abandon us?" Upon hearing this, Mrs. Liu wisely closed her mouth. Time had smoothed her edges. She was no longer like when she was younger, wanting to dig to the bottom of everything. The trouble that Ma Huan had already brought her was enough. She did not want to get involved in the disputes surrounding Ashui. Ashui was lost in thought, staring at the candle for a long time before finally returning to reality. She attempted to operate the Danhai's power within her body to heal her injuries. "Madam, did you teach Wenchao Sheng how to wield the sword?" Ashui, unable to move while lying on the bed, asked Mrs. Liu about Wenchao Sheng. Earlier, when her mind was in a haze, She clearly saw the sword he wielded when he burst out of the room. Even she was surprised. A mere mortal, someone who couldn't cultivate without the Danhai. How could he possibly deliver such a sharp strike? Ashui was no fool. She did not believe that Wenchao Sheng could develop such swordsmanship merely by glancing at her while she killed. Facing Ashui's doubts, Mrs. Lu smiled and said, "Earlier, my husband just gave him a slight hint, merely out of appreciation for his talent. Who would have thought this little guy would have such an unexpected understanding? Just by seeing it once, he actually learned some basics. Tonight was originally to help him avoid disaster. I hadn't prepared to save you. If you died, it would actually be better for him. But I also didn't expect that after only a few days of chopping wood at home, he could actually strike with sword intent and injure a martial artist who had entered the Tanyu realm. If this news reaches the Yanhans, those old folks in the sword pavilion will probably come to snatch him up." Ashui did not hold it against Mrs. Lu for wishing her dead. No matter how much the other party wanted her to die, they had indeed saved her twice. "Sword intent," she murmured. "Isn't that something of the Tianren realm?" Mrs. Lu laughed and replied softly, "My husband has mentioned that this is something the sword pavilion specially boasts about to scare outsiders. In reality, it's not that mystical. The so-called sword intent is essentially about integrating the principles of the world understood into swordsmanship. Delving into it, for most cultivators, it is indeed a means only available to those in the Tianren realm. But the sword pavilion has a unique cultivation method that is different from the mainstream, so it cannot be calculated according to common standards. Otherwise, if that sword was truly a Tianren strike, how could the assassin who injured you have any chance of survival?" Ashui understood and gently nodded her head in thanks to Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu gazed at her for a moment, her expression complex as she sighed. "If I had known about tonight's events, I should have kept chowshing in our yard this afternoon." She felt a bit regretful, but did not overly blame Ashui for bringing trouble to Wenchao Sheng. Ashui, however, said, "This guy is a stubborn mule. I had already told him to go, but he wouldn't. He was afraid of bringing trouble to Mrs. Lu." Mrs. Lu glanced at her meaningfully. "Is it just because of that?" Ashui raised her eyelids slightly and retorted, "Otherwise, what is it?" Mrs. Lu smiled and said no more, turning to take her medicine box and leaving. "Rest well. You should recover as much as you can. In a few days, when spring arrives, perhaps my husband and I will have to leave. Good night." Chapter 76. She should have been famous across the world under the cold, snowy moon. Wenchao Sheng stood at the archway of the Fenglu Pavilion, holding the slender sword and waiting as instructed by Mrs. Lu. The snow wind blew in, and his exposed hand quickly turned icy. Wenchao Sheng lowered his head and tentatively moved his fingers, realizing that the days spent chopping wood had indeed paid off. At least his body's cold resistance was much higher than before. He waited in place for about a quarter of an hour, and the snow on him shook off and piled up again. Finally, he saw a black shadow in the distant street. This was Wenchao Sheng's second meeting with the old man. The other party had their hands behind their back, resembling an ordinary old man taking a stroll by the roadside. Upon seeing Wenchao Sheng, who was holding a sword, he first showed surprise. Then his gaze shifted to the long sword in Wenchao Sheng's hand. "Is Wu Jiu dead?" the old man asked with a smile. Wenchao Sheng was taken aback. "You know Wu Jiu too?" The old man nodded. "Yes, I know him. We are colleagues. I told him not to come tonight, but he didn't listen, so he died." Faced with the old man's frankness, Wenchao Sheng felt an indescribable absurdity in his heart. "Are you also from Wanchuan?" The old man smiled and nodded. "Yes, my name is Ma Huan. You, young brother, are not from the martial world, so you probably don't know me." Wenchao Sheng recalled what had happened a few days ago and asked, "Since you are from Wanchuan, why did you?" Ma Huan waved his hand. Let's not mention that night. Just pretend it never happened." "Chao Sheng, are you here to wait for me as instructed by Lady Lu?" Wenchao Sheng lowered his head, and his eyes briefly caught a glimmer of light. Because of Lady Lu, even knowing that this old man was from Wanchuan, he still trusted him greatly. "Yes, I am to meet Chun Xiong, and the lady asked me to wait for you at the archway." Ma Huan was very enthusiastic. "It's not safe to walk at night. I just happened to be out for a stroll, so let me accompany you for a bit." Wenchao Sheng certainly didn't believe his nonsense. After all, who would go out for a stroll at such a late hour? But he didn't question it further. The two of them walked together, an old man and a young man, stepping through the shallow snow accumulated on the main road toward the other end of the street. Along the way, Ma Huan glanced at the long sword in Wenchao Sheng's arms and broke the silence between them. "The sword you hold is called Fine Snow, forged by the renowned swordsmith Murong Qing of the Qin Kingdom. It has changed hands 7 or 8 times over the past 30 years, and was once in the possession of the swordsman Yi Songhua, ranking among the top 5 in the Tianji Tower's famous sword list 11 years ago. As Wenchao Sheng listened to Ma Huan's account, he curiously asked, "Senior Ma, does the famous sword list of the Tianji Tower still relate to its wielder?" Ma Huan replied, "Though it's called a sword list, it actually ranks the wielders. Moreover, the statistics from Tianji Tower are not entirely accurate and can only serve as a rough reference, as there are indeed some masters in this world who rarely reveal themselves." Wenchao Sheng pondered for a moment. Then how did fine snow end up in Wu Jiu's hands? Ma Huan sighed. Though Yi Songhua was a swordsman who often acted for justice, he was a notorious womanizer and ultimately met his end at the hands of a woman. Yi Songhua had offended many people throughout his life due to his chivalrous deeds, and his head was worth a lot in Wenchuan. Coincidentally, he fell in love with a female assassin sent to kill him from Wenchuan, and in the end, he willingly entrusted his life to her, which elevated her status in Wenchuan. Unfortunately, this self-indulgent story of Yi Songhua did not end well. After killing Yi Songhua, the female assassin seemed overly confident in her charm and took on another contract in Wenchuan, intending to use seduction again. In the end, her body was discovered in a pig pen at a farm, seemingly having suffered indescribable torment before death, completely unrecognizable. In this martial world, everyone is a story. Wenchao Sheng remarked. The cold wind blew, and he noticed that Ma Huan's right arm was empty, his sleeve swaying in the wind, looking quite desolate. "Senior Ma, what happened to your arm?" For a one-armed person, this should have been an offensive question, but Ma Huan didn't mind at all, responding lightly. "It was lost a few months ago." Wenchao Sheng was stunned. Was it due to a dispute in the martial world? Ma Huan did not respond directly, jokingly saying, "I was disrespectful and got my hand chopped off." A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Wenchao Sheng's eyes. He firmly believed that Ma Huan was a master, and a very powerful one at that. It wasn't just because Ma Huan had saved him that night, but also because of Lady Lu's trust. Someone who could earn the trust of a figure like Lady Lu must have considerable skill. Therefore, whoever could injure Ma Huan must also be an extraordinary expert. "Oh, you know that person?" Ma Huan suddenly smiled at Wenchao Sheng, catching him off guard, and he chuckled, "I know her?" Ma Huan nodded. "Yes, it's the woman you carried that night. A few months ago, I had a fleeting encounter with her in Wind City. I lost this right arm at that time." Wenchao Sheng's breath caught momentarily, and he unconsciously glanced at Ma Huan. Although the latter's tone was calm, it didn't seem like he was lying, which made Wenchao Sheng even more surprised and puzzled as to why Ma Huan would save someone who had once cut off his arm. "Is she very formidable?" Ma Huan didn't provide any explanation for this question. Instead, he turned to look at Wenchao Sheng, as if chatting with an old friend. Wenchao Sheng nodded, not holding back his praise. "She is indeed very formidable." Ma Huan smiled and, with a hint of emotion, spoke slowly. "She used to be even more formidable. In the Battle of Wind City, she should have become famous throughout the world, but unfortunately." Mentioning Wind City made Wenchao Sheng's ears perk up. He had always been curious about a Shui's past, but this question would touch on the depths of a Shui's heart, plunging her into unbearable pain. Therefore, after getting drunk that night, he had refrained from asking again. Ma Huan seemed to deliberately avoid the topic of Wind City. When Wenchao Sheng inquired, he did not elaborate, merely advising him that the fire that had erupted in the city was not yet extinguished, suggesting that Wenchao Sheng should temper his curiosity, or it would lead to trouble in the future. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Wenchao Sheng asked another question related to a Shui. "Is she a soldier?" Ma Huan did not respond, but he did not deny it either. He didn't realize that his subtle attitude had already conveyed a lot of information to Wenchao Sheng. Chapter 77. The Snow-Drenched Mansion Regarding a Shui. Just before reaching the street leading to Chun Xiong's residence, Wenchao Sheng asked Ma Huan if he had any medicine that could help treat a Shui's injuries. However, Ma Huan told him, "There's no need to waste your effort. The injuries she has cannot be treated with ordinary medicine. They are not ordinary wounds, but injuries imbued with the essence of a celestial realm cultivator. Only a handful of people in the world can heal such wounds. The only one I know capable of this is the Beihai Taoist, but unfortunately, this person is elusive." Wenchao Sheng was shocked and said, "Was there a celestial realm cultivator involved in the Wind City incident?" Ma Huan gazed into the distance, his grizzled hair and beard coated with snow, making him look even more weathered, yet his tone was filled with genuine reverence. "There was one, but she was killed by her." Wenchao Sheng halted in his steps, and as the two exchanged glances, the shock in his eyes was impossible to conceal. A Shui is also from the celestial realm? Ma Huan shook his head. No, she is not. I have roamed the martial world for most of my life, heard countless stories of extraordinary people, and seen numerous unofficial histories. But this living legend is the first I have encountered. The A Shui you speak of is, to my knowledge, the only one who has killed a celestial realm cultivator while being in the ethereal realm. The gap between the two realms is vast, though only a step apart. It has not been seen for 1,000 years. Anyone who claims otherwise would be laughed at for their ignorance. Yet this legendary event has indeed occurred. That is why I said she should have become famous throughout the world after the Battle of Wind City. Just that battle injured her foundation, causing her realm to fall and nearly resulting in her death. She is covered in hidden injuries from her Tao essence, and it is uncertain how many years she can live in the future. Wenchao Sheng instinctively slowed his pace upon seeing the Chuanfu plaque ahead on the street and asked Ma Huan, "Can a fallen realm be restored?" Ma Huan remained silent for a long time, ultimately only saying one word, "Difficult." Wenchao Sheng nodded, thanked the old man, and knocked on the door to see Chun Xiong. Although it was already very late, the other party was not asleep. From Chun Xiong's tightly furrowed brows, Wenchao Sheng saw his worries. His sudden visit in the middle of the night surprisingly delighted Chun Xiong. "You came to see me so late, what is it?" Wenchao Sheng did not hold back, directly asking Chun Xiong to seal off the courtyard he was in under the pretext of investigating a case, allowing no other county residents to approach except for that black dog. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiong faintly sensed that something might have happened tonight and hurriedly inquired about the reason. Wenchao Sheng said, "Many people from Wangchuan came tonight. I don't know if it has anything to do with Luchuan." Chun Xiong glanced outside at the wind and snow, seemingly realizing the dangers involved, and his eyelids twitched incessantly. "Are they all dead?" Wenchao Sheng nodded. "Yes. There are now dozens of corpses laid out in the courtyard. If the passing county residents see them tomorrow, it will cause unnecessary panic." Chun Xiong clenched his fists, turned around, and paced a couple of steps in the room. He did not mention the corpses, but instead asked, "What about that woman now?" Wenchao Sheng knew very well the true purpose of his inquiry about a Shui's condition. To reassure him, he said, without blushing or skipping a beat, "She was poisoned, but it's not a big problem. She has practiced a unique technique to detoxify herself. She will be fine after resting for 2 or 3 days." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he was willing to cooperate with Wenchao Sheng was also significantly influenced by a Shui's displayed combat power. Without a Shui as a stabilizing factor, Chun Xiong would have to consider other options. The issue of the corpses is easy to solve. Tonight, I will send some of my personal guards from home to your courtyard. Before the sun comes out tomorrow, these corpses will quietly disappear. Wenchao Sheng's face flickered in the candlelight, making Chun Xiong feel inexplicably eerie, and his words indeed sent chills down Chun Xiong's spine. "Lord Chun, so many people died tonight, and the corpses will just be buried quietly. Don't you think that's a waste?" Chun Xiong swallowed hard, asking, "Then what do you want to do?" Wenchao Sheng glanced at him and said, "Lu Jinsher has nurtured such a local snake in Kuhai County for so many years. Isn't it a pity not to use it?" He lightly tapped Chun Xiong, who seemed to understand somewhat, his pupils contracting slightly. Wenchao Sheng slowly approached the window, pushed it open completely, and let the swirling snow and wind rush in. "Lord Chun, whether it's dealing with Wangchuan or Luchuan, you cannot personally intervene. This is the principle of the chess game in Kuhai County. You must remember, your role is to create threats for them invisibly, to make them anxious, not to confront them head-on. 6 words, pull, but don't express. Otherwise, if the relationship becomes too tense and forces the other party into a corner, be careful of a cornered dog jumping over the wall. After all, you hold an official position, and there is no way to escape." Wenchao Sheng's voice was calm as he continued, "Luchuan itself seems to have no minions in Kuhai County, but Wangchuan is a big trouble. There should be cooperation between the two to deal with Wangchuan. You cannot strike directly. You must stab from behind, and to secretly deal with Wangchuan. We need the local snakes of Kuhai County to provide us with intelligence. Tonight, those dozens of people who died in Wangchuan are your best tools to establish authority. To subdue these local snakes, both grace and power are indispensable. A single relationship based on interests or coercion is not stable enough. You must let them see wealth and make them fear you so that they will work loyally for you, understand?" Listening to Wenchao Sheng's narration, Chun Xiong's gaze towards him gradually changed. He realized that he had underestimated the person in front of him, who once held the status of a refugee. How could an ordinary refugee or county resident have such thoughts in depth? Remembering the blank years of Wenchao Sheng's investigation that he couldn't uncover, his mind became chaotic. And he couldn't help but start pondering Wenchao Sheng's identity. How should I talk to Luchuan about this? After a moment of silence, he asked Wenchao Sheng again. But this time, his tone carried a hint of sincerity, as if seeking advice. Wenchao Sheng turned to look at him. Do as I say, and soon Luchuan will come to find you personally. At that time, I will teach you. Then, he began to describe his plan to Chun Xiong, who listened attentively, his breathing involuntarily becoming rapid. After finishing the discussion about the corpses, Chun Xiong even personally poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Wenchao Sheng. The latter took it, drank it down, and then added, "There's one more thing." Looking at Chun Xiong's flickering gaze, Wenchao Sheng asked, "Do you know Qiu Ziheng?" Chun Xiong seemed to find it familiar, pondering for a moment before nodding slightly. "Not quite acquainted. On my first day in office, this person wanted to invite me to dinner, but I refused. Later, I asked a clerk, and he said this person has some connections in Guanghan City. Why? Is this person useful?" Wenchao Sheng put down his cup and said, "Useful. In a couple of days, I need to deal with him. Help me out. Good night." Chapter 78. Or else. In an inconspicuous small courtyard in the north of the county, 2 people sat on the ground, with a fiercely burning stove in front of them, simmering a pot of snake soup. The boiling steam blended with the falling snow, taking on a similar color. A thin old man saw that the time was about right and cheerfully picked up a ladle, serving a bowl of hot soup to the red-clothed man beside him. "Mr. Lu, last time you said the soup wasn't fresh enough, so I adjusted it again. Please give it a try." Lu Chuan took the bowl of soup, took a small sip, and his previously furrowed brows slowly relaxed. "This time it's fresh enough. Old Yang, your skills have improved." Receiving Lu Chuan's praise, Old Yang seemed particularly excited, rubbing his hands and smiling. "If Mr. Lu likes it, next time I..." Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped, and he turned his head to look at the front gate, where the black-clad donkey appeared, its expression cold against the biting snow wind. As he approached, Lu Chuan warmly waved at him, smiling. "Donkey, you came just in time. Old Yang just finished this soup. Come, have a taste." The donkey did not drink the snake soup offered by Old Yang, but turned to Lu Chuan and said, "Mr. Lu, Wenchuan's operation tonight has failed." Lu Chuan, who was savoring the soup, froze for a moment. He pursed his lips, swallowed the previous mouthful of snake soup, handed the bowl back to Old Yang, and clicked his tongue. "That doesn't make sense. She was alone, injured, and she killed so many people from Wenchuan." He continued, "And that Wu Jiao, isn't his strength decent? He could compare with you, yet he is dead too?" The donkey replied, "Dead. When I arrived, there were only corpses in their courtyard, and Wu Jiao was among them." Lying in the center of the courtyard, his face not yet completely covered by tonight's snow, Lu Chuan laughed at the words, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His tone strange. "This limping woman is so powerful?" Old Yang, holding the soup, sighed from the side. 100,000 taels of gold, enough to establish a small nation. How could this money be easy to earn? Lu Chuan scratched his chin and fell silent for a moment, not speaking for a long time. Seeing the atmosphere in the courtyard grow cold, Old Yang held Lu Chuan's bowl in one hand and added some firewood to the stove with the other, saying, "Actually, Mr. Lu, you don't need to worry about this matter at all. In the end, it has nothing to do with the task assigned by the adult. Now the case of Lu Jinshi is basically settled. In a couple of days, once we receive news from Guanghan City, we can prepare to deal with Chun Xiong as well. Once Chun Xiong is dead, I will immediately arrange for the adult to return to Wang City." When it came to the matter of killing Chun Xiong, Lu Chuan hesitated for a moment, thought of the letter he encountered earlier from Wenchao Sheng, and waved his hand, saying, "No rush. Chun Xiong is still useful. Let us use him to deal with Wenchao Sheng first, then we can take action. That kid seems to know some things he shouldn't. Since he's here, let's eliminate all the trouble." A smile appeared on Old Yang's face. Mr. Lu is thoughtful. On the morning after the snow, before the rooster crowed, many officers had already appeared outside Wenchao Sheng's courtyard, completely sealing off the area. These officers were all loyal subordinates of Chun Xiong, brought out from his home, and were very tight-lipped. Wenchao Sheng had just returned from Chun's house in the morning, and when he entered the courtyard, he did not see Shui, so he directly pushed the door open and indeed saw her lying on the bed, eyes closed, recovering from her injuries. The crisp sound of the door being pushed open startled her. Shui opened her eyes, and Wenchao Sheng, carrying steamed buns and soy milk, handed her a portion of breakfast, glancing at her complexion and confirming she was temporarily out of life-threatening danger. Then said, "I've already paid off the money you owed at the bun shop." Shui took a bite of the still hot tofu bun, chewed slowly, and looked at him with a hint of curiosity. "Where did you go last night?" "I went to see Chun Xiong. On my way back this morning. I also returned the letter I got from Aunt Me and brought some pork for her and Hunter Zhang." Wenchao Sheng sat down on a wooden stool in front of the bed, tossing a couple of meat buns into Dog Ye's bowl. The latter, who had been a bit drowsy and listless, perked up at the smell of meat, eagerly devoured the buns, then shook its fur and scampered out of the room, leaving a trail of paw prints in the snow of the courtyard, heading out of the county along a familiar path. After Fan Yue died, the black dog stopped entering his room. Last night, it was Wenchao Sheng who had forcibly carried it in. After the black dog left, Wenchao Sheng stared at Shui, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, with a calculating look in his eyes, and asked, "Shui, your injuries are so severe. When can you get out of bed and walk?" Shui was eating the bun, and when she swallowed, it seemed to cause pain in her chest and abdomen. Her brows furrowed tightly, but she replied, "What's wrong? Is there something?" Wenchao Sheng nodded. "Don't worry, it's not about fighting or killing, just a necessary reassurance for Chun Xiong." He recounted what he had told Chun Xiong the night before, and after a moment of silence, Shui replied, "The body of a martial artist is not as fragile as you think. If I rest a bit more, I should be able to get out of bed by this evening." After finishing the soy milk, she seemed still thirsty and looked up at Wenchao Sheng, asking, "Did you buy wine?" Wenchao Sheng gestured for her to wait a moment, then went outside, bringing a pot of hot water back and under her expectant gaze. Shui looked at the cup of hot water Wenchao Sheng handed her, but although she took it in her hands, she did not drink. "I won't drink this. I want wine." Wenchao Sheng glanced at her. "This is the only thing." Shui frowned, about to speak, but then heard him say, "Once your injuries are better in a couple of days, I'll buy you wine. If you want to drink, then focus on healing." She stared at Wenchao Sheng, holding her ground for a moment, but eventually looked down and slowly brought the cup of hot water to her lips. "You rest well. I'll go chop firewood next door. It won't take long." Wenchao Sheng took off his outer shirt to avoid getting too hot while working, and as he was leaving, Shui's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Wenchao Sheng, why didn't you go to Mr. Lu's place last night?" Wenchao Sheng thought for a moment and replied, "If I remember correctly, you should have asked me this question once last night. Mr. Lu and his wife have treated me with great kindness. I can't bring trouble to them." Shui said again, "Is that all?" Wenchao Sheng turned to look at her. "What else?" The two stared at each other for a while, and Shui looked away, saying lightly, "I understand. You go ahead." Chapter 79. Business in the Seven Kills Hall. Arriving next door, Wenchao Sheng greeted Lu Jiming, who was drinking tea in the morning and before chopping firewood. He asked Lu Jiming the question that had puzzled him all night. "Mr. Lu, after chopping wood for so long, I feel like I can use a sword now." Lu Jiming, sipping tea, smiled upon hearing this and said gently, "That's a good thing. It proves your practice is effective." Wenchao Sheng's attitude was sincere, "But sometimes I can wield a powerful sword, yet most of the time I cannot." Lu Jiming continued, "Yes, but why is that?" Seeing Lu Jiming's encouraging demeanor, Wenchao Sheng smiled wryly. "Mr. Lu, if I knew why, I wouldn't have come to ask you." Lu Jiming poured a cup of tea for Wenchao Sheng, smiling brightly. "Chao Sheng, questions about cultivation are the most interesting. What others say to you is useless. You just need to understand it yourself." As Wenchao Sheng listened to Lu Jiming's explanation, he felt as if he was hearing profound insights. But he also understood Lu Jiming's message. If he could figure it out himself, it would naturally resolve itself, if it was told to him by others. No matter how clearly explained, it wouldn't work. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Wenchao Sheng expressed his gratitude, turned, and entered the wood shed to chop wood. Inside the Seven Kills Hall, everyone was noisy, gathered around a gambling table, watching the heated gambling game. The participants in the gambling game were somewhat envious, and the atmosphere was indescribably tense. Among them were two good-for-nothing young masters from the county, who had some unexpected wealth at home. Meeting these big fools, the cash-strapped Seven Kills Hall naturally wouldn't let the opportunity pass, colluding to set a trap. After Lu Jinshi's death, they had lost their biggest source of wealth. And every day when the seventh master opened his eyes, he had to worry about supporting the hundreds of people under him. Such activities had not been done by the Seven Kills Hall before, but now he turned a blind eye. "We can't let the brothers starve, can we?" Just as the gambling game was about to reach a conclusion, a guard suddenly rolled in, gasping for breath, and exclaimed, Seventh Master, the county magistrate is here." With just a few words, the entire noisy hall fell into absolute silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a brief moment of silence, someone drew their knife first, and that sharp, ear-piercing sound instantly ignited the tension and panic in the hall. In the next moment, everyone drew their weapons, the killing intent rising. Seventh Master frowned and was about to instruct his subordinates to put away their weapons when a loud voice came from the entrance. "Is it that unwelcoming for me to draw my sword as soon as I enter?" Everyone turned to see Chun Xiong, who had removed his official attire and changed into a long, white silk robe, looking like a refined young master. With no trace of official authority in his demeanor, he walked in with his hands behind his back. And only then did everyone in the hall notice that Chun Xiong had come alone, without any officials or guards. This suddenly eased the previously tense atmosphere. Seventh Master waved his hand, and everyone immediately sheathed their weapons. He personally welcomed Chun Xiong and gave a look to a few other subordinates, signaling them to let go of the two unfortunate souls they had captured for the pig slaughtering scheme. "Lord Chun, what brings you to this shabby place of the Seven Kills Hall today?" Soon, they cleared off a clean table, and as Chun Xiong sat down, food and wine were brought forth. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of beef, put it in his mouth, and after sipping some clear wine, he said, "I originally planned to come yesterday, but I was delayed dealing with some issues in the county town." Upon hearing this, Seventh Master wisely refrained from asking further and personally filled Chun Xiong's cup, saying, "If there is anything the Seven Kills Hall can assist you with, just let us know." Chun Xiong smiled at Seventh Master and tapped him with his chopsticks. "Seventh Master, you're quite straightforward. Actually, I do have a matter I'd like to trouble you with. Once it's resolved, I will certainly express my gratitude." Hearing this, Seventh Master's heart raced. A few days ago, he had heard Wenchao Sheng mention establishing a beneficial relationship between the Seven Kills Hall and the new county magistrate, Chun Xiong, and that thought had lingered in his mind. He never expected Chun Xiong would come personally today. "Please speak, my lord." Chun Xiong took a sip of wine, twirled the cup in his hand, and said, "Dispose of some corpses." Seventh Master's expression changed slightly. "Whose corpses?" Chun Xiong smiled and replied, "Just some scraps from the river of forgetfulness. I had dozens executed yesterday, and I believe there's also a master called Wujiu among them. I didn't have time to deal with the bodies, and those gossiping officials in the county office might leak the news, causing unnecessary panic and affecting my performance." He then recalled his little brother, Chao Sheng, mentioned the Seven Kills Hall, so he thought to come see Seventh Master. If I remember correctly, when Lu Jinshi was alive, it seemed the Seven Kills Hall had control over the rivers and lakes inside and outside of Kuhai County. You have boats and people, and in winter, the tributaries leading to the Chinsha River don't freeze. Could you help me transport the bodies out and sink them? As soon as he finished speaking, the Seven Kills Hall fell into an eerie silence. Not only Seventh Master, but also the hall's stewards looked at Chun Xiong with astonished and bewildered expressions. As the local power of Kuhai County, the Seven Kills Hall naturally had its ears to the ground. How could they not know about the people from the River of Forgetfulness entering the county, and how could they not recognize Wu Jiu? To refer to such prominent figures in the martial world as scraps was shocking. Speaking so casually about such an overwhelming matter, the people of the River of Forgetfulness could kill on a whim without leaving any mercy. What kind of person was this new county magistrate of Kuhai County? In just a short time, Chun Xiong's image in the hearts of everyone in the Seven Kills Hall became extremely mysterious and terrifying. Feeling the change in their gazes, Chun Xiong secretly delighted in it and gradually developed a sense of awe towards Chao Sheng. He began to realize that this person's thoughts and schemes had reached an extremely frightening level. The considerations exhibited by Chao Sheng did not match his age at all. He was more like a seasoned veteran who had lived for decades. Seventh Master sat opposite him, not immediately agreeing to Chun Xiong's request. His sharp and cunning eyes sparkled, as if weighing the pros and cons, or contemplating the truth of Chun Xiong's words. It seemed Chun Xiong also knew his words were not entirely convincing. He gently set down his wine cup and said lightly, "I am new to my position and don't have much money. As a token of thanks for this cooperation, let the sword woofing that Wu Jiu possesses be a gift to Seventh Master. If a good buyer is found for this renowned sword, it should be enough for the Seven Kills Hall to squander for a long time. What do you think, Seventh Master?" As the founder and decision-maker of the Seven Kills Hall, having led a martial organization that originally had only a dozen members to its current state, Seventh Master, even if not very cunning, was sufficiently cautious. Most people in the martial world had some superstitions about the name River of Forgetfulness and would not easily provoke it, as even the most skilled masters could not guarantee they would remain vigilant at all times. Even if Chun Xiong was the county magistrate of Kuhai, it did not mean he couldn't lie. When he casually mentioned killing dozens of people from the River of Forgetfulness, including the 7th-ranked Master Wu Jiao, 7th Master's first reaction was shock and disbelief. But after the initial shock, he began to doubt the truth of Chun Xiong's words. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious, but that what Chun Xiong described was simply too unbelievable in a place like Kuhai County. However, when Chun Xiong mentioned using Wu Jiao's woofing as a token of thanks, 7th Master's expression completely changed. Words could be fabricated, but a sword could not. For an assassin like Wu Jiao, a weapon was almost equivalent to their life. Unless he died, it was impossible for this renowned sword named woofing to fall into someone else's hands. Weapons listed by the Tianshi Tower had detailed information available, widely circulated in the martial world, so anyone with some connections could easily identify famous swords and blades. Lord Chun, is this true? 7th Master quickly organized his thoughts and asked. Chun Xiong lightly tapped the table with his fingers. 7th Master, I am new to Kuhai County and have many matters to attend to. Do you think I'm here to chat? 7th Master's old face revealed a slightly awkward smile, but he quickly cleared his throat and said, since it is the Lord's order, we will naturally comply. Chun Xiong was very satisfied with his attitude. After detailing some specifics, he no longer lingered. 7th Master and the stewards of the 7 Kills Hall escorted Chun Xiong out. Watching his departing figure, an elderly steward expressed his excitement. 7th Master, this is a great opportunity. The 7 Kills Hall is at a critical point of disintegration right now. If we don't have help from the officials, we might really be driven to death by those Salt Gang brats. As long as we can establish a relationship with the new county magistrate, we can maintain our previous business operations, and the people behind the Salt Gang won't be able to manage us. 7th Master looked down at the snow pit beneath his feet and moved his foot. His voice somewhat heavy. We need Chun Xiong's connections to continue doing business, but don't celebrate too early. Chun Xiong is very different from Lu Jinshi. In recent days, a large number of people from the River of Forgetfulness have poured into Kuhai County, and I even heard that some figures from the royal city have arrived. There must be something going on here. Lu Jinshi's death was suspicious, and Chun Xiong's appointment is also not without its oddities. The River of Forgetfulness is a giant force, and what kind of assassin is Wu Jiao? To put it bluntly, this guy could wield 2 swords and wipe out all the hundreds of people in the 7 Kills Hall within 2 hours. I'm worried about those who have died inexplicably at Chun Xiong's hands. After speaking, he looked up at the ripples shimmering on the distant lake surface. His aged tone filled with sentiment. I have a premonition that if we make money from Chun Xiong, the days ahead for the 7 Kill Hall will likely not be peaceful. Also, let's put aside Cheng Feng's matter for now, and don't contact Qiu Ziheng just yet. That Wenchao Sheng seems to really have some connection with Chun Xiong. Let's wait until their grudges are settled before deciding whom to help. After chopping firewood, Wenchao Sheng took out some money from his pocket and counted it carefully. He went to the market to buy half a black chicken and a bit of ginseng, white atractalodes, poria, and other medicinal herbs, then returned to stew a pot of black chicken soup. The courtyard was filled with bodies covered in snow, while outside were Chun Xiong's trusted subordinates. They watched Wenchao Sheng expressionlessly cooking chicken soup in the yard, their expressions complex for a moment. Indeed, the winter snow was heavy. The bodies did not smell. But could one really eat like this? In fact, when they caught a whiff of the fragrant medicinal herbs and chicken soup wafting through the air, they even felt a bit nauseous. At noon, Wenchao Sheng brought 2 bowls of the cooked chicken soup to L. Jiming's courtyard to let him and Madame L taste it. After tasting, Madame L expressed surprise and praised Wenchao Sheng's culinary skills. Chao Sheng, you can cook? Wenchao Sheng replied, cooking is easy to learn but hard to master. I can make something to eat, but it can't compare to your skilled hands, madam. Madame L couldn't help but smile and scold him. You know how to talk. You've used up all your good words. Wenchao Sheng chuckled and took 2 bowls of porridge from Madame L before returning to Fan Yue's courtyard. He brought the porridge and hot chicken soup into the room, where Shui, sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on the chicken soup, and her tone was even more surprised than Madame L's. Wenchao Sheng, you can cook? Wenchao Sheng handed her a bowl of chicken soup. Try it. Shui held the bowl and took a sip, her furrowed brows slightly relaxing. Not bad, she praised. She drank 2 bowls of chicken soup in one go, and as they began to eat, Shui looked at the half-black chicken and those medicinal herbs in the pot, suddenly tilting her head to ask Wenchao Sheng, "How much did this pot of chicken soup cost?" Wenchao Sheng, not looking up, vigorously ate his rice. "Not very expensive, just advanced your drinking money for a few meals." Upon hearing this, Shui's eyes widened slightly, and she fixed him with a very serious gaze. "Taking advantage of my illness to take my life?" Wenchao Sheng was choked by her reaction, turned his head aside to cough a few times, and rolled his eyes. "The money will be deducted from me, all right? The money for your alcohol will be calculated separately." Shui nodded in satisfaction, lowered her head to scoop a mouthful of soup-soaked rice, and after hesitating for a moment, she tentatively hinted to Wenchao Sheng, "Actually, I'm almost better now. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to." Wenchao Sheng, knowing full well what she was hinting at, refused her without hesitation. "With such a serious injury, you need to abstain from alcohol for at least 3 days. After 3 days, we'll see how it goes before I buy you alcohol." Shui felt a chill in her heart upon hearing that she had to abstain from alcohol for 3 days. She immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks. Using one hand to support herself on the edge of the bed, trying to stand up to prove to Wenchao Sheng that she was already full of vitality. However, after trying, Shui suddenly furrowed her brows tightly, stiffened for a moment, and finally chose to give up, slowly adjusting her position to sit back on the bed obediently. Looking at Wenchao Sheng's surprised gaze, she said calmly without a blush, "My leg is numb." Chapter 81. Then I won't be polite. After the meal, Wenchao Sheng went to wash the dishes and then sat in the courtyard, took out the brush he bought, and moved the bluestone slab to the fire to heat it up before dipping it in water to practice calligraphy. Since the temperature of the stone slab was very high, the water stains would dry quickly. Following Cheng Feng's instructions, Wenchao Sheng continuously practiced the character, Yong, which was a very tedious process. After trying for about an hour, Wenchao Sheng felt his hand getting sore, so he took a break, and then thought that practicing normally was not interesting, so he started practicing in reverse. Once any character begins to be written backward, it becomes completely off. The hook becomes a dot, and the lightness of the upward stroke turns into the heaviness of a downward stroke. How could it be written identically? Wenchao Sheng recalled how earlier in Cheng Feng's courtyard, the other party had written 2 almost identical characters in completely opposite strokes in an instant, and he couldn't help but feel emotional. He realized the difficulty involved. How could he turn a dot into a hook? Was it a matter of controlling the strength of his pen? Although it was difficult, Wenchao Sheng gradually gained confidence. He was good at breaking down a complicated problem into relatively simple questions. Practicing calligraphy was the same. He sat in the courtyard, holding the brush and dipping it in water, continuously practicing the hook and dot. Under his relentless effort, the two, which were completely unrelated at first, gradually began to show some resemblance. Madame L was on the 2nd floor of the house, observing Wenchao Sheng practicing calligraphy over the courtyard wall. She did not know when El Jiming had also come to her side, looking at Wenchao Sheng with appreciation. "This kid has quite a terrifying understanding. Back then, I sat under the iron loquat tree on the snow peak of the Sword Pavilion for 3 years, finally thinking about how to solve the problem of stabilizing the sword intent that I couldn't manifest. Yet Chao Sheng only took half a day." Madame L tilted her head in surprise and looked at her husband. "Can practicing calligraphy solve this problem?" El Jiming shook his head. "Not necessarily. The essence of sword intent is the Tao of heaven and earth. Logically, it should be practitioners of the celestial realm who can stabilize and capture it. It's already difficult for mortals to grasp that fleeting thread of the heavenly Tao, let alone integrate it into swordsmanship and manifest it stably. One must understand both the vast and the minute. However, I observe that Chao Sheng suddenly practicing calligraphy means he is not just practicing his wrist and fingers, but also his heart. Logically, this should work. But whether it can truly work depends on his future fortune." After practicing calligraphy all day, until the evening when the sunset clouds burned, when Chao Sheng finally took a break, he heated up the chicken soup he hadn't finished at noon, made a simple dinner. And after eating with the Shui, she really got out of bed and started to move slowly. Although her steps were light, Shui originally had a limp in her right leg, so it was hard to tell. "Are you not going to lie down for another day?" Wenchao Sheng asked. Shui, one hand on the wall and the other on her waist, moved slowly and said, "If I move around, my blood can circulate, and the effect of the rejuvenation spring can be maximized. Staying in bed too long will rust me." Seeing this, Wenchao Sheng no longer persuaded her. He went to wash the dishes, and as the sun set, someone finally arrived outside the alley. After negotiating with Chuanxiong's guards, They were led into Wenchao Sheng's courtyard. The person leading them was not unfamiliar to Wenchao Sheng. It was the White Wolf from the 7-Kill Hall. He brought 5 people, each carrying 2 large burlap sacks. With a clear goal, seeing Wenchao Sheng again, White Wolf's gaze became much more respectful, even carrying a hint of fear. From the negotiations between the 7th Master and Wenchao during the day, it was evident that Wenchao Sheng had a significant relationship with Wenchao. Coupled with the fact that all those people from Wenchao had died in his courtyard, it inevitably led to speculation. Brother Chao Sheng, we are here to handle the bodies as instructed by Lord Chun, White Wolf said. Wenchao Sheng nodded. I know, Wenchao has already told me. Feel free to do as you please, and remember to take this blunt sword back to the 7th Master. He finished speaking and threw the woofing sword, which was placed beside the door, directly in front of the White Wolf. This sword was much heavier than an ordinary sword, and if it weren't for Wenchao Sheng's significantly improved physical condition, it would have been difficult to wield. Looking at the woofing sword in front of him, the White Wolf picked it up and gently unsheathed it. The moonlight cast a shadow, and a heavy murderous aura rushed towards him, causing his eyelids to twitch and his back to feel cold. Whether this was the real woofing or not, the White Wolf could confirm that the sword in his hand was definitely not an ordinary weapon. The murderous aura was just too intense. He quickly sheathed the sword and thanked Wenchao Sheng. Then, everyone put down their burlap sacks and began to stuff the corpses in the courtyard into the bags. The burlap sacks they brought were quite large, capable of holding 2 corpses each. The White Wolf also didn't idle. He quickly searched and asked Wenchao Sheng, Brother Chao Sheng, where's Wu Jiao's body? Wenchao Sheng replied, I placed it by the edge of the courtyard. You can't pack that body yet. After all the other corpses in the courtyard are dealt with, come separately, and I'll tell you how to dispose of that body. The White Wolf was taken aback by this and was filled with curiosity, but he ultimately did not inquire further and casually stuffed 2 corpses into his burlap sack. As he was leaving, he said to Wenchao Sheng, There's one more thing, Brother Chao Sheng. Lord 7 said that the 7-Kill Hall always welcomes you as a guest. He has prepared good wine for you to drink. Wenchao Sheng nodded, and before he could speak, the door behind him was suddenly pushed open. Creaking, a shui stood at the door, her skirt swaying in the wind, and her pair of eyes appeared exceptionally bright under the stars and moon. Then I won't be polite, she said. Wenchao Sheng turned to look at a shui, momentarily silent. She couldn't have come out any sooner or later. As soon as the mention of drinking wine was made, people immediately perked up. The reaction of the White Wolf and his companions upon seeing a shui was no different from Wenchao Sheng's, except their eyes were filled with intense fear. After just a few days, how could they forget this female demon? Earlier, her actions in the 7-Kill Hall were still fresh in their minds. The terrifying scene of her shattering fine iron weapons with a snap of her fingers and the spilled liquor that could pierce a person was still vivid. But how did this person end up with Wenchao Sheng? Unconsciously swallowing, the White Wolf shifted his gaze to Wenchao Sheng, who sighed, turned his head, and revealed a forced smile, raising a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture to the White Wolf and the others. Brother White Wolf, please convey to Lord 7 that Chao Sheng will definitely attend the banquet with friends another day. Also, what shouldn't be said, please don't say it, Brother White Wolf. Look at all these corpses in the courtyard. Whether there are more or fewer, it seems no one will notice. Right? Good night. Chapter 82. The fragrance of tea in the small courtyard. The White Wolf had been wandering in the Jianghu for many years. Although his martial arts were not high, he certainly had good insight and could understand Wenchao Sheng's unspoken meaning. On the way to deal with the corpses, the White Wolf solemnly warned his accompanying brothers that their lives were at stake and that they must not speak carelessly. After the White Wolf and his group left, a shui curiously asked Wenchao Sheng, why is Wu Jiao's body being dealt with last? Wenchao Sheng went to boil water for foot soaking. His voice was somewhat unclear in the snow. The power of Wang Chuan is too great. I can only control Lu Chuan, not them. After this night battle, so many people from Wang Chuan have died, and no one knows if they will seek revenge. We are currently fishing in troubled waters. The muddier the water, the more advantageous it is for us. Therefore, if there is an opportunity, I would like to pull the Bai Long Wei into the dispute in Kuhai County. A shui, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, her calm tone tinged with subtle surprise. When did you start planning these things? Wenchao Sheng replied, chess is naturally played step by step. Who can predict everything from the beginning? For instance, I had no idea about last night's night battle. This should have been a bold move, but unfortunately, we are not dead pieces, having jumped out from the killing calamity. Next, it's naturally time to counterattack. When the chess pieces meet their opponents, it's all about countering their moves. The people from Chuncheong had been blocking outside Wenchao Sheng's courtyard for 2 days, and the news spread like wildfire. Those county residents who had lived in peaceful days for a long time certainly didn't know what had happened in Wenchao Sheng's courtyard. In any case, the road through Osmanthus Alley was blocked. Chuncheong's reason was that the officials were investigating a case, and idle folks should not approach. So what kind of case required blocking a courtyard for 2 whole days? Was it a murder case? In an instant, various rumors and speculations spread everywhere. Chuncheong, sitting in the county office drinking tea, felt the hot tea flowing into his throat as he closed his eyes, savoring the fragrance of the tea leaves and feeling the pulse of his heart. Chuncheong felt that he was probably not far from death. Yesterday, when Wenchao Sheng had visited him again, discussing methods to deal with Lu Chuan. The two rehearsed several times in the room, and for the first time, Chuncheong felt this tense. When Wenchao Sheng told him that Lu Chuan was a cunning person and a direct confrontation with Lu Chuan would be very dangerous. He not only had to control the situation well, but also could not show any signs of fear. Being seen through by Lu Chuan would mean death. Chuncheong was not clear about what kind of person Lu Chuan was, but how could he not know? This person was a well-known poison master under that lord in the royal city. His ruthlessness in doing things could be described as perverse. After blocking Wenchao Sheng's courtyard for 2 days without any accurate news being released, initially, Lu Chuan thought Chuncheong might take action. But as he waited for 2 days without any movement, he gradually became suspicious. However, he remained patient and did not urge Chuncheong, wanting to see how the situation would change. Chuncheong estimated that the time should be about right. So he issued an order to withdraw his subordinates from Osmanthus Alley and then posted a notice at the entrance of the office, stating that this case was actually a misunderstanding. The news quickly spread. This time, Lu Chuan could not sit still. He had patiently waited for 2 days for a satisfactory result. But unexpectedly, Chuncheong had spent 2 days blocking the entrance to Wenchao Sheng's courtyard, only to end it with a misunderstanding. After receiving the news from Qianlong, Lu Chuan fell into a long silence. Qianlong, sensing Lu Chuan's thoughts, asked, "Why don't you write a letter, and I'll go deliver it? Then arrange a meal with Chuncheong to give him a good talking to?" Lu Chuan rejected his suggestion, returned to the room to put on a thicker coat, and walked straight out. No need for a meal. Qianlong, follow me to the county office. The two walked in single file, stepping on the snow to the county office's entrance. The guard at the door saw the two and neither blocked nor questioned them. He just glanced and respectfully made way, saying, "Gentlemen, please enter. The Lord has been waiting for you in the guest garden for a long time." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan frowned and glanced at the guard. "Chuncheong knows I'm coming?" The guard nodded. "I'm just following the Lord's orders. I don't know anything else. If you have doubts, you might as well ask the Lord in person." Lu Chuan nodded, waved his sleeve, and entered. Before he reached Chuncheong's garden, he smelled a rich aroma of tea, slowed his pace, and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. As for the garden, Chuncheong smiled at him, and on the table in front of him was already a pot of brewed, fragrant tea. "Why did you just arrive? Hurry, this tea has been brewed long enough. It's just the right time to drink." Lu Chuan stared at Chuncheong, feeling that the person before him was somehow different from before. He lifted a corner of his robe, sat down opposite Chuncheong, picked up a teacup, held it to his nose, and gently sniffed it. With his eyes closed, he said, "This is Xiangshan Taichun, produced in the Hongtu prefecture of the Zhao state. It's something the officials from the east drink. Lord Chun, you have quite the skill, managing to get this at such a time." Chuncheong interrupted him lightly. "Where did I get this? This tea was left by Lu Jinshe earlier. I thought it would be a pity to throw away such good tea, so I took it out to brew and drink." Upon hearing that the tea was a relic of Lu Jinshe, Lu Chuan's expression changed slightly, and the hand holding the teacup felt somewhat hot. He stared at Chuncheong, implying, "Lord Chun, drinking something from a dead person is probably not auspicious. In my opinion, Lu Jinshe's death was suspicious, and his resentment must be considerable. It's better to deal with anything related to him as soon as possible." Chuncheong smiled faintly, but said nothing, raising his teacup and focusing on savoring the tea. After a moment of silence, Lu Chuan shifted the topic. "By the way, Lord Chun, have you forgotten our earlier agreement?" Chuncheong feigned ignorance. "Oh, what agreement?" Lu Chuan met his gaze, his gentle expression gradually sharpening. "Wenchao Sheng." Chuncheong smiled and filled his half-empty cup, even letting it overflow. Seeing Lu Chuan frown, he withdrew the teapot and sighed. "Mr. Lu, it's not that I don't want to kill him, but that I dare not." Lu Chuan scoffed. "Dare not? He is just a vagrant. What is there to be afraid of?" Without parents or relatives, a person's death is just a matter of burning a body. Chun Xiong sighed. Speaking meaningfully, I understand that logic, of course. But I'm afraid that if he dies, I won't be far from death myself. Chapter 83. Are you still going to kill me? As soon as Chun Xiong spoke these words, Lu Chuan's pupils contracted. Although he usually controlled his demeanor well, the shock that struck him at that moment broke through his defenses. What did Chun Xiong mean by that? Had he seen through his plan? This statement pierced him like a sword, exposing the deep-seated secrets hidden within him to the sunlight. However, Lu Chuan was not an ordinary person. Even though he realized his dirty thoughts might have been exposed, he quickly suppressed his overflowing emotions and calmly took a sip of tea to mask it. What are you saying, Lord Chun? I don't understand. Chun Xiong smiled down at him. Is the gentleman truly unable to understand, or is it an act? Lu Chuan cupped his hands together. Today, I genuinely have some confusion. Please enlighten me, my lord. Chun Xiong did not directly say it. He took a sip of tea, smacking his lips in satisfaction. I wonder if Mr. Lu still remembers that Lu Jinshi had a vial of missing intestinal poison? Mentioning the vial of poison that Lu Chuan had nearly forgotten caused a subtle change in his expression. Before Lu Chuan could speak, Chun Xiong suddenly took out a vial of poison from his body and placed it in front of Lu Chuan. Mr. Lu, is this the one? After seeing the poison, Lu Chuan first took a sip of tea to hide the shock in his eyes, then smiled and said softly, I thought there was some mishap with this vial of poison. I didn't expect you to find it, my lord. To speak the truth, this was my oversight. And now that you have helped me rectify it, I shall toast you 3 cups as thanks. Saying this, he genuinely drank 3 cups of hot tea in a row. As he set the last cup down, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After he finished drinking, Chun Xiong smiled and filled his 4th cup, slowly saying something that sent a chill down Lu Chuan's spine. Mr. Lu, don't thank me just yet. Do you think it's possible that this vial of poison was never lost at all, but instead, I secretly hid it? The smile on Lu Chuan's face gradually disappeared. His increasingly cold gaze signaled to Chun Xiong that he was slowly tearing away his disguise. But Chun Xiong remained unperturbed by Lu Chuan's death stare, casually sipping his tea. Mr. Lu, do you know how I found this vial of poison? Lu Chuan squinted. I would like to hear the details. Chun Xiong recounted to Lu Chuan the origins of the poison as told to him by Wenchao Sheng. However, this time, the protagonist of the story had shifted from a shui to him, Chun Xiong. Lu Jinshi was a person who would repay grudges. And he was also your biggest unexpected factor in this action. From the moment you handed him this vial of intestinal poison, he had already planned how to take revenge on you and that lord. To be honest, you should have killed him outright. Perhaps then you wouldn't have so much trouble. Lu Chuan toyed with the teacup, his expression emotionless as he said, My lord, kicking someone when they're down is not a good habit. Don't forget, we are on the same boat. If things with Lu Jinshi don't go well, you won't escape responsibility either. Chun Xiong shook his head. No, that's not right. Lu Chuan, we are not the same kind of people. He began to directly call Lu Chuan by his name, and Lu Chuan sensed a very dangerous undertone in Chun Xiong's words. What exactly does Lord Chun mean? Why not say it outright? After all, there are only the 3 of us in this courtyard today. Listening to Lu Chuan's veiled threat, Chun Xiong felt no fear at all. Instead, he laughed, shaking with amusement. He didn't want to laugh at all, but now, he had to. Wenchao Sheng had told Chun Xiong that to make Lu Chuan feel apprehensive, he had to label himself as cunning and secretive in the shortest time possible. He had to disguise himself as a meticulous and utterly fearless madman. Every performance before Lu Chuan was aimed at one purpose, survival. Well, since you want me to be explicit, then I will say it directly. You all treat me like a fool. Asking me to cooperate with you in erasing all traces of Lu Jinshi and letting me replace him to continue being the county magistrate of Kuhai County. By the way, you don't really think I believed it, do you? With people like you, if I were to obediently erase all traces of Lu Jinshi, could I still live? Lu Chuan smiled with a thin veneer of civility. My lord, it seems you have a misunderstanding about us. I thought we had no reason to harm you. Moreover, before coming here, my lord had promised. Chun Xiong coldly interrupted him. He also promised Lu Jinshi, didn't he? Lu Chuan, can the words of a living person be as reliable as those of a dead one? Killing Lu Jinshi, you might still have some reservations. But after he dies, every detail needs to be considered, fearing that some secrets might leak out. But killing me, perhaps you wouldn't even blink an eye. After all, Lu Jinshi had secrets that could directly threaten that lord, but I do not. Once all traces of Lu Jinshi are erased, The only thing left that could threaten that lord would be my mouth, because I am the only one who had direct contact with Lu Jinshi's body in this case. I am also the last witness to this secret. Lu Chuan, am I right? Looking at the eloquent Chen Xiong, Lu Chuan felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He realized that he had somewhat underestimated this young man before him. The other party was surprisingly deep in hiding. The mask of disguise was torn off by someone. After a long silence, Lu Chuan suddenly asked, "Since you know this is a path of no return, why did you agree to the adult's request back then?" Chen Xiong leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, raised it in a toast to Lu Chuan, and then drank it himself. Good question. Since ancient times, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. I dare to come here because I am not Lu Jinshi, and I will never be a second Lu Jinshi. He is so foolish, he deserves to die. As for me, I have a little ambition. That adult has immense power, and I plan to use this secret to exchange for some wealth to squander, with demands that are not too excessive. He shouldn't refuse, right? Lu Chuan's eyes were already filled with a cold, murderous intent. He sneered. Since you know that adult has immense power, you shouldn't do such a self-destructive thing. Chen Xiong laughed heartily and pointed at the black donkey beside Lu Chuan, which was carrying a huge blade. Self-destructive? Lu Chuan, as long as he swings his knife, I will die here today. But I can also guarantee that once I die, all the secrets about that adult and Lu Jinshi will be transmitted back to the royal city at an unimaginable speed and through channels you can't even imagine. Do you think you will give me a burial then? Clang. As soon as Chen Xiong finished speaking, the black donkey drew its knife, cutting through the snowflakes as well as the hot tea he was holding. The cold brought by this strike passed through his fingers and spread to every corner of his body. The teacup split into two halves. Chen Xiong's heart raced, but he still tried to suppress his inner fear. He patted the tea water on his body with slightly trembling hands and sighed, "What a pity for this tea. I know you are anxious, Lu Chuan, but don't rush. Let me show you something else." Saying this, he smilingly took out the note that Wenchao Sheng had left him, which recorded Lu Jinshi's secret. It contained only a few words: Longguan Pavilion, Su Yiji. Upon seeing these 6 characters, Lu Chuan could no longer hold himself together. His expression changed drastically as he looked up at Chen Xiong. The latter's gaze was calm, and his tone was steady. "I do not lie, Lu Chuan. Everything Lu Jinshi knew, I now know. I also understand the stakes. Whether this secret is completely buried in the sea of Suffering County or, like this heavy snow, flying everywhere, it is all in your hands. Now, Lu Chuan, tell me, do you still want to kill me?" Chapter 84. Writing with a knife, gazing at Chen Xiong's face, which was calm, yet vaguely hinted at madness, Lu Chuan felt an indescribable anger in his heart. He was always the one calculating others, but today he did not expect to be outwitted. Moreover, he lost this round completely, like a pitiful mouse being toyed with by a cat. In any other time, Lu Chuan would find it hard to tolerate the sudden collapse of his long-accumulated pride and the feelings of defeat and humiliation that came with it. But now, he was very clear about the severity of this matter and the consequences that would arise if something went wrong. Lu Chuan remained silent, his expression dark and gloomy. After a long time, he slightly raised his finger. The black donkey beside him, seeing this, slowly sheathed its heavy blade behind its back. "This tea is really terrible," he said with a faint ridicule, standing up with his hands behind his back and walking out of the courtyard. This tea party, which had torn their masks off, ended in an unhappy parting for the two. After Lu Chuan walked away, Chen Xiong felt weak all over and slumped back onto his chair. He glanced at the broken teacup fragments beside him, and, when he reached out to pick them up, realized that his hands were shaking violently. As a dignified warrior, he found himself somewhat exhausted without even having fought anyone. Lu Chuan's earlier behavior also confirmed something for Chen Xiong. The things Wenchao Sheng had told him were not fabricated to persuade him. Lu Chuan really intended to kill him. At this moment, Lu Chuan's departure also signified that he had been conquered by his own performance, beginning to hesitate and feel wary. At night, when Wenchao Sheng boiled a pot of water, taking advantage of the starry moonlight after the snow had stopped, he practiced dots and strokes on a stone slab. After 2 days of rest, Shui could move normally again. However, when Wenchao Sheng noticed that the injury Shui had suffered from Wu Jiu's sword was not light. Even now, her steps were still somewhat unsteady. During this time, she had asked Wenchao Sheng for alcohol twice, but he had decisively refused both times. Tonight, recalling 7th Master's previous invitation, she came up behind Wenchao Sheng to ask him, but saw him repeatedly writing dots and strokes on the stone slab. Standing behind him with her hands behind her back, she observed for a while. Her scrutinizing gaze made Wenchao Sheng feel somewhat uncomfortable, and he paused his pen to turn around and ask, "What's wrong?" Shui touched her smooth chin and said, "What are you doing?" Wenchao Sheng replied, "Practicing calligraphy." Shui shot him a glance. "I'm not blind. Speak plainly." Wenchao Sheng cleared his throat and explained to Shui that he was trying to write dots as strokes. After thinking for a moment, she frowned and said, "The difficulty is not ordinary. The way of exerting force for the two is completely different." Wenchao Sheng let out a breath. "Who says it isn't? I've tried many times. Achieving a similar form is already extremely difficult. To make it look like Cheng Feng's writing, with both form and spirit, is harder than ascending to the heavens." Shui pondered for a moment, then pulled out a piece of wood from a pile nearby. Standing in the yard, she moved her hand lightly, gesturing towards the air. Wenchao Sheng turned his head to watch Shui, seeing the moonlight cascade through her hair, observing the crease in her brow that couldn't dissolve a bit of worry, and watching that piece of wood in her hand move as if it were a sword. He relaxed and lost himself in thought. It wasn't he until Shui, who had somehow walked right in front of him, gently tapped his head with the stick that Wenchao Sheng finally came to. "Hey, Wenchao Sheng, I have a way that might not work. Do you want to hear it?" Wenchao Sheng rubbed his eyes and nodded. "You tell me." Shui continued, "I know nothing about calligraphy, but I have some understanding of swordsmanship. Just now, I tried to use the force of the sword to replace writing. It seems feasible. Why don't you start practicing with a sword first?" Hearing Shui's description, Wenchao Sheng's eyes brightened slightly. "How do we practice?" Shui said, "Come here." Wenchao Sheng walked to Shui's side. She placed the stick in his hand and then moved behind him, gripping his arm from behind. "Grip tightly with your fingers, relax your wrist, and just be natural." Following her instructions, the next moment, Shui pulled down on his arm. In that instant, Wenchao Sheng seemed to catch Shui's method of exerting force. "Now lift up." The method of exerting force is completely opposite to just now. "Feel it." Shui's voice rang in his ear again as she pulled up on his forearm. After finishing, she released her grip on Wenchao Sheng's hand and asked, "How was it? Can you feel the difference in the exertion?" Wenchao Sheng carefully savored the sensation from just now, nodding and then shaking his head. "Can we do it again?" Shui very straightforwardly held onto Wenchao Sheng's forearm, but instead of swinging immediately, he said behind him, "2 jars of wine at a time." Wenchao Sheng let out a sound of surprise, and before he could react, Shui had already made him swing the knife 3 times in succession. After the third swing, Shui suddenly stopped, coughed violently, and released his grip. Wenchao Sheng turned around and saw a trace of blood oozing from the corner of Shui's mouth, unable to help but say, "For the sake of drinking, are you willing to risk your life?" Shui silently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, did not respond to Wenchao Sheng's words, and asked, "Did you remember the feeling just now?" Wenchao Sheng hesitated for a moment and nodded. Shui glanced at him, stopped talking, and turned to walk awkwardly towards the room. "I'm going to rest." As she entered the room, Wenchao Sheng attempted to swing the wooden stick in his hand. But then he heard the door creak open. A half-face peeked out from the darkness, seriously saying to Wenchao Sheng, "6 jars of wine, no cheating." Wenchao Sheng waved his hand. Got it, got it." Chapter 85. Little Lingzhou with Shui's help, Wenchao Sheng truly found a bit of feeling. He didn't rush to bring this feeling into his writing, but continuously reinforced it. By the time it was late at night, Wenchao Sheng had finished washing up and sat cross-legged on the floor, continuing to practice the fountain of youth. Although so far he had not discovered any miraculous effects this peculiar skill left by the Beihai Taoist had on his body, he still insisted on practicing every night before going to bed, following the original method left by the Beihai Taoist every night during practice. He experienced a feeling like clouds and mist, his consciousness drifting unpredictably. As for the bed in the room, it undoubtedly belonged to Shui in the end. The two had become quite familiar, but they were not close enough to sleep in the same bed. Moreover, Shui was injured, and Wenchao Sheng was not callous enough to let someone who had been seriously wounded while protecting him sleep on the floor. Tonight, as Wenchao Sheng practiced, his consciousness once again became ethereal. His awareness gradually ascended, as if something was supporting him, walking him towards the heavenly light and clouds. This was not the first time Wenchao Sheng had such a feeling. Previously, Shui had told him that when he practiced, he slept like a pig. Wenchao Sheng naturally believed Shui, so he felt this must be a dream. However, after experiencing this feeling repeatedly, he gradually became alert. It seemed that this was not a dream. Who dreams of the same scene repeatedly? and remains aware. Tonight, after experiencing this feeling again, Wenchao Sheng simply emptied his mind and allowed his body to float upwards. For the past few days, he had deliberately controlled his consciousness to explore everything around him, but had found nothing. So today he decided to try a different approach. At this moment, his thoughts were like clouds and mist, like morning light, sometimes scattered, sometimes coalescing. After ascending a certain distance, Wenchao Sheng would fall into a state of chaos, losing perception of everything around him, as if the entire world consisted only of himself. This situation lasted 7 or 8 times, and finally, Wenchao Sheng found himself at the end of the mist. Below was the sea, boundless and vast. He could hear the sound of waves and feel the deep blue that seemed bottomless. Over this sea was a thick fog, covering something. Although it was far away, Wenchao Sheng always felt that something in the foggy area was attracting him. So he slightly extended his consciousness out of the clouds, but as soon as he peeked out, he fell into a state of weightlessness. He began to fall downwards at high speed, like a stubborn stone falling from the sky, crashing violently into the mist. The intense impact made Wenchao Sheng extremely uncomfortable, but he felt no pain or injury. When Wenchao Sheng looked down, he was surprised to see that his consciousness had taken on a body. He had landed on a small island. This small island was filled with flowers, adorned with colorful blooms, and the trees bore precious stones, a dazzling sight. As Wenchao Sheng surveyed his surroundings, filled with shock and curiosity, suddenly butterflies flew from the horizon, circling around him a few times, before transforming into a rainbow bridge that stretched towards the center of the island. Wenchao Sheng stepped onto the rainbow bridge and walked to the center, where he saw a large lake with crystal-clear water. And in the center of the lake was a tall peach tree. Petals were falling around the peach tree, carpeting the ground in a thick layer of pink and white, like a beautiful carpet. At the foot of the peach tree, a middle-aged man wearing a conical hat and a straw raincoat was fishing by the lake. As soon as Wenchao Sheng landed from the rainbow bridge, the fishing middle-aged man was startled. He turned to look, and his eyes were filled with rich surprise, which gradually settled down after a while. What a sight! After all these years, I finally get a young brat. Wenchao Sheng was not foolish. He knew that this scruffy middle-aged man was not an ordinary person. After sizing him up, he politely bowed to the middle-aged man. Junior Wenchao Sheng pays respect to the senior. May I ask, where's this place? The fishing middle-aged man remained silent for a while before speaking. This is Little Ingzhou, the place where Taoist Zhuang enlightened himself. Wenchao Sheng was taken aback upon hearing this, because many aspects of this world overlapped with the one he had been in during his past life, yet with some differences. He was not sure if the Zhuangzi the middle-aged man mentioned was the one he knew. Is the Zhuangzi you speak of referring to the Taoist Zhuangzhou? The middle-aged man shook his head. Zhuangzi is Zhuangzi. What Zhuangzhou? I don't know him. Wenchao Sheng pondered for a moment, then clasped his hands again. I have yet to ask for the senior's name. The middle-aged man lazily replied, I've been out of the world too long. I've forgotten my name. My Dao name is Beihai. You can call me Beihai Taoist. After saying this, he looked at Wenchao Sheng's appearance and added, You young lad. Although you're not old, you have a lot of formalities. What? Are you from Qi State? Let me tell you, there's no need to be so restrained. It's just you and me here. Wenchao Sheng scratched his head. Earlier, he had heard of the legend of the Beihai Taoist from Shui, and he found this person mysterious. Now that he really encountered him, he couldn't help but start doubting whether he was truly dreaming. He consulted the Beihai Taoist, who was quite patient. After a detailed explanation, Wenchao Sheng finally understood the situation. The 3 peculiar techniques I left on Jieshe were actually all derived from the Xiaoya you left by Zhuangzi. My original intention was just to leave behind a way for my Taoist sect to pass on to those fated, but unfortunately, for so many years, I have not waited for a second person in Little Ingzhou. You look so young. Have you learned all 3 techniques from Jieshe? Facing the Taoist's inquiry, Wenchao Sheng felt a bit embarrassed. He replied with an apologetic tone, Sort of. I learned one called the Fountain of Youth. Those 11 words nearly choked the Beihai Taoist on the spot. You learned one called the Fountain of Youth, and you can come to Little Ingzhou? Wenchao Sheng replied, Yes. A friend taught me, and I practiced for a few days before coming. As he finished speaking, the Northern Sea Taoist looked at him with a strong sense of strangeness in his eyes. He beckoned Wenchao Sheng to come closer, then reached out and tapped Wenchao Sheng's forehead. The next moment, he let out a surprised sound. Interesting, there's actually no Danhai. And just by practicing the immortal spring for a few days, you can feel the guidance to come to Zaiwing's Hao. It seems you truly have an unbreakable connection with our Taoist teachings. Wenchao Sheng looked at the emotionally stirred Northern Sea Taoist and suddenly recalled what Ma Huan had told him that night. One of the few people in the world capable of healing a Shui's injuries was this very man before him. His heart stirred, and he immediately asked, "Senior Northern Sea, I have a matter that troubles me, and I hope you can enlighten me." The Northern Sea Taoist replied, "Speak." Wenchao Sheng said, "If someone were to fight against a celestial being realm cultivator and then get severely injured, leaving behind hidden wounds of Tao essence, causing their realm to drop, how can one make up for these losses?" As soon as he spoke, the Northern Sea Taoist was stunned in place. "What? Say that again." Wenchao Sheng repeated himself. The Northern Sea Taoist thought for a moment and then shook his head. What a load of nonsense. The hidden injuries of Tao essence from heaven and earth can hardly be cured by any medicine in this world. There are only 3 methods that can work. The first is to find another cultivator above the celestial being realm to conduct a marrow cleansing for them to wash away the hidden injuries. But this method would cause significant damage to their meridians and acupoints. Even after completion, they would never be able to advance their martial arts realm even a fraction. The second is that your friend would have to endure the obstruction of the hidden injuries from Tao essence and forcibly break through to the next realm, cutting through the clouds until reaching the celestial being realm. At that time, these hidden injuries would naturally disappear. However, there are hardly any cultivators in this world who can forcibly break through to the celestial being realm while enduring hidden injuries. The third is that deep within the 10,000 snow mountains of the West, there is a golden lotus born from the place where Maitreya once achieved enlightenment. This golden lotus can bring the dead back to life. If you can find this golden lotus and have them consume it, it can also heal the injuries of Tao essence. Chapter 86. Meeting 7th Master again. The Northern Sea Taoist shared the only 3 methods he knew to treat a Shui's injuries. After listening, Wenchao Sheng pondered for a moment and felt that the first method was definitely not something a Shui would accept, while the second method was too harsh and dangerous. It wasn't that Wenchao Sheng didn't believe in a Shui's talent. In fact, when a Shui described how she had opened 717 out of 720 acupoints in a very plain tone that night, Wenchao Sheng knew that her cultivation talent was among the most terrifying in this world. But talent is talent, and luck is luck. The two cannot be compared. No matter how talented a Shui was, there was still a significant possibility of failure when forcibly breaking through. Therefore, the most mysterious and abstract method that sounded the most feasible was to use a golden lotus to heal a Shui's injuries. However, before that, Wenchao Sheng had another question to ask the Northern Sea Taoist. "Senior Northern Sea, earlier you mentioned that there is a golden lotus deep within the 10,000 snow mountains in the West. Is this just a rumor? Or have you seen it with your own eyes?" The Northern Sea Taoist replied, "The rumor goes like this, but I have indeed seen it with my own eyes." Hearing this, Wenchao Sheng's eyes brightened. "May I ask, where is the golden lotus now?" The Northern Sea Taoist lazily waved his hand. "I advise you to give up on that thought. That golden lotus is transformed from Maitreya's relic, and it itself is a spiritual object of the world, capable of flying through the heavens and hiding in the earth. It could appear anywhere within the 10,000 snow mountains. Unless you are a fated person, you would find it harder than ascending to heaven to even catch a glimpse of it, let alone capture it." After hearing this, Wenchao Sheng's previously joyful expression gradually returned to normal. However, the Northern Sea Taoist thought for a moment and continued, "If I must say, according to Xiao Yao Yu, if your friend can successfully cultivate the 3 extraordinary techniques I left on Jiesher, there is a chance in the future to minimize the impact of the hidden injuries left by the celestial being realm cultivator." Wenchao Sheng recalled that a Shui had indeed told him about the mysteries of the immortal spring, and she also admitted that it was through the power of the immortal spring that she could live to this day. He respectfully asked the Northern Sea Taoist about the other 2 extraordinary techniques, but was refused. "You can't chew more than you can swallow. The reason I initially extracted these 3 extraordinary techniques from Xiao Yao Yu is that Xiao Yao Yu is too obscure for non-Taoists. If you truly wish to save your friend, focus on mastering the immortal spring first, and I will teach you the others later." The Northern Sea Taoist wanted to leave some teachings for the Taoist sect, and seeing that Wenchao Sheng lacked the unique malevolent aura of a bad person, he wasn't greatly wicked and thus guided him on the practice method of the immortal spring. Compared to a Shui's guidance, the Northern Sea Taoist focused more on teaching Wenchao Sheng how to manage his emotions and empty his thoughts. He said that the way of the Tao is natural. If 10,000 people cultivate the immortal spring, there may be 10,000 different effects. Don't always think about what others have cultivated. By experiencing your own, you will gain something. About an hour passed, and Wenchao Sheng suddenly felt an inexplicable force pulling at him. Everything in front of him began to blur. And when he asked the Northern Sea Taoist, he could neither hear his own voice nor the other's. Just like that, his consciousness fell into chaos. And when he awoke again, it was already the next morning. After a night of rest, Shui's body had recovered significantly. In the morning, she stood in the courtyard where the sun had come out, continuously emitting white mist from her body. Wenchao Sheng went out as usual to buy breakfast. And after returning and finishing, Shui said, "Shouldn't we go find Seventh Master? It's already been so long." Wenchao Sheng glanced at her. "Going to find Seventh Master means drinking. Are you sure you can drink in your current condition?" Shui said, putting aside the drinking issue. "Don't you need Seventh Master's help to deal with Qiu Ziheng?" Speaking of Qiu Ziheng, Wenchao Sheng nodded. To deal with Qiu Ziheng, having the help of the 7 Kills Hall would indeed be better. It would save a lot of trouble. After all, they knew very little about this person. Shui was eager to try and asked, "When shall we depart?" Wenchao Sheng looked at Shui, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Let's go at noon. The sun is nice today. After it shines outside for a while, it will be warmer." The matter of Qiu Ziheng indeed should not be delayed too long. Firstly, Wenchao Sheng had other matters to attend to, and with everything piling up, he might be overwhelmed. Secondly, this person was a potential threat to Qingfeng. When they arrived at the 7 Kills Hall again, Seventh Master looked at Wenchao Sheng not only with a scrutinizing gaze, but also with an underlying fear. The usually restless and noisy 7 Kills Hall fell silent like a cicada in winter when Shui appeared behind Wenchao Sheng. Seventh Master felt a pang of phantom pain at his chin, where his beard had not fully grown yet, when Shui's gaze swept over him. Wenchao Sheng smiled at Seventh Master and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Seventh Master, for your warm invitation. Today, Chao Sheng has brought a friend to drink." As soon as he said this, Seventh Master, who was still immersed in the terrifying memories from a few days ago, finally regained his senses, immediately calling for people to settle the two and prepare food and drinks. This time, they did not drink in the inner hall, but went to a secluded room instead. After a few days of recuperation, Shui finally got to drink the fine wine she had been longing for. If it weren't for Wenchao Sheng stopping her, she would have embraced the jar and drunk straight from it. After persuading her to eat a few bites of food to settle her stomach, she didn't interrupt and leisurely began to drink on her own. Wenchao Sheng didn't waste time with the 7th Master. He got straight to the point and asked him about Qiu Ziheng. The latter stopped pretending, as on one hand, Wenchao Sheng had already proven his connection with Chun Qiong, and on the other hand, with Shui, a formidable presence, it was clear that their relationship with Wenchao Sheng was not shallow. How could the 7th Master still treat Wenchao Sheng like an ordinary county citizen? "I took a day off today and sat on the train back to my hometown. I'll write one update now and find time to add more tomorrow. Good night." Chapter 87. Half a cup of wine in a small room. Various exquisite and culturally rich decorations were placed around. Although Wenchao Sheng was clueless about design, he could tell that this room was specially prepared by the 7th Master to host distinguished guests. He and Shui were indeed the 7th Master's guests. Bringing them to this place for a conversation also marked a change in the 7th Master's attitude. However, when the topic of Qiu Ziheng came up, the 7th Master's demeanor became somewhat subtle. "Brother Chao Sheng, when you last visited the 7 Kill Hall, I had already informed you about Qiu Ziheng. If it were merely about dealing with someone with some power in Kuhai County, it wouldn't be difficult. But currently, Qiu Ziheng has 2 troubles. The first is his connections in Guanghan City. The judicial institutions there are directly influenced by the royal city, let alone the 7 Kill Hall. Even Chun Qiong might not be able to afford to offend them. Once they attract the wrath of the powerful, no one has a way out. The second is the Salt Gang. Mentioning the Salt Gang, the 7th Master's expression unconsciously became serious, and Wenchao Sheng could read a trace of hidden resentment in his eyes. Clearly, there was animosity between the two parties, and personal grudges might be involved. Isn't the Salt Gang involved in the salt business under the Qi Kingdom? How are they connected to Qiu Ziheng? Having spent some time in the county town, Wenchao Sheng had either picked up information or learned through casual conversations about some of the larger forces in the area. The Salt Gang was a significant commercial organization, not just in Kuhai County, but their influence extended throughout the Qi Kingdom, engaging in private business while relying on the royal family's support. Due to the existence of the Salt Gang, the royal family of Qi had enacted a constitution making any private salt trading punishable by severe penalties. Applying to the local government for permission to sell private salt required hefty taxes, rendering private salt trading nearly unprofitable and allowing the royal family to monopolize this vast source of wealth. The seventh master personally poured a cup of wine for Wenchao Sheng and said earnestly, no matter how powerful the salt gang is, they wouldn't dare to rob money from the royal family of Qi. However, since the business of selling official salt is monopolized, there must be immense interest behind it, which inevitably causes the salt gang to grow stronger. With limited resources, if there are too many people, it won't be enough to go around. And the royal family is unyielding. So where can the salt gang go to make money? The seventh master didn't explain too clearly. But Wenchao Sheng was sharp and had seen enough of such situations to quickly think of many methods that local gentry might use to exploit the common folk through underhanded means. In short, it was about building a community of mutual interests between the two parties. Wenchao Sheng said so. Seventh master is worried that whether from the royal family or from the Jianghu, handling Qiu Ziheng won't be easy. The seventh master crunched on a piece of celery from the beef, making a crisp sound. Chun Xiong could not go against the city guard of Guanghan City, and the 7-kill hall could not afford to fall out with the salt gang. Brother Chao Sheng, if you really want to protect your friend Cheng Feng, it's not that complicated. Just pay a little money to have Chun Xiong act as an intermediary, and then have Cheng Feng apologize in front of Qiu Ziheng. Bow a few times, and this matter will be settled. After all, it's just a dispute caused by a courtesan. Everyone just wants to save face. Wenchao Sheng raised the cup of wine that the seventh master handed him, but didn't drink. He said, Seventh master, were you present during that farce? The seventh master didn't evade the question. I was present. Kuhai County is a small place, and there aren't many notable figures. Qiu Ziheng invited me just to have me support him, but in reality, his expression darkened slightly, and he swallowed the rest of his words along with the wine. Wenchao Sheng took over the conversation, but in reality, Qiu Ziheng didn't take you seriously at all, nor did he regard the 7-kill hall as anything significant, right, seventh master? The seventh master looked up at Wenchao Sheng in surprise. He truly hadn't expected the words he swallowed would come out of Wenchao Sheng's mouth. Being seen through made the atmosphere a bit awkward, but thankfully, there were no subordinates from the 7-kill hall in the room. After a moment of embarrassment, the seventh master returned to normal. He took a gulp of wine and, feeling the heat in his throat, sighed. It's not pleasant to say, but that's how it is. Wenchao Sheng smiled and drank the wine he had been holding for a while. The seventh master wants to be a peacemaker, and I can understand your position. But unfortunately, the musician offended by Qiu Ziheng in the Yuanyang building is also my friend. The seventh master's hand, which was picking up food, froze, and when he looked up, his eyes showed a hint of surprise. Si Xiaohong. Wenchao Sheng nodded lightly and smiled. This Kuhai County is really small. The two people Qiu Ziheng casually offended happened to be related to me. Just as the seventh master said, Cheng Feng's matter wasn't a big deal. It was just a matter of pride that could be endured. But what about Xiaohong? The seventh master wondered whether Qiu Ziheng would let Si Xiaohong go. I heard that night among many noble people, none helped Si Xiaohong speak to the Yuanyang building. Doesn't the seventh master understand the implications of this situation? Qiu Ziheng is deliberately creating an opportunity to take down Xiaohong. Having managed the 7-kill hall to its current state, even if the seventh master didn't understand. With Wenchao Sheng's hint, he should have grasped it. This debt couldn't be muddled over. It needed to be settled. Facing the silent seventh master, Wenchao Sheng poured himself a cup of wine, didn't drink, and handed it to the seventh master, saying, Seventh master, whether you genuinely want to be a peacemaker or wish to wait for a favorable price, I understand, but understanding doesn't mean I agree. You can negotiate conditions with me, but you cannot refuse me. In this cup of wine, the lives of hundreds from the 7-kill hall are at stake. It's your choice whether to pour it out. The seventh master looked at the wine offered by Wenchao Sheng, and his right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. He stiffly took it, and when he looked down, the cup only held half of the wine. The other half was filled with murderous intent. 2 more updates are on the way. Wait for them, and there will be good things for you. Chapter 88. Night Banquet. Could the seventh master refuse to drink this cup of wine? He couldn't, because when Wenchao Sheng held the cup out to him, Shui, who had been sitting beside him drinking, suddenly stopped. She held the wine bowl, her gaze perfectly aligned with the edge of the bowl, and the seventh master, being stared at by Shui, felt as if that line could appear at his neck at any moment, should she release her grip on the bowl. His slightly trembling hand finally took the wine cup that Wenchao Sheng handed over, but before drinking, he asked in a low voice, "Did you really kill those bodies that County Magistrate Chun had transported?" Seventh Master is very familiar with the situation in Kuhai County. Apart from the mysterious woman, A Shui, he cannot think of anyone else who could kill a master like Wu Jiao. Wenchao Sheng lightly tapped the table with his fingers and said, "Why rush to get to the bottom of things, Seventh Master? In due time, you will naturally know what you need to know." The old man was silent for a moment, raised his head, and downed the half glass of wine in front of him. After drinking, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and said, "Actually, when Chun Xiong asked me to arrange for someone to transport the body, I already knew things were getting complicated. Now that you are on this boat, it's hard to say whether the hundreds of brothers in the 7-kill hall will have a good end." A Shui, who had been silent, finally spoke. "How many people in the underworld can have a good end? If you really care about them, why not give them some money and let them leave the underworld directly? Wouldn't that be better?" A hint of embarrassment appeared on Seventh Master's face. "My brothers all have high ambitions. It's not easy to make them leave the underworld for a sum of money. Moreover, the 7-kill hall doesn't have much left in its accounts now." Since the matter was out in the open, Seventh Master no longer held back and recounted the oppression they had faced from the Salt Gang, as well as how they had become increasingly aggressive after Lu Jinshi's death, nearly cutting off the 7-kill hall's financial lifeline. After hearing this, Wenchao Sheng and the others realized that the former county magistrate Lu Jinshi had some obscure conflicts with the Salt Gang and Qiu Ziheng. Earlier, the Salt Gang had approached Qiu Ziheng, using their influence in Guanghan City to secretly exploit the people of Kuhai County, which caused Lu Jinshi, who did not benefit, to harbor resentment. Therefore, he engaged in some gray area authority and secretly supported the 7-kill hall, controlling a lake and a river in Kuhai County. As the 7-kill hall grew, and with Lu Jinshi's encouragement, the merchants from outside Kuhai County were half-forced to pay quite a hefty tax, leading to conflicts of interest with the Salt Gang, who had no choice but to use this route. However, Lu Jinshi was cunning and not easy to manipulate, skillfully maneuvering between the three parties. Now, with Lu Jinshi's sudden death, the 7-kill hall found itself caught in a pincer attack. Although they had not faced military retribution, their finances were in jeopardy. Clearly, both the Salt Gang and Qiu Ziheng, who were doing business in Kuhai County, knew that trying to take down the 7-kill hall by force would be troublesome unless they used the garrison in the county, which only the county magistrate could mobilize. However, using economic means to bring down the 7-kill hall would work just as well. After all, even the most skilled masters need to eat. Once the 7-kill hall lost its economic source, this large organization, which Lu Jinshi had helped to support, would naturally collapse. "Let's meet up. I have a lot on my plate, so while I'm not too busy these days, I'll first take care of things with Qiu Ziheng," Wenchao Sheng said. Seventh Master immediately sent someone to make arrangements, but after half an hour, the messenger returned to say that Qiu Ziheng was busy preparing for tonight's banquet at the Mandarin Duck Tower and had no time to meet Seventh Master, suggesting he find another time. Upon hearing this news, Seventh Master's expression darkened visibly. Wenchao Sheng, standing by, added, "Seventh Master has been invited to the Mandarin Duck Tower for dinner, and he doesn't even say a word?" Seventh Master's lips twitched, and he smiled without mirth. "Brother Chao Sheng, your sarcasm is spot on, but this time, Qiu Ziheng did not invite me. It seems he believes that the 7-kill hall is on the brink of collapse." Wenchao Sheng reached out and picked up some beef from the plate and placed it in Seventh Master's bowl, smiling. "Seventh Master, eating celery all the time is boring. Have some meat." Seventh Master looked at the beef in his bowl, pondered for a moment, and seemed to make a certain decision, his tone becoming much more resolute. "Brother Chao Sheng, what do you plan to do?" Wenchao Sheng put down his chopsticks and said, "Attend the banquet. Since Qiu Ziheng will be there tonight, and Chun Xiong will be there, the Salt Gang will certainly also be there. Since everyone is around, it saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Let us clear up the grudges all at once." Seventh Master nodded, knowing that tonight's banquet at the Mandarin Duck Tower would likely become a scene of carnage, but he had no choice. If this dragged on any longer, the 7-kill hall would eventually be dragged down by the Salt Gang and the Qiu family. After Wenchao Sheng and Shui left, several stewards of the 7-kill hall immediately entered the room that was used to receive distinguished guests, but upon entering, they only saw Seventh Master deeply focused on chewing the now-cold beef. After chewing for a long time, he put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. An old woman with a cane called out to seventh master, but he gestured for her to stop. Only after standing up did he say, "The weather is about to change." As he was leaving, he paused again and instructed, "Tell the chef that next time when making stir-fried beef with celery, remember to add more meat." Chapter 89. Let him eat. How many jars did you drink? On the way, Wenchao Sheng asked a shui. A shui thought for a moment and then shamelessly replied, "I forgot, probably drank 2 jars. Wenchao Sheng turned his head to look into a shui's eyes. But whether intentional or not, she adjusted her pace so that he could never see the windows to her soul. "So that means I still owe you 4 jars. Upon hearing this, a shui stopped and turned her face to look at Wenchao Sheng. This was 7th Master's treat. "What does it have to do with you? You still owe me 6 jars. If you play tricks, I'll beat you." Wenchao Sheng couldn't help but laugh at her serious demeanor. "Your injury has just healed a bit. Drinking like this, you won't even need to fight. It's possible your old injury could flare up again any day now." A shui sized up Wenchao Sheng, opened her mouth to ask something, but when the words reached her lips, she changed her mind. "Then just put it on the tab." After they walked a bit further, a shui suddenly said, "This isn't the way back. Are you going to find Cheng Feng?" Wenchao Sheng replied, "Of course. Tonight's banquet is meant to settle old scores. This grudge started because of him, so it should end with him." A shui frowned. "Are you going to see blood tonight?" Wenchao Sheng shook his head, his gaze passing through the crowd, looking towards the end of the distant street. "There are too many people. Seeing blood would be hard to wrap up." A shui crossed her arms and said lightly, "Those connected to the official circles are the most troublesome. If you kill him, you will bring yourself big trouble, but if you don't kill him, he will also retaliate against you after tonight." Wenchao Sheng shook his head again, but did not respond to this issue. A shui glanced at him and suddenly changed the subject. "So, she is very important to you?" Wenchao Sheng came back to his senses, instinctively thinking she was referring to Cheng Feng, and nodded, "Of course." A shui raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with subtle sarcasm. "I seem to remember someone saying last time that you were just ordinary friends." Wenchao Sheng replied, "Ordinary friends can also develop deeper connections." A shui withdrew her gaze and walked ahead. "It's a pity. The girl has heart isn't on you, and the gifts she gives are all for others." Wenchao Sheng was taken aback by this remark, then laughed. "Oh, I thought you were talking about Cheng Feng. Turns out you were talking about Xiaohong." A shui, who was walking ahead, paused for a moment and then immediately said, "Of course, I was talking about Cheng Feng." Wenchao Sheng quickened his pace to catch up with her. "But you just clearly said girl." A shui's tone carried a hint of anger. "I misspoke because I was drunk." Wenchao Sheng directly exposed her lie without hesitation. "But you just said you only drank 2 jars of wine, which is not your usual capacity." A shui fell silent for a moment. "Actually, I drank 4 jars. Wenchao Sheng questioned her tone. "4 jars and you're drunk?" A shui felt a bit suffocated by the question, her response becoming vague. "Anyway, I haven't drunk for a few days, and maybe my body hasn't fully adapted." Fortunately, this issue did not linger for too long as the two had already arrived at Cheng Feng's door. Seeing that Wenchao Sheng's attention had shifted to Cheng Feng, a shui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After meeting Cheng Feng, Wenchao Sheng invited him to the dinner at the Yuanyang building that night. However, Cheng Feng rejected it very decisively. "I can't go. They didn't invite me. Besides, after that last incident, I believe Qiu Ziheng must hate me to the bone. He would rather I die immediately. How could he allow me to appear at the banquet?" Wenchao Sheng sat in the courtyard, took a sip of tea, and said to Cheng Feng, "It's not him inviting you. It's me inviting you." Cheng Feng was stunned, and before he could respond, he heard Wenchao Sheng continue, "And if you don't go tonight, if he makes things difficult for Xiaohong again, who will help her?" Cheng Feng bowed his head and remained silent for a long time, self-mockingly saying, "I often hear people in the Jianghu say that scholars are useless. I used to think they were just being jealous, never taking it to heart, but now I deeply realize my own incompetence. After 10 years of hard study, I've filled my mind with useless knowledge, but I can't govern a country or eliminate evil. What else could that be but being utterly useless?" Wenchao Sheng replied, "You're wrong. Last time you recited poetry while drunk, didn't you help Xiaohong avert disaster?" Cheng Feng sighed. "What use is that? It's only a temporary fix. If the soft approach doesn't work, they can still use force. I'm powerless. I'm afraid that even if I risk my life tonight, I won't be able to help her." Wenchao Sheng said, "But I can help you tonight." Cheng Feng hesitated for a moment, then looked at Wenchao Sheng with a very complicated expression and shook his head. "Brother Chao Sheng, I advise you not to act impulsively. I'm already grateful for your willingness to help me deal with those troublemakers. But Qiu Ziheng is completely different from those thugs. If you anger him, you will be in big trouble. Wenchao Sheng seemed unfazed by this and calmly said, "Before I met you, I was already in big trouble. And I am very sure that Qiu Ziheng's troubles are far less than mine. In the past, when you were bullied, you said you were powerless to resist and accepted it, and I understood you. But now that someone is willing to stand up for you, you still hesitate and want to be a turtle hiding its head. I don't understand. Cheng Feng, I just don't want to bring trouble to my friends." Wenchao Sheng pointed at him. "Quit being so wishy-washy. I really can't stand this kind of scholar. If Qiu Ziheng doesn't hit you, I want to hit you. Are you going or not? Answer me." Seeing that Wenchao Sheng was determined, Cheng Feng had no choice but to say, "All right, I'll go." Wenchao Sheng stood up, grabbed his shoulder, and smiled. "At sunset tonight, I'll wait for you at the door of the Yuanyang building. Don't let me down." Additionally, as he spoke, he pointed at the pile of decaying mouse corpses at the door. Cheng Feng had not cleaned them up because he knew that even if he cleaned them, the mouse corpses would soon reappear. "Bring two with you. I have use for them." Cheng Feng looked at the door, somewhat confused. "Brother Chao Sheng, what do you need these dead mice for?" Wenchao Sheng replied succinctly and forcefully, "To feed him." Chapter 90. The Snowy Night Banquet. The banquet at the Yuanyang building. Outside the window, fine snow was falling, and a gentle breeze sounded like bells. This light snow seemed to arrive just in time, neither too cold nor too warm, adding a unique ambience to the brightly lit hall filled with guests. The lively sounds of fireworks contrasted with the solitude of the outside world, making the hall feel even warmer. The guests were laughing and toasting, and many gazes drifted towards the Qin stage in the hall, waiting for the only Qin player in Kuhai County to take the stage. In a corner of the hall, a young man dressed like a scholar asked his elder beside him, "Uncle, is this banquet set up by young Master Qiu specifically for that Qin girl named Si Xiaohong?" His uncle gently stroked his beard and replied, "Of course. Who else could it be? We are able to eat, drink, and have fun at this banquet today and see so many important figures in the county. All thanks to that Qin girl. When everyone gets a bit tipsy later, you should come with me to toast each one, get familiar with them. If some important people remember you, it might just be your future opportunity." The young scholar hesitated for a moment, leaned in closer, and lowered his voice. "Uncle, I observe that although the Qin player is lovely, she is quite young and doesn't have any outstanding features. If young Master Qiu wanted someone, wouldn't he the beauties in the county line up to offer themselves? Why spend so much money for a courtesan?" The middle-aged man smiled faintly and drank from his cup. "You are too young and don't understand these things. In this world, things that are rare are often more valuable. Si Xiaohong's beauty indeed doesn't rank high in Kuhai County or even in the Yuanyang building. She is too innocent, lacking that seductive charm. But you must understand, she is the only Qin player in our Kuhai County. Just this point alone is enough to make her worth far more than other courtesans." Upon hearing this, the young scholar lowered his head, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the inner hall, the plump Song Chun Nan personally styled Si Xiaohong's hair in front of a copper mirror, applying the most expensive lipstick bought from the Yuanyang building, and finally silently led her to the backstage of the Qin stage. As Si Xiaohong was about to pull aside the curtain to take the stage, she found that Song Chun Nan was holding her hand tightly. She turned to look at Song Chun Nan and saw only apology and guilt in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Xiaohong." Song Chun Nan's voice was bitter. Si Xiaohong turned around, gently stroking the back of Song Chun Nan's hand with her other hand, and said crisply, "Mom, what are you saying? My life was given by you. If tonight I caused trouble for the Yuanyang building and the sisters because of my own reasons, that's what I should feel guilty about for a lifetime. Isn't gratitude and repaying kindness the principle you've always taught me? It's okay, Mom." Song Chun Nan treated every girl in the Yuanyang building well. Therefore, she understood their true thoughts very well. If the beauties Qing Qi and Hong Mei in the Yuanyang building were targeted by Qiu Ziheng, she would not only not be sad, but would also congratulate them, as their lifelong dream was to marry a rich merchant. But Si Xiaohong was different. She performed arts without selling her body and had a natural talent for music. After a few years, she might have a brighter future. If she were ruined by someone like Qiu Ziheng, her life would be destroyed. But although Song Chun Nan knew this, she couldn't afford to offend him. In the past, because Lu Jingshi and Qiu Ziheng were at odds. Even if Qiu Ziheng genuinely wanted to coerce the girls in the Yuanyang Tower to do something, she could secretly offer some valuables, work things out, and find a suitable foothold with Lu Jingshi's help. But now, she wanted to seek help from the newly appointed county magistrate, Chun Qiong. Yet before she was ready with the valuables, the girl informed her that Chun Xiong had also been invited tonight. Upon hearing this news, Song Chenan immediately thought that Xiao Ziheng, having suffered greatly because of Lu Jingshi, had first bribed Chun Xiong as soon as the new county magistrate took office. This time, there was nothing left in Kuhai County to stop him. Si Xiaohong gently withdrew her hand from Song Chenan's grasp, knowing that he truly cared for her. And because of that, she could not hide tonight. She had to go. Once on stage, with all eyes on her, Si Xiaohong couldn't help but feel nervous. Although she had experienced such scenes many times before. However, her heart would race each time. When Chaos Han had once told her that this was due to her social anxiety. Yet, this tension dissipated like a tide as her fingers touched the strings of the guqin. Her youthful fingertips danced, and the soothing sound of the guqin immediately filled the space, seemingly calming the guests, making their raucous drinking cheers much quieter. Many pairs of eyes were continuously sizing her up, among which the most piercing and sharp gaze belonged to the drinking Xiao Ziheng. Just half a quarter of an hour after the music began, a woman serving in the brothel approached Xiao Ziheng, taking a piece of calligraphy from his hand. The writing was flamboyant, neither bad nor particularly good. Young Master Qiu gifts the guqin player Si Xiaohong a line. Big pearls and small pearls fall on the jade plate. The woman read aloud, her voice booming, and after finishing, she placed the calligraphy gently by Si Xiaohong's guqin. Si Xiaohong's expression stiffened, but she still pursed her lips and nodded in thanks to Qiu Ziheng. Thank you, young Master Qiu, for the calligraphy. This line came from the Pipa song, which did not describe the music of the guqin, yet Qiu Ziheng, who pretended to be a scholar, had only a little knowledge, and it was unlikely he could come up with even half a couplet without the help of wine. Even so, someone in the audience erupted in applause, shouting loudly, "Good words. Truly good words." As expected of young Master Qiu, with a wealth of knowledge and a heart full of poetry. If it were someone like me, I wouldn't be able to come up with even a fart. The other guests echoed, "That's right. Young Master Qiu not only has great literary talent, but even this calligraphy is a rare gem of our time. Big pearls and small pearls falling on the jade plate. I am overwhelmed." Faced with the sycophantic praise from the crowd, Qiu Ziheng was quite pleased, smiling as he raised his cup in salute. Though his face expressed that it was nothing, his triumphant gaze had already betrayed him. The atmosphere was ignited, and everyone began to flatter him, fearing that if they were slow in their compliments, they would fall out of favor with Qiu Ziheng. They praised everything from his meager talent to his uncle's position in Guanghan City, and finally boasted about the bright future awaiting him. For a moment, the hall was filled with animated chatter, and a man, rosy with drink and stout of belly, who seemed to be a local official, held two girls on either side, his jade ring shining brightly. He shouted, "Let me tell you, with young Master Qiu's family background and talent, who knows which girls will benefit from him in the future? Anyone lucky enough to be with young Master Qiu is truly blessed." As his words fell, everyone chimed in again. Qiu Ziheng wore a broad smile, looking proudly at the quiet Si Xiaohong playing the guqin, who remained serene and did not respond to him even once. Gradually, Qiu Ziheng could no longer contain himself and raised his hand, pulling out a rare gift from his bosom. The serving girl hurriedly came over to take the gift and announced loudly in the center of the hall. Young Master Qiu gifts the guqin player Si Xiaohong a small brocade pouch inlaid with gold and jade. Chapter 91. Confrontation. Qiu Ziheng had prepared abundantly today. In order to win a smile from Si Xiaohong, he sent someone to deliver a gift to her every 15 minutes, and each item was not cheap. Before long, these gifts piled up high around Si Xiaohong's guqin stand, dazzling the other girls in the hall. Guests took turns to cheer, and when they saw that Qiu Ziheng's gifts were nearly done, a sharp-eyed, burly man suddenly put down his wine cup and loudly addressed the silent Si Xiaohong at the guqin. "Xiaohong, I'm not saying anything, but the rewards young Master Qiu is giving you tonight, an ordinary person wouldn't earn in over a decade, right? It's so dull just playing the guqin all the time. Why not think of how to repay young Master Qiu?" Si Xiaohong's playing paused, her 10 fingers stiffening in place, and the music in the hall came to an abrupt stop. In this tense atmosphere, Qiu Ziheng pretended to be half drunk, waving his hand and laughing. "What else with this small money? It's all about mutual consent in matters of pleasure, no need to discuss it." Though he said this, his gaze remained fixed on Si Xiaohong, especially on her lips, which glowed enticingly under the candlelight. Si Xiaohong was not blind. How could she not feel his scrutiny? Remembering her sisters at the Yuanyang Tower and Mama Song, She took a deep breath and forced a stiff smile. Young Master Chiu is being so generous today. Xiaohong has no way to repay. Xiaohong only knows how to play the guqin and is unfamiliar with worldly affairs, so how to repay? Today, Xiaohong will follow young Master Chiu's instructions. As soon as she said this, a burst of laughter erupted in the hall. Qiu Ziheng waved his hand, and the laughter quickly faded. He raised his cup to his lips and drank deeply, fixing his gaze on Si Xiaohong. Is that true? Just as Si Xiaohong was about to speak, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The tightly closed door of the hall was suddenly kicked open, and the deafening bang, along with the snowy wind outside, rushed in. A few crystalline snowflakes that fell inside melted just in time to be crushed underfoot. The crowd turned in surprise, staring at the door, where an unfamiliar, skinny young man appeared, accompanied by a man and a woman. He had snow on his shoulders, scanned the crowd, and said indifferently, "Who is Qiu Ziheng? Step forward to settle accounts." Qiu Ziheng glanced at Wenchao Han, not recognizing him. But when his gaze landed on Cheng Feng beside Wenchao Han, his brows immediately furrowed, and the drunken look in his eyes cleared, revealing a blatant disgust and hatred. How bold! Where did this wild dog come from? Daring to be reckless here, do you want to die? Do you know who was present at the night banquet? Before Qiu Ziheng could speak, the surrounding guests were already eager to protect their master, standing up excitedly, waving their sleeves in anger, ready to tear Wenchao Han apart. Today, Chun Xiong's appearance at the banquet had already indicated many things to them. The most likely scenario was that this newly appointed county magistrate, unfamiliar with the area, had been bribed or even controlled by Qiu Ziheng. If that were the case, Qiu Ziheng would become the absolute local emperor of Kuhai County. Now was the perfect time for them to pledge their loyalty to this local emperor. Someone stepped up, even though there weren't many martial artists among them. The momentum grew stronger, and they appeared ready to swallow Wenchao Han alive. Looking at the aggressive crowd, Wenchao Han remained expressionless, not taking a step back. As the crowd gathered, an old voice suddenly emerged from the snowy night behind Wenchao Sheng. It's unfair for many to bully the few. With the appearance of this voice, a strange killing intent filled the hall. The next moment, a group of armed martial artists surged in from the entrance. Even before they made a move, the bone-chilling cold emanating from them forced back the pampered crowd in front of Wenchao Sheng. As the killing intent spread, most of the people in the hall turned cold and looked anxiously at the seventh master entering the hall. Don't be arrogant, you old fool. Lord Chun is still sitting here. How dare you bring weapons into the Yuanyang Tower? Tired of living? Inside the hall, someone noticed Lord Chun drinking quietly and felt slightly reassured, glaring angrily at the seventh master. At this moment, Qiu Ziheng also stood up slowly from his seat with a jug of wine, swaying as he walked to the center of the hall, coldly addressing the seventh master. Old Qin, I don't remember inviting you to tonight's banquet. The seventh master raised his white eyebrows. The Yuanyang Tower is a place of pleasure, not owned by you. Do I need your permission to come here for fun? Qiu Ziheng narrowed his eyes, looking at Old Qin, suddenly laughing. Old Qin, I see that you're really going backward as you age. I shouldn't have shown you any mercy, otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to jump around in front of me like a grasshopper today. Old Qin sneered. Any mercy? Ridiculous. If you had any mercy towards the Seven Kills Hall, I wouldn't be here. As soon as Lu Jin left, you couldn't wait to join forces with the Salt Gang to cut off the Seven Kills Hall's financial lifeline. You really leave no way out for your brothers. As soon as he finished speaking, Wenchao Sheng spoke up. There's no time for nostalgia. Ladies present, return to the back courtyard. Those people, beat them up and throw them out. They are an eyesore. Qiu Ziheng stays behind. I have some accounts to settle with him. Make it quick. Upon hearing this, Old Qin no longer engaged in verbal sparring with Qiu Ziheng. He waved his hand, and instantly, chaos erupted in the hall. Screams and the sound of breaking porcelain filled the air, soon followed by the wails of the injured. Seeing that the fight had truly started, Qiu Ziheng stared wide-eyed, momentarily stunned, and immediately turned to Lord Chun, shouting, County Magistrate Chun, this is your territory. Aren't you going to do something? Facing the chaos around him, Chun Xiong remained indifferent, as if he saw nothing, silently filling his cup, and then amidst the crowd, slowly raised his glass in salute to Qiu Ziheng. Under the shocked gaze of the latter, he drank it all by himself. Good wine, he murmured to himself. Chapter 92. Settling accounts in the face of the fierce conflict occurring in the Yuanyang Tower, Chun Xiong, as the county magistrate of Kuhai County, should have stepped in to stop it. The Yuanyang Tower conducted legitimate business in Kuhai County, hosting esteemed guests. And now allowing a group of armed ruffians to rampage inside was a significant blow to his reputation as a magistrate. Yet, Chun Xiong remained unmoved by the situation. He neither spoke up for anyone nor left to summon the officials to quell the chaos, simply sitting quietly, coldly watching and drinking. In the confusion, the ladies were sent out of the hall one by one. Standing on the Qin platform, Si Xiaohong watched the chaotic battle. Although no one was killed, she understood the seriousness of the situation, biting her lip as she looked at Wenchao Sheng and the others. The latter gave her a look and waved his hand, signaling her to leave quickly. Today's events had nothing to do with her. Si Xiaohong, wise beyond her years, obediently turned to leave even though her heart was ablaze. The current chaos was beyond what a mere musician could quell. The Seven Kills Hall does not harbor idlers. Although the martial artists under the seventh master were not particularly strong, merely second or third rate, they were very decisive in their actions. Under the seventh master's orders, it wasn't long before the guests who had been warmly invited by Qiu Ziheng were beaten up like pigs and thrown out, crying for help. At first, some people threatened, but after being caught and dragged back for another beating, they quickly became obedient. Several middle-aged men were thrown outside, battered and bruised, with a few teeth missing. These men were from the Salt Gang, somewhat strong and trained in martial arts, but no match for the Seven Kills Hall's fighters in terms of numbers or strength. They resisted for a moment, but were beaten even harder. Outside, the cold wind was howling, and the snow was swirling chaotically. As the last guest was politely sent out, Wenchao Sheng turned around to close the door tightly. Next, he secured the windows. Finally, only Wenchao Sheng, the three of them, Chun Xiong drinking alone, and a few elite members of the Seven Kills Hall remained in the hall. Wenchao Sheng approached the restrained Qiu Ziheng, gazing at him calmly. Perhaps due to their personal enmity, Qiu Ziheng had taken a few punches and kicks, his eyes swollen and blood trickling from his mouth and nose. He still glared at Wenchao Sheng, saying, "Do you know who you have offended?" Wenchao Sheng turned and beckoned to Cheng Feng, taking a snakeskin bag from him, and casually replied, "Who?" Qiu Ziheng used all his strength to unleash a murderous glare, sternly saying, "Kid, listen up. The one you've offended is." As he said this, he spoke with great intensity, as if to vent all his inner anger and humiliation back at Wenchao Sheng tenfold, 100-fold. This led to Qiu Ziheng's voice becoming especially hysterical, his mouth opening and closing wide. So, halfway through his words, Wenchao Sheng pulled out an item from the snakeskin bag and precisely stuffed it into his mouth, blocking his throat. Qiu Ziheng could not accurately describe the sensation. Before the taste even reached his nostrils, the terrifying feeling in his throat had already warned him that something was very wrong. Soon, as the strong stench of decay filled every part of his chest and abdomen, Qiu Ziheng's eyes bulged, his stomach churning, but with his throat blocked, he couldn't throw up. At that moment, the sky seemed to fall for him. Tasty, right? Cheng Feng has been eating it for months. Now you can try it too. Wenchao Sheng, disregarding his disgust, kept pushing the extremely hard, frozen corpse of a rotten rat into Qiu Ziheng's neck until the latter started rolling his eyes, his face turning purple. Only then did he pull the rat out of Qiu Ziheng's throat. As the rat's body was removed, Qiu Ziheng barely had time to gasp for fresh air before he began to vomit violently. This scene made everyone present frown. There are many forms of punishment in the Qi state for torturing criminals, but they had never seen anything as disgusting as this. Qiu Ziheng vomited for a long time until he finally caught his breath. Only then did Wenchao Sheng speak. Moreover, is it too shameless to use your own power and wealth to coerce a kind girl into submission? Kuhai County has been desolate for so many years, and it's not easy to have a famous Qin player. You ruined her, and you feel no guilt? Qiu Ziheng's mouth dripped with mucus from his throat, his neck veins bulging as he stared fiercely at Wenchao Sheng. What does it have to do with you? To follow me is her honor, the money I gave her. How many people in Kuhai County would never earn in a lifetime? What are you even? Wenchao Sheng frowned slightly and said, "But she is unwilling." As he spoke, he turned to the not-so-far-off Chun Xiong who was drinking alone and asked, "Lord Chun, does this behavior count as a crime?" Chun Xiong replied firmly and succinctly, "It does." Upon hearing this, Qiu Ziheng slowly tilted his head in disbelief, and after staring at Chun Xiong for a moment, he finally reacted and cursed. "Chun Xiong, you bastard, are you in cahoots with them?" Chun Xiong frowned, put down the wine glass that was lifted to his lips, and said in a slightly tipsy tone, "Insulting court officials and despising the law is a crime that adds to the punishment. Once you settle your accounts, he has to come back to the yamen with me." I will settle the accounts with him again. Qiu Zihang's eyes widened, staring at Chun Xiong, whose smile didn't reach his eyes, the corners of his eyes nearly splitting. Chun Xiong, hidden behind the wine glass, had a subtle smile in his eyes, as if to say, I've got you. What can you do about it? Chun Xiong, you dare not touch me. You are just a small county magistrate in a tiny area. Go ask around what relationship my second uncle has with the city guarding Guanghan City. Dare to touch a hair on me, and I assure you, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Chapter 93. Arrangements facing Qiu Zihang's brazen threats. Chun Xiong showed no reaction. He had been in contact with Wenchao Sheng for a while and knew that this guy was meticulous. With such a big event happening tonight, he wouldn't leave himself without a backup plan. In fact, he wanted to see how Wenchao Sheng would handle the threat from Guanghan City. As for whether anyone present wanted to kill Qiu Zihang, that was not the case. Wenchao Sheng came to find Qiu Zihang tonight for two reasons. First, to settle personal grudges. Second, to help Qin Laoqi establish authority in Kuhai County, facilitating his future growth. He certainly didn't genuinely want Qiu Zihang's life, with so many eyes watching tonight. Whether someone dies or not is a matter of two different natures. If Qiu Zihang is alive, tonight's news won't spread wildly, at most. It will be considered a personal grudge in the underworld, a minor scuffle. The local gentry in Kuhai County were mostly waiting to see Qiu Zihang's reaction and how he would retaliate. If the news were to reach Guanghan City, it would be Qiu Zihang himself seeking help from his second uncle, and Wenchao Sheng still had ways to deal with it. But if Qiu Zihang didn't walk out of the Yuanyang building alive, that would be a different story. Such explosive news, once it spreads and ferments, would inevitably reach Guanghan City in various ways. By that time, both sides would face unimaginable pressure, whether it was the Seven Kills Hall or Chun Xiong. Wenchao Sheng always left himself a way out, and wouldn't push himself into a dead end. However, Qiu Zihang's arrogance didn't last long either. Because Wenchao Sheng had already pulled out his new hatchet from behind his waist, the shining blade, under the candlelight, was particularly striking. He gestured with the hatchet towards Qiu Zihang and said, if Cheng Feng hadn't encountered me, he would have frozen to death in this snow by now. You are so ruthless, tearing down someone's door, finding thugs to bully him every day, violently and illegally extorting money, leaving him no way to survive at all. Qiu Zihang seemed to have also anticipated that the other party wouldn't really dare to do anything to him, and he grinned. Kid, no matter who you are, you have to speak with evidence. With nothing but your mouths, do you think you can slander me? I want to see what you can do to me today. Before he could finish his sentence, the hatchet in Wenchao Sheng's hand had already come down, just like when he dealt with the thugs in Cheng Feng's yard. It struck true, severing one of his fingers. Qiu Zihang let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Wenchao Sheng shook the blood off the hatchet and said to him, I'm also in the underworld. Do you think I'm an official? You still need evidence to deal with you? Let me tell you, this finger is just the beginning. If you cause trouble again, every time I see you, I'll chop off a finger. Once your fingers are gone, I'll chop off your. You understand? Qiu Zihang no longer had the bravado. He realized that the person in front of him seemed like a madman, and his threats had no effect on him. Since ancient times, those who are reckless fear the insane, and the insane fear those who are desperate. Wenchao Sheng's actions, in Qiu Zihang's eyes, belonged to that type of person who would rather sacrifice their entire future for a moment of venting. If he continued to challenge such a person, he might really die. The sharp pain from his finger filled him with fear. He was not a desperate person in the underworld. His previous arrogance was merely because he thought no one would dare to really touch him. Now that he had seen blood, his head lowered faster than anyone else. Hero, please have mercy, please have mercy. I didn't recognize the great mountain earlier. While in pain, he repeatedly apologized to Wenchao Sheng, who said to him, go bow to brother Ching Feng. Upon hearing this, Qiu Zihang's face stiffened. Just as he hesitated, the hatchet in Wenchao Sheng's hand came down again, accurately striking between his fingers, causing Qiu Zihang to shudder all over. He immediately crawled over to Cheng Feng and knocked his head 3 times in succession. As he buried his head, the resentment and anger in Qiu Zihang's eyes were tightly bound. He kept telling himself that he must get back 100-fold for today. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Big hero, is it enough now? I know I was wrong. After Qiu Zihang bowed to Cheng Feng, he wore a smile that was uglier than crying. Wenchao Sheng grabbed his hair and asked, do you remember what I told you earlier? Qiu Zihang covered his bleeding left finger and nodded repeatedly. I remember. I will go back and definitely change my ways, I promise. Wenchao Sheng looked into his eyes, and after a moment smiled and said, "Good, you can go. Remember to be a good person." Qin Laoqi seemed a bit worried. He looked at Wenchao Sheng, and, after Qiu Ziheng left with his severed finger, he frowned and said to Wenchao Sheng, "Letting the tiger return to the mountain, I fear it will bring endless troubles in the future." Wenchao Sheng walked up to the Qin platform, pushed aside the various gifts, and took a look at the calligraphy at the bottom. He said without looking back, "Qiu Ziheng cannot be killed, at least not now. If we don't kill him, he can complain alone, and we can handle it. If we kill him, the news will spread everywhere, all the way to Guanghan City, and when that happens, trouble will come." After rolling up the calligraphy, he turned around and said, "Now, everyone in the room is a community of interests. We have no way out. For our own sake, everyone must do their best in the next arrangements I make. Of course, if you have better ideas in the future, feel free to bring them up for collective wisdom." After saying that, he looked at Seven Yi and said, "Qiu Ziheng will not let it go easily. The current county magistrate does not stand on his side in Kuhai County, and he cannot take revenge or deal with the 7 Kills Hall. Therefore, he will definitely find a way to seek help from his second uncle Qiu Yufeng, who will be responsible for relaying information, either through a messenger or the Salt Gang's merchant fleet. Messengers who eat a bowl of official food shouldn't be meddled with by the underworld. It will leave hidden dangers. This part will be handled by County Magistrate Chun. As for the Salt Gang's merchant fleet, Lu Jin has already established a network for us. The County Magistrate just needs to continue using it, so you can continue to handle the collection of merchant road taxes. And take this opportunity to thoroughly investigate the Salt Gang's merchant fleet. They are not convinced and will directly resort to violence. If necessary, blood may be shed." Upon hearing this, Qin Laoqi glanced at Chun Xiong, who remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Wenchao Sheng's instructions. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The Salt Gang is not a small force. If we truly offend them too severely." At this point, Chun Xiong spoke up. "Although the Salt Gang is large, there are many factions in the world, and they cannot manage their internal affairs completely. Members of the Salt Gang in different regions collude with local powers to make dirty money, which makes them notorious. Usually, everyone turns a blind eye as long as their core interests are not touched. No one would stick their neck out for a few border trade personnel. If they really had the capability, they wouldn't need to pay such a price to collude with Qiu Ziheng. To put it bluntly, they are just a bunch of small-time thugs relying on the might of others. Even if there is really someone behind them calling the shots, they wouldn't be that formidable." Wenchao Sheng nodded. "That's right, Seventh Master. We must distinguish between priorities. Offending the Salt Gang is a small matter, but if news reaches Guanghan City, it would be serious." Qin Laoqi sighed, his brows furrowed with worry. "But paper cannot contain fire forever. How long can we hide this?" Wenchao Sheng said, "It's only 100 miles from Guanghan City to Kuhai County. If we have a fast horse, we can make the round trip in less than half a day. You two should do as I say. If this secret does not get exposed within 3 to 5 days, then we can keep it hidden." He raised the note he held that read big pearls and small pearls fall on the jade plate, looking at Chung Feng with a malicious smile. "Also, if you find any letters sent by Qiu Ziheng, remember to pass them to me. I have other uses for them. Happy New Year's Eve. Happy New Year. Love you guys, haha. Wishing everyone a prosperous new year." Chapter 94. Disposing of a body compared to other guests who fled in disgrace. The members of the Salt Gang seemed to have some sense of loyalty. They did not immediately leave in shame, but waited outside. And as soon as Qiu Ziheng stumbled out, they rushed up to inquire about his condition. They were all in the same boat. Qiu Ziheng was their benefactor, and they relied on him for their livelihood, so it was only reasonable that they wouldn't run away now. Seeing a few others who had also been badly beaten waiting for him outside, Qiu Ziheng's grim expression eased somewhat, but the sharp pain in his fingers showed no signs of relief. If he had reached the peak of blood and energy cultivation, such a recently severed limb, as long as it was not the head or lower body, could be sewn back on and would eventually heal with the nourishment of blood energy. However, Qiu Ziheng lived a life of too much comfort and indulgence. Usually, he either fought roosters or indulged in pleasures at brothels, leaving him no time to cultivate. Given the current medical practices in the county, his severed finger could not be reattached. The thought of losing a finger he had used for many years filled Qiu Ziheng with sorrow, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "The humiliation of tonight will be repaid 100-fold in the future. I must let these snakes and rats of the martial world see who the true power in this county is." Under the cold moonlight and falling snow, Several members of the Salt Gang escorted Qiu Ziheng back to his residence. Feeling slightly relieved knowing that those who had dared to storm the Yuanyang Tower were still few in number and had not actually killed him. Given the relationship between Qiu Ziheng's uncle and the city guard of Guanghan City, if blood were to be shed, it would likely cause a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Yuanyang Tower began to clean up the scene. Chun Xiong did not say much to Qin Laoqi, only giving him a meaningful glance before leaving. On the way back, a Shui suddenly said, "You don't seem like the refugee from the broken temple anymore." When Wenchao Sheng asked, "What was I like back then?" a Shui thought for a moment. "You were very timid. Asking you to help me investigate a case nearly scared you to death. But you were also very brave. That night when the snow was knee-deep, I didn't think you'd really dare to go with me, let alone wield a knife to kill." When Wenchao Sheng corrected her, "It was a sword." A Shui looked at him disdainfully. "You haven't practiced for long and you're already nitpicking." When Wenchao Sheng replied, "No, I'm afraid you really won't remember. Especially since you even called Chengfeng a girl." A Shui retorted angrily, "I was drunk." When Wenchao Sheng looked at her seriously, "Then drink less in the future. For instance, how about reducing the 6 jars I owe you to 3? A Shui clenched her fists and replied earnestly, "Do you want to get beaten?" When Wenchao Sheng smiled awkwardly, changing the subject to evade a Shui's threatening gaze. "What was in the past is in the past. What matters now is the present. To be honest, you are the least qualified to judge me. I entered this world because of you, and now that I have no way out. If I continue to act timidly like before, I will truly be doomed. The people from Wangchuan will not spare me, Lu Chuan will not spare me, and Chun Xiong will not spare me. Even the falling snow from the sky could take my life." When a person is in a different situation, they naturally have to make different choices. A Shui looked up, lost in thought as she watched the snow falling from the sky, as if she had returned to some moment in the past. After a while, she suddenly asked, "Do you still remember your original intention?" When Wenchao Sheng shook his head, "I admire those who can maintain their original intentions. I think those people are stubborn, just like pebbles at the bottom of the water, washed by currents for tens of millions of years and still remain the same. But for me, there is no such thing as an original intention." A Shui asked, "Why?" When Wenchao Sheng replied, "Because I only live in the present." The two returned to their residence. A Shui went to boil water for washing feet, while Wenchao Sheng continued to practice writing under the bright moonlight on the bluestone slabs. After practicing for a while, he picked up a sword to practice amidst the falling snow, perhaps because a Shui felt guilty about his words. She did not take the opportunity to extract money from Wenchao Sheng's meager wallet while helping him recall certain points today. After washing up, she went to rest in the room while Wenchao Sheng continued to practice writing in the snow until it began to fall heavily. A tall, dark figure then appeared outside Wenchao Sheng's courtyard. He coughed once and pushed the door open. It was Bai Lang from the 7-Kill Hall. "Brother Chao Sheng, how should we handle Wu Jiu's body tonight?" Wenchao Sheng sheathed his sword and said, "Move it out, exit through the south gate, and dump it in that dilapidated temple a mile away." Bai Lang bagged Wu Jiu's body and then asked with confusion, "Won't tossing it there be discovered?" Wenchao Sheng smiled and did not answer, waving his hand. "Go, go, go." Seeing this, Bai Lang did not dare to ask more and dragged the body away. After he left, Wenchao Sheng also sheathed his sword, returned to his room, and sat on the ground near the stove, placing his somewhat cold hands over the fire pot to warm himself with the dwindling heat. A Shui, sitting cross-legged on the bed, asked, "How can you be so sure that the body thrown into the dilapidated temple will definitely be discovered?" When Wenchao Sheng shook his head, "I am not sure. The members of the Bai Long Wei won't easily show up outside Kuhai County. This place is too remote. What would a group of people working for important figures in the palace come here for?" After thinking for a bit, "It all comes down to the matter between you and Lu Jinshi. Initially, I thought they must be looking for you, and the person you killed that night already indicated their intentions. But now I'm uncertain because you have been in the city for so long, and they haven't made any moves. It's been a long time since I entered the city. The White Dragon Guard must have encountered some resistance or are trying to do something, fearing to alert the enemy. However, if they can't operate within the county and can't do anything outside either, there's no need to pull them into the game. If they can't even find such an obvious corpse, their capabilities are too poor, and they might end up hurting themselves. Today, I'll update once and take a break for a day. I'll try to update earlier tomorrow." Chapter 95, Surveillance in a secluded courtyard somewhere in the county. Lu Chuan and his two companions quietly enjoyed hot pot under a huge sheepskin umbrella. The bubbling red oil churned in the pot, and the old sheep personally delivered the sauce to Lu Chuan's hands. Sesame oil, green onions, minced garlic, ground peanuts, and fish mint. Unable to find oyster oil in Kuhai County, they used salt instead. As he stirred with chopsticks, Lu Chuan tasted the tip of his chopsticks, and the fragrance immediately spread wildly between his lips and teeth. Qianlu took off his black iron long blade and sat beside Lu Chuan. He picked up a piece of fresh beef tripe and put it into the boiling red oil to blanch, staring at the bubbling oil in a trance. Unknowingly becoming a wooden man, Lu Chuan took out his chopsticks, tapped Qianlu's chopsticks, and said, "Eating is eating. What are you thinking about?" When Qianlu came back to his senses, he had a piece of tripe that was overcooked to the point of resembling a shoe sole in his chopsticks. Slowly chewing it, and said, "I was thinking about how to deal with Chun Xiong. Aren't you worried, Mr. Lu? If the matter regarding the adult is leaked, it could lead to complications. In the royal city, that adult they spoke of has nurtured thousands of guests, all of whom possess special talents, including Lu Chuan. Aside from his own clever ideas, the family power of the Lu family is also an important factor. Although he himself has no cultivation, he has made many connections in the martial world and can navigate it quite well. Because of this, many unsavory matters in the hands of that adult in the royal city are managed by him. Qianlu is an assassin that Lu Chuan had dug out from the Forgetting River and introduced to that adult. His obedience to Lu Chuan is not only due to that adult's instructions, but also because he is grateful for Lu Chuan's kindness. Facing Qianlu's narrative, Lu Chuan put down his chopsticks and said, "Tomorrow, go find more people from the Forgetting River." Qianlu's gaze sharpened. "Are you preparing for a second raid, sir?" Lu Chuan waved his hand. Doing this again would be pointless. The other side will definitely be on guard, and judging from the last situation, that woman should be in good condition. Trying to kill them head-on would cause too much commotion. I want you to help me find people to keep an eye on them. This includes Chun Xiong, Wenchao Sheng, and those snakes and rats in Kuhai County. The focus is on Chun Xiong. Qianlu frowned and asked why. Lu Chuan smiled slightly and said, "I suspect Chun Xiong is deceiving me. He must have truly found some leads regarding that matter from Lu Jinshi, but Lu Jinshi is not foolish. Even if he left behind some backup, it wouldn't all be on himself or in his residence. The real clues are definitely well hidden, and Chun Xiong hasn't found them himself." Qianlu recalled the scene from his earlier meeting with Chun Xiong, unable to detect any clues, only feeling that Chun Xiong's aura was too strong, as if everything was under his control. "Mr. Lu, are you so certain?" I observed Chun Xiong, and he didn't seem to be lying. Moreover, regarding Su Yiji's note, Lu Chuan picked up his chopsticks again and started blanching fresh-cut beef, saying, "Su Yiji's matter is not a big deal. He is in the royal city, in the Langan Pavilion, where life and death are matters of a word from the adult. Moreover, after that incident was completed, Su Yiji was already under house arrest. You saw Chun Xiong's imposing manner earlier, since he had already laid everything bare, and there were only 3 people in the garden at that time. Wouldn't directly revealing that most dangerous secret be more intimidating? But he didn't. He merely brought out the insignificant thread of Su Yiji and left the rest for us to infer. Based on years of experience, I can almost be certain he is deceiving us." Upon hearing this, Qianlu's tone was filled with killing intent. If that's the case, now is the best opportunity to eliminate Chun Xiong. Seeing him about to get up, Lu Chuan immediately tapped the edge of the pot with his chopsticks. "Hey, what's the rush? Sit down." Qianlu was indeed very anxious. "Mr. Lu, opportunities are fleeting." Lu Chuan sighed and continued, "Simply targeting Chun Xiong is no longer useful. Earlier, I had Chun Xiong help me deal with that brat Wenchao Sheng. Chun Xiong surrounded Wenchao Sheng's house for 2 or 3 days, and finally put up a notice saying it was just a misunderstanding. Don't you feel something is off here?" Under Lu Chuan's hint, Qianlu quickly reacted, his eyes flashing. "Chun Xiong is colluding with that brat Wenchao Sheng?" Lu Chuan stirred the blanched beef in the dipping sauce and said softly, "It's probably not that simple. The more I think about that brat Wenchao Sheng, the more I feel he is unusual. Perhaps Chun Xiong's move has his involvement, and this brat is entangled with that woman worth 100,000 gold. It's troublesome. If we act directly, unless we can eliminate all 3 parties simultaneously, otherwise, moving against anyone will alert the enemy, and in the end, it could lead to a mutual destruction. Compared to a head-on confrontation, there is actually a better way to resolve this." Qianlu asked, "What method?" Lu Chuan swallowed a piece of beef drenched in sesame oil. "Pay attention to their movements and find the evidence left by Lu Jinshi that can threaten the adult before they do. Xiao Ziheng returned home after the incident, quickly bandaging his wounds. Looking at the blood seeping through the bandage, the excruciating pain in his fingers not only showed no signs of relief, but even intensified. He averted his gaze and, by the light of the candle on the table, caught sight of the cold, severed finger, his inner fury burning, almost incinerating everything in his sight. In this world, people often find it harder to understand the more they think. Having lived in Kuhai County for so many years, he had always bullied others. When had he ever been bullied like this? The 7-kill hall, a den of martial world pests, was about to be crushed by him. Yet tonight it jumped up and bit off one of his fingers. And that Chun Xiong. Chun Xiong was the most deserving of death. Everything that happened tonight, he could have prevented but chose to watch coldly. Wait. Amidst his anger, Xiao Ziheng recalled Chun Xiong's unusual behavior tonight, and his pupils contracted slightly. That's right. If it weren't for Chun Xiong's instigation, how would the snakes and rats of the 7-kill hall dare to brazenly enter the Yuanyang building with knives tonight? Could it be that everything was manipulated by Chun Xiong behind the scenes? The anger in Xiao Ziheng's eyes gradually cleared. He knew he couldn't openly confront a county magistrate. To take revenge on Chun Xiong and those who disrupted his plans tonight, he had to start with his second uncle. Only his second uncle could pressure Chun Xiong. Thinking of this, he had no time to rest, immediately calling for the servants in his house, bringing paper and pen, preparing ink, moving the oil lamp closer, and starting to write a letter. Looking at the words on the paper filled with anger and silent screams, a cold, fierce smile appeared on Xiao Ziheng's face. He thought he was quite lucky. Earlier in the Yuanyang building, Wenchao Sheng's knife had cut off his left thumb, not his right. If it had been his right thumb, he would have had to find someone to write for him. But the most inconvenient part of that would be proving his identity directly. Chun Xiong, Qisha Hall, is waiting for me. Chapter 96. The Boy in the Snow. When the sun rose, the wind and snow eased a bit. When Wenchao Sheng was chopping firewood, Lu Jiming asked him how his calligraphy practice was going recently. Wenchao Sheng looked at him in surprise and said, "How does Mr. Lu know I'm practicing calligraphy?" Lu Jiming turned around and pointed to the second floor, smiling. "You can see it from upstairs. What made you suddenly interested in practicing calligraphy?" Wenchao Sheng wasn't prepared to tell Lu Jiming about the trivial matters of the martial world. After all, he was someone who had retreated from it and didn't like trouble. So he said, "Actually, I've liked practicing it for a long time. I just didn't have the conditions to do so later. Now that I have a place to stay and food to eat, and I don't have to worry about making a living, I've picked up this small interest again." Lu Jiming nodded. Practicing calligraphy is good. It cultivates one's character. The more you practice, the more it will help you in your cultivation in the future. When Xiao Sheng thought of the difficulties he encountered in writing and asked Lu Jiming some questions, but the latter replied, "I can't help you with calligraphy. My writing is just average. Perhaps in the future, you can find some calligraphy masters to ask them for guidance. They can help you." At this point, he changed the subject and said, "Chao Sheng, I've brewed some new tea recently. When it cools down, you can give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, Wenchao Sheng's eyes lit up, recalling the experience from last time, and he quickly thanked Lu Jiming. Lu Jiming waved his hand, smiling. "This tea? Thousands of people drink it, and there are thousands of flavors. But very few can truly taste the flavor they want. I feel this way, and perhaps you do too." After pouring the water, he went out for a walk as usual. When Wenchao Sheng finished chopping wood, wiped his sweat, and went to the stone table next to the loquat tree. He poured himself a cup of cool tea, stared at the tea for a long time, and then tilted his head back to drink it. As the tea entered his stomach, it turned into snow water. Wenchao Sheng shivered, feeling cold all over, while his skin was burning hot. The loquat tree beside him swayed gently in the breeze, rustling. Wenchao Sheng felt a daze in front of him, inadvertently taking a step back. When he came to his senses again, he found himself in a boundless snowstorm. He was shocked to look around. He didn't know when he had entered this endless wind and snow. The distant mountains were hazy, a fleeting glance. The misty snow obscured everything, covering everything. Where was this place? Wenchao Sheng didn't know. He braved the wind and snow, trudging forward, gradually noticing a line of footprints on the ground. The footprints were small. He followed the footprints, becoming a heavy snowman, his whole body stiff and almost immobile. Finally, deep in the storm, another shadow appeared. It was a tree, a loquat tree standing in the wind and snow. It did not bloom, bear fruit, or wither. It stood alone and steadfast in the snow, like a sword, like a peak, like the immortal. Beneath the tree stood a boy, looking up at the branches and leaves. He was as sharp as the tree and as cold as the wind and snow. I don't understand. The boy frowned, looking back at Wenchao Sheng, and there was a resemblance to Lu Ming in his youthful features. It was as if he was conversing with Wenchao Sheng, yet also as if he was asking another person, "Do you understand?" Wenchao Sheng instinctively replied, "Understand what?" The boy sneered, "You don't understand swords at all. None of you understand. No wonder for the past 150 years, Sword Pavilion has been defeated by Xianyuan. It's not that Sword Pavilion is weak. It's that you are weak." Wenchao Sheng was stunned. He saw a trace of madness in the boy's eyes. The madness of being invincible in the world. The light shooting from those eyes was countless times sharper than the sword that pierced through the deep sea and raging fire back then. While Wenchao Sheng remained silent, the boy had already withdrawn his gaze, turning to sit cross-legged under the loquat tree, allowing the wind and snow to bury him. Thus, he also became a snowman. However, the heavy snow covered his form but could not cover his voice. "I will understand. When I leave here, I will be the number one in the world. Everything the Sword Pavilion lost 150 years ago, I will take back." Wenchao Sheng wanted to approach the boy, but as he took a step, he felt a sharp pain in his skin. Upon closer inspection, the snowstorm had transformed into countless swords. He was horrified. He had never seen such a scene. Snow and swords intertwined, chaotic and deadly, weaving through the exquisite crystal, turning into an invisible landscape in the mortal world. "I told you, you don't understand swords." The boy spoke again. "Wait until the snow on this snow peak turns into swords, then come back. Bring the butcher's white to see. See if he can cut down this sky full of snow." As the boy's voice fell, Wenchao Sheng was pierced by the countless snow swords. And when the wind blew, he returned to Lu Ming's courtyard. Wenchao Sheng fell into deep thought. This seemed to be what Lu Ming had shown him back in the day. When Lu Ming was young, he had faced similar problems as Wenchao Sheng. Indeed, he was much stronger than the current Wenchao Sheng and was not on the same level of cultivator. But the boy could not stabilize his sword intent either. The snow swords Wenchao Sheng saw still had flaws. Just because he couldn't avoid them didn't mean that stronger people couldn't avoid them. Thus, the boy had to sit quietly under the tree, waiting for the snow on the snow peak to turn into swords. So, Mr. Lu had also faced the same problem. How did he solve it? Wenchao Sheng pondered for a long time, a layer of fine snowflakes accumulating on his shoulders. He was stimulated back to his senses by the cold and shook his body, exhaling. "Forget it, I should go back." Now he had great influence in Qisha Hall and could use the means of the seventh master to help Zhang the hunter and Aunt Me live a little easier. Meanwhile, the door of Qiu Ziheng's residence was suddenly knocked open. When the servant opened the door and saw the people outside, his cold features showed a hint of astonishment. Chapter 97. Capture. Perhaps it was due to Qiu Ziheng's usual demeanor that the house servants in his residence were particularly arrogant. However, after opening the door, the impatience in the servant's eyes quickly turned to shock, as if a mouse had seen a cat, and his speech became submissive. "What do the adults want in Qiu's residence this early in the morning?" The people at the door were 6 officials dressed in official uniforms, holding weapons that were still coated with a layer of frost. The leading official looked past the servant and at Qiu's residence behind him, saying lightly, "Let your master come out. The county magistrate wants to have a word with him." Upon hearing this, the servant's expression froze, and just as he was about to reply, the official drew a long knife from his side and pressed it against the servant's neck. "Don't waste everyone's time. My brothers got up early today and haven't had breakfast yet." The servant felt the coldness at his neck, and his whole body stiffened. In the past, he would have been bold enough to shout, "The officials are handling cases, but you can't just put a knife to the neck of a common person." But today he didn't dare. Because these officials were different from those in the past, their weapons truly carried a murderous aura, which meant they had taken lives. The servant was well aware that the officials left behind by Lu Jinshe wouldn't dare to kill. His judgment was very accurate. The officials before him were not the ones left by Lu Jinshe, but rather the personal guards that Chun Qiong had brought from his own family. They had seen blood and had killed before. Although they were used to being arrogant as servants of Qiu Ziheng, it didn't mean they truly dared to kick the iron plate or brush the cold blade against their necks. This servant, devoid of courage, didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly turned to inform Qiu Ziheng. Soon, Qiu Ziheng slowly arrived at the door under the guidance of the housekeeper. He had changed the gauze on his left hand, and the crimson bloodstains were no longer visible, leaving behind a pale layer reminiscent of a memorial. "Qiu Ziheng, the master wants to ask you something. Come with us." Facing these cold-faced officials, Qiu Ziheng showed no signs of panic in his eyes and calmly replied, "Ask." "I don't remember committing any offense." The official glanced at him. "Whether you committed an offense or not has nothing to do with the master arresting you." Qiu Ziheng narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with coldness. "Relying on a bit of power, you think you can do whatever you want, disregarding the law. Does this official not want to keep his position?" The leading official looked at him and stepped forward, whispering in his ear, "If you have any grievances, you can tell the master later. We are just following orders. Don't delay us from having breakfast." His words were sincere, but Qiu Ziheng showed him no respect. "If I don't go, what will you do?" The official raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to know what will happen?" Qiu Ziheng, thinking of the letter he had sent out, felt particularly bold and provoked. "What can you do?" Hearing this, the head official did not hesitate, swiftly striking the hilt of his knife against Qiu Ziheng's neck. Qiu Ziheng's eyes rolled back, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. After he fainted, the head official quickly sheathed his knife and turned to the other subordinates, saying, "Hurry, take him to the prison. The tofu pudding from the Peng family is limited daily. If we don't go now, we won't get any soup. I'll go buy it for the brothers, 1 portion each, no IOUs." After a brief discussion, he hurried off, while the others followed the orders of Chuanxiong and locked Qiu Ziheng in the dungeon. This dungeon was a private prison specially built by Lu Jin for handling dirty work. The dim candlelight made the dungeon seem particularly deep and quiet. The soundproofing here was indeed excellent, and once the trapdoor was closed, noises from outside were almost inaudible. Chuanxiong brought a small stool, entered the dungeon alone, and sat outside Qiu Ziheng's iron cage, brewing tea and quietly waiting for him to wake up. The official's strike was not heavy, so Chuanxiong did not wait long before Qiu Ziheng opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, there was a moment of confusion in his gaze, but he quickly became alert, scrambling to his feet with anger directed at Chuanxiong outside the cage. "Chuanxiong." He gritted his teeth, his expression fierce. Chuanxiong crossed his legs, leisurely sipping his tea, and said, "Awake? Actually, I wanted to have a good chat with you about some things, but after thinking it over last night, I gave up. You're not worth it." Hearing those 3 insulting words from Chuanxiong, Qiu Ziheng took a step forward, gripping the iron bars tightly, and glared at Chuanxiong. "Chuanxiong, do you know what you're doing? Do you really think that Kuhuai County is solely under your control, that everything is decided by you?" Chuanxiong retorted otherwise. Qiu Ziheng's voice was icy. "If you were a bit smarter and went out to inquire, you'd know what my uncle in Guanghan City is really like. Do you think about the consequences of messing with me?" Chuanxiong took a sip of tea. "I think I'm smart enough. I don't intend to negotiate with you, or else I'd be killed by your foolishness sooner or later." He quietly watched Qiu Ziheng and continued, "I came here just to check on you and inform you that, barring any surprises, you'll be spending the next 1 to 3 months here. I will send someone regularly to bring you water and food, ensuring you don't die here." Upon hearing this, Qiu Ziheng's face showed no fear. Instead, he laughed coldly. "Ah, Chuanxiong, your biggest mistake is opposing me. Even if you don't accept my goodwill, as long as you behave in the county, you could sit securely as the magistrate. But instead of taking the countless good paths, you've chosen a dead end. To be frank, I sent a letter last night, entrusting it to someone to deliver to my uncle in Guanghan City. It won't be long before someone comes looking for me. If they can't find me, the consequences are something you won't be able to bear." Chuanxiong held his teacup steady as a rock. "Let me tell you the truth. The letter you sent will never reach your uncle." In the prison, upon hearing this, Qiu Ziheng was first stunned, and his expression suddenly showed a hint of panic, but he quickly responded with a forced smile. "Intercepting the magistrate's letters is quite a dirty trick. However, I have many friends in the county and numerous business partners. If they can't find me, the news will surely spread far and wide." Chuanxiong nodded. "Yes, it would normally be a troublesome matter, but I have investigated you thoroughly. You don't have business partners. They are just drinking buddies. The only one who has a vested interest in you is the Salt Gang. Dealing with the Salt Gang isn't difficult." Chapter 98. A single finger's influence. Qiu Ziheng was unsure whether Chuanxiong's claims could completely prevent the news from reaching his uncle, but the more Chuanxiong spoke, the more fear began to creep into his heart. In the course of their conversation, Qiu Ziheng realized that Chuanxiong seemed to be targeting him. He racked his brain, but could not recall any grievances between himself and Chuanxiong. Over the years in Kuhuai County, Qiu Ziheng indeed had some blood on his hands and dirty stains, but those he harmed were all ordinary citizens without any backing, and he had left almost no evidence. It was impossible for Chuanxiong to be coming after him because of those people, watching the person outside the cage who seemed to have him in check. Qiu Zihang's previously sharp and confrontational tone softened slightly. County Magistrate Chun, you are new here. I invited you to dinner once, but you declined. After that incident, I did not do anything to offend you. Last night, I invited you again to the Mandarin Duck Tower, and it was I who personally paid for it. I really can't understand where I have offended you to make you target me like this. Chu Wenxiong smiled. You haven't offended me, and I have no grudge against you. Targeting you is merely because you have inadvertently provoked two people in the county that you cannot afford to offend. Upon hearing this, Qiu Zihang raised his voice, incredulously mixed with disdain. In this county, there are people I cannot offend? Chu Wenxiong replied, Cheng Feng and Si Xiaoong. Qiu Zihang laughed in astonishment. One is a poor wretch who lost his parents, the other a Qin player? Chu Wenxiong nodded, yes. Both of these people happen to know the same person. Qiu Zihang frowned. Who? Chu Wenxiong lowered his head and took a sip of tea. The one who chopped off your finger. Qiu Zihang, who is he? Chu Wenxiong, he was once a refugee. I don't like him either, but I have no choice now. Qiu Zihang was puzzled. Why? Chu Wenxiong sighed and stood up, brushing off the non-existent dust on his clothes. Because I am afraid. My life is currently in his hands. Chu Wenxiong mentioned herself, feeling disheartened and preparing to leave, ignoring Qiu Zihang's loud calls and pleas. When she reached the door, she turned back and said seriously, this person is really frightening. His eyes can pierce into a person's heart. Even if my life is not in his hands, I don't want to provoke him. Offending him is just bad luck. Outside the county, fine snow was falling. A white dragon guard brought Wu Jiu's corpse to a certain mountaintop on Xingwang Mountain. Zhu Baiyu carefully identified the body and confirmed it was him. Then clicked his tongue and said, Wu Jiu has quite a reputation in the martial world, having taken many lives. Today he was killed in Kuhai County. Could it be that he encountered that person who came out of Wen City? Xiao Qi, dressed in a way that exuded a hint of spring, wore a thin gauze outfit that fully showcased his petite yet graceful curves. As the snow fell, he approached Zhu Baiyu, squatted down to examine Wu Jiu's corpse, and then said seriously, it wasn't her, boss. Zhu Baiyu took a sip of wine. What do you mean? Xiao Qi pointed to a wound on Wu Jiu's body and analyzed. This isn't a fatal wound. That woman is extremely fast with her knife. Even a Tianren realm martial artist can't evade her. If she wanted to kill Wu Jiu, one strike would be enough. This wound wasn't left by her. And Wu Jiu didn't die from it. As he spoke, he took out a small knife he carried with him and quickly stripped Wu Jiu's corpse of its clothing, leaving him bare in the snow. It was strange that this wound would not be fatal for someone like Wu Jiu, yet there were no other injuries on his body. Xiao Qi looked puzzled, and the nearby white dragon guards also frowned. At this moment, Xiao Qi thought of something else. He reached out to lift Wu Jiu's already stiff neck, carefully examined his nostrils and ears, then pried open his mouth to take a look. Finally exclaiming in shock, it's internal injury. My heavens, what kind of terrifying internal force is this? It could kill a Tongyu realm martial artist without damaging the exterior at all? It can't be possible, absolutely impossible. How could there be a Tianren realm expert in little Kuhai County? Seeing his shocked expression, Zhu Baiyu also squatted down to take a closer look, lightly brushing his fingertips across the corpse's cheek, finally stopping at the forehead. Not a Tianren. What is this? His pupils constricted, and his expression seemed more astonished than if he had seen a Tianren realm martial artist. Xiao Qi looked at Zhu Baiyu, his voice soft. Boss, what is this? Zhu Baiyu's breathing gradually quickened. Under Tianren, a single finger's Naihe. 30 years ago, there was a top assassin from the Fengzi flag in Wanchuan named Meng Pa. She was extremely mysterious, rarely showing herself except to kill. Her internal skill reached the transformation stage, gaining a notorious reputation in the martial world. Many renowned Tongyu realm martial artists from 4 countries perished at her hands. Once, a martial hero named Nieqing Yuan gathered 7 famous Tongyu realm experts, armed with 7 divine weapons, to chase down Meng Pa for revenge for his family, but they were all annihilated by her single finger at Bin Wanchuan. Witnesses were terrified and fled in panic, and once the news spread through the martial world, there was an uproar. That finger was called Naihe. No one below Tianren could withstand it. Originally, General Long Buf had passed down a secret order for me to personally capture her, but unexpectedly, Meng Pa suddenly disappeared 30 years ago, and no one in the martial world could find her. Today, I actually saw her in Kuhai County. Chapter 99. Invitation regarding Zhu Baiyu's account. Xiao Qi looked doubtful and said in a tone that lacked confidence, Boss, it's not that I want to raise someone else's reputation, but Meng Po's infamy is well known. It seems that no martial artist below the Tianren realm could withstand even one of her strikes. If you really encounter her. Zhu Baiyu shot him a glance. What do you mean? Shaoqi felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and laughed awkwardly. It doesn't mean anything. Boss, you know I absolutely believe in your capabilities. Zhu Baiyu sneered. Your salary for this month is confiscated. Shaoqi turned pale and hurriedly said, No, boss. I'm a Moonlight Clan member. I barely had any money left from last month's salary. If you deduct a month's pay, that's like taking my life. Just mark it down. Mark it down. I'll make up for it later, okay? Zhu Baiyu snorted coldly and then took a sip of wine, saying, Does General Long not know how difficult it is to deal with this person? Meng Po once assassinated General Long in the northern border military camp due to palace power struggles. That battle was swift, but it made a huge noise. Although General Long blocked Meng Po's knifey finger, the residual force killed 16 soldiers nearby. This assassination was the only time Meng Po failed in her life, and because of this, General Long gained a deeper understanding of her. You also know General Long's capabilities. He once secretly passed on to me how to dismantle the knifey finger and taught me how to break it. Unfortunately, after I learned it, Meng Po disappeared, and she was never seen in the martial world again. I never expected she would be hiding in this place. At this moment, a burly man in white, 11, said in a deep voice, I know Wang Chuan is also looking for Meng Po. This time, a large number of them are rushing to the county town. Could it be that it's not because of Lu Jinshi, but because they have found traces of Meng Po? Zhu Baiyu pondered for a moment and said, It's not impossible, but I personally still lean towards the former. By the way, is there any news from Guanghan City? 11 cupped his hands and said, Xiao Wu has asked city guard Ku Yun. The case has been closed, ruled as a suicide. As for other matters, there is no news for now. Zhu Baiyu rubbed his thumb against his brow and sighed. Lu Jinshi is a person of the Pingshan Wang. While the great figure behind Ku Yun is not on good terms with Pingshan Wang, but rather has a closer relationship with the White Dragon Guards. If he really found something from Lu Jinshi, he wouldn't keep it hidden. It seems everything related to Lu Jinshi has been cleaned up. This is troublesome. Shaoqi glanced at his exquisite features, a thoughtful expression appearing in his eyes. Not necessarily, boss. To me, the fact that Pingshan Wang could find Lu Jinshi at least proves that Lu Jinshi is definitely not as simple as he appears. Now that Lu Jinshi is dead with no evidence against him, we can't ask him, but we can still try to negotiate with Wenchao. Besides, whether Wu Jiu died at Meng Po's hands or not, this sword wound also indicates that the situation at the time was complicated. How about I disguise myself and go to the county town to check the situation? He said with a grin, even if I make up for it. Not punishing my salary, what does the boss think? Zhu Baiyu hesitated for a moment, feeling uneasy. How about letting 11 accompany you? So you can look out for each other? Shaoqi waved his hand. No need. Too many people make it a bigger target. Boss, I'll handle it. You can rest assured I won't cause any trouble. Zhu Baiyu was silent for a while, then nodded. All right, then you go see the situation first. Just in time. Lu Jinshi's matter is about to come to a close, and Wang Chuan has withdrawn a large portion of the people blocking us outside. The collusion in the palace is really troublesome. Shaoqi received the order, exchanged glances with several others beside Zhu Baiyu, and then turned and descended the mountain amid their bemused expressions. It was noon. The light snow has dissipated, and the long silent sun finally reveals its brilliance. After a lengthy argument with Wenchao Sheng, a Shui eventually concedes a little, sparing Wenchao Sheng's life, while Wenchao Sheng goes out to buy her some alcohol. It's still the wine from Guanjin's family, and Wenchao Sheng doesn't dare buy anything too strong for a Shui, so he gets 3 jars of peach blossom brew, carrying them in a net bag. As he leaves, another elegantly dressed woman in a pale yellow long dress follows him. The two walk through the crowd, and as they reach the gallery bridge, a breeze infused with sunlight sweeps by, lifting Wenchao Sheng's hair at his ears. He pauses on the bridge for a moment, suddenly turning around to look at the beautiful woman, who is very close to him and also carrying 3 jars of wine. He says earnestly, I thought people from Wangchuan wouldn't be this bold. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you just come up to me without avoiding anyone, right? The petite woman in the pale yellow dress smiles slightly, her crisp voice like a spring breeze caressing a bell, refreshing and pleasant. You're quite alert, but you've guessed wrong. I'm not an assassin. Wenchao Sheng examines the woman before him seriously and suddenly asks with great interest, what should I call you? The woman replies, just call me Shaoqi. Wenchao Sheng says, I'm Wenchao Sheng. Shaoqi, I know. Wenchao Sheng is slightly surprised. You investigated me? Xiao Qi honestly responds. Actually, it wasn't mainly about investigating you. You were just a side note. Wenchao Sheng understands. This person originally intended to investigate a Shui. Why not go directly to her? Xiao Qi is good at chatting. She stands side by side with Wenchao Sheng, one tall and one short. Like a pair of young lovers, enjoying the breeze by the river as the sun shines. Am I sick? If she has a knife that fast, and I bump into her bad luck, before I even speak, she could slit my throat. Who would seek justice for me? When Xiao Sheng glances at her and asks again, You're really not from Wanchuan? Xiao Qi speaks sincerely, really not. When Xiao Sheng nods, I guessed you weren't. Xiao Qi is momentarily taken aback, then smiles. So you guess I'm from that side? When Xiao Sheng calmly replies, By long way. A gust of wind blows from the river, taking away the ease from Xiao Qi's face and the smile from her lips. Her expression becomes much more serious as she looks intently at Wenchao Sheng, unable to glean any information from his calm demeanor. Is it because I'm wearing white? Wenchao Sheng meets her gaze, smiling. There are so many people in By Long Way wearing white in Kuhuai County. Not everyone in white is By Long Way. It's just that you came right after Wu Jiu's body was thrown out, so I guessed you were By Long Way. Xiao Qi's eyes flicker, filled with shock and surprise. You deliberately threw out Wu Jiu's body? When Xiao Sheng replies, Actually, that wasn't a body. It was an invitation. Xiao Qi's eyes sharpen. An invitation? Inviting whom? When Xiao Sheng, inviting you and the people behind you to join the game. Chapter 100. A breeze blows on the gallery bridge. Originally, the breeze on the river today was not cold, blowing onto the gallery bridge like a gentle caress from a lover before spring. The sun above had been hidden by wind and snow for too long, and now it finally shows itself, causing those illuminated to feel somewhat warm and itchy. However, the girl in the pale yellow dress standing before Wenchao Sheng feels an inexplicable chill on her back. He is sweating. Cold sweat. The greatest difference between By Long Way and other Jianghu organizations is that they work for important figures in the palace, handling official business, and can have their expenses reimbursed by their superiors, so they are never short of money. Not lacking in money allows them to get by anywhere. Therefore, Xiao Qi, who has rich Jianghu experience, quickly locks onto the locations of Wenchao Sheng and Shui. However, having learned from the previous encounter with 15, he is reluctant to approach Shui directly and instead seeks out Wenchao Sheng, who is close to her. The information he obtained is that Wenchao Sheng is a completely unskilled Jianghu person. Being unskilled means Wenchao Sheng poses no threat to his life. When he came to see Wenchao Sheng, Xiao Qi was confident due to his respectable cultivation level, feeling a sense of superiority like a cat encountering a mouse. But after just a few casual exchanges, he sensed something was amiss. Before he could speak, Wenchao Sheng continued, We don't know each other at all. I'm not famous in the county. You shouldn't be working with people from Wanchuan. So how did you find me? Is it the local snake or Chun Qiong? As Xiao Qi gazes at the calm-faced Wenchao Sheng, he feels an inexplicable pressure. It's been a long time since he felt this tense while conversing with someone. Having worked under Zhu Baiyu for so long, although Xiao Qi's martial arts are not the highest, his mind is sufficiently meticulous. Under the sharp pressure from Wenchao Sheng, he doesn't sit idly by and quickly seizes on the key point from Wenchao Sheng's question, responding, Are you familiar with Chun Qiong? Wenchao Sheng stares into Xiao Qi's eyes, watching the river within them stirred up, and suddenly laughs, a smile filled with a sense of contempt from having seen through it all. This smile makes Xiao Qi somewhat uneasy, even stirring an inexplicable anger in his heart. He thinks, as a capable expert in the Longyin realm, he should be treated with respect wherever he goes in the Jianghu. Even if Wenchao Sheng looks down on him, there should be a reason or a prominent family background, status, or a cultivation level that surpasses his. But Wenchao Sheng has none of these. It's like a well-dressed person being mocked by a monkey from the mountains. Is my question that funny? Xiao Qi, unlike 15, who acts recklessly, feels displeased both in tone and heart, but doesn't take action. After Wenchao Sheng finishes laughing, he says, To be honest, it is a bit funny. Xiao Qi looks at him with a somewhat sharp gaze. What's the joke? Wenchao Sheng replies, You are smarter than the guy who came to our broken temple last time. That guy startled me when he came, thinking he was so impressive, speaking so arrogantly, only to end up being cut in half and dying a terrible death. However, you're not smart enough. You came to find me, but you didn't ask what you should have, yet said everything you shouldn't have. Xiao Qi gazes at this younger man, a cold smile appearing on his lips, playing tricks. Your methods of deception are too kitsch. I was already tired of them 10 years ago while struggling in the Jianghu. When Xiao Sheng smiles and asks, You think I'm deceiving you? Shao Qi coldly shoots him a glance. Aren't you? Wenchao Sheng extends his hand, making a gesture of 3, leaning closer to his ear and lowering his voice. Then listen carefully, Shao Qi. I'll tell you 3 things. First, although you are dressed as a woman and your figure surpasses most women, you are a man. Second, you know the woman who shares a courtyard with me. Third, you did not come to find me in her, at least not primarily. Your real target is Lu Jinshi. As soon as these words are spoken, Shao Qi is instantly stunned, staring at Wenchao Sheng with a gaze that shifts from coldness to an indescribable shock, followed by a sudden surge of fear. Unbeknownst to him, his body has tensed to the extreme, with several blue veins crawling up his pale neck. Don't be so surprised. These 3 messages were all told to me by you. Shao Qi's pupils were dilating and contracting, and it took a long time for them to gradually return to normal. He loosened his clenched fist and realized his body felt vaguely weak. He quickly searched through the recent chat in his mind, and a sense of clarity suddenly emerged in his eyes. With a slightly trembling voice, he said, I can explain the first 2, but I definitely did not say the third. Wenchao Sheng said firmly, You did. He looked at Shao Qi's almost incapacitated expression, grinned, and said, Actually, that question was meant to trick you. I already knew you contacted me through the local snake, the 7 Kills Hall in Kuhai County. I deliberately asked about Chuncheong just to confirm my guess. It seems I was right. The White Dragon Guards wouldn't randomly go to a desolate place like Kuhai County. Moreover, your concern for Chuncheong must be related to Lu Jinshi. Shao Qi wanted to argue, but when Wenchao Sheng raised his index finger at him, and his words sent a chill down Shao Qi's spine. You want to know why I'm so sure? It's simple. The reason you can ask the 7 Kills Hall about me is because I gave them a heads up in advance. Otherwise, if I don't let them talk, they wouldn't dare to say a word. Chapter 101. The appearance of Meng Po Wenchao Sheng was not boasting. Currently, those who understood him in the 7 Kills Hall were all high-ranking figures. They knew that the fate of the 7 Kills Hall and their lives were in Wenchao Sheng's hands. If it weren't for the exorbitant leverage, they wouldn't dare to speak casually. As for Chuncheong, his situation was even more precarious than that of the 7 Kills Hall. The pot of tea he treated Lu Chuan to was a pot without any way out. From that moment on, he completely became Wenchao Sheng's puppet. Because he couldn't outplay Lu Chuan, Chuncheong was well aware that he was merely a pawn in Wenchao Sheng and Lu Chuan's game. Wenchao Sheng had given him a non-existent value, which was why Lu Chuan didn't dare to touch him. To continue living, he needed Wenchao Sheng. He understood this principle, and Wenchao Sheng understood it even better. That's why Wenchao Sheng was certain that Chuncheong wouldn't dare to say a word about him. When Wenchao Sheng uttered his last sentence, Shao Qi felt as if his thoughts were swept away by a torrent. In the blankness of his mind, he had already forgotten that Wenchao Sheng was just an ordinary person without any cultivation. The overwhelming sense of pressure had already made it hard for him to breathe. Don't be so nervous. It's just that you've been seen through, not stabbed through. Wenchao Sheng tried to comfort him, but it was better not to comfort him at all. Sweat trickled down Shao Qi's temples, forming a stream. He realized that this man in front of him was no easier to deal with than the woman who came out of Feng City. What do you want by approaching the White Dragon Guards? Wenchao Sheng glanced at him. Want to know? Shao Qi answered honestly, yes. Wenchao Sheng nodded and said, I happen to have something I want to ask you too. Let's talk while we walk. In a common courtyard in the west of the county, an elderly man dressed in deep brown cloth bent down to fiddle with the firewood in the brazier and said to a little girl drawing in the courtyard, Xiaoyang, in a few days, Grandpa will go find you a teacher to specifically teach you how to write. How about that? The little girl looked up in surprise at the words. Can we, Grandpa? Seeing the old man nodding with a smile, Xiaoyang quickly said in a low voice, But will the teacher be very strict? The day before yesterday, when I went to Beeching Garden to play with Zhang Fugui, he told me that their teacher was very strict. If anyone didn't do their homework, they would be punished on the palm. And Zhang Fugui had red marks all over his arms. Ma Huan was silent for a moment and said, Don't worry, Xiaoyang. Grandpa will find you a teacher who is not strict. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled happily. Thank you, Grandpa Ma. After a pause, she bashfully scratched her head and said, Grandpa Ma, can I have a little money? Ma Huan said nothing and took out 3 strings of copper coins from his sleeve and handed them to Xiaoyang, asking, What do you want the money for? The little girl carefully and earnestly accepted the 3 strings of coins, replying, Well, last time Zhang Fugui invited me to eat at Songha Tower. Didn't Grandpa teach me not to easily owe others favors? Today he invited me to play, so I want to treat him to a meal, she said, pursing her lips. But Songha Tower is too expensive. I can't afford it, so I'll treat him to eat at another inn. Ma Huan revealed a loving expression and gently rubbed the little girl's head. Xiao Yang is really sensible, but don't run too far. Remember to come home before dark. The little girl nodded vigorously. Okay, I'm going out now, Grandpa Ma. As soon as she left, Ma Huan gently waved his hand. A middle-aged woman in simple clothes, who was watering a vegetable patch in the opposite courtyard, suddenly put down her work, wiped her sweat with a towel, came to the door, and cupped her hands to Ma Huan. Then she quickly followed the direction the little girl had left. Ma Huan drank tea alone in the courtyard for a while, when a plain-dressed middle-aged man arrived at the entrance. He didn't enter the courtyard but stood at the entrance, addressing Ma Huan. Old Ma, something big has happened. The 6 lords of the Linzi flag want to invite you out of the county to discuss. Ma Huan's gaze shifted slightly as he poured tea, seemingly guessing something, but said nothing. After drinking the hot tea, he replied, what big event could bring them all together? If it's about the bounty of 100,000 gold. I want to go. I'm too old, lacking in ambition, and timid. I can't take on such a big task. The visitor replied calmly, it's not about the bounty. It's about an old acquaintance of yours, old Ma. Ma Huan's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. Surprised, an old acquaintance of mine? The other party nodded and gestured. This is a matter of great importance. It cannot be done without old Ma. Please step out and discuss it together. Seeing the other party so insistent, Ma Huan pretended to hesitate, and after a moment, he still stood up, following the other person through the new sun after the snow to a large ship on Mian Lake. The ship had 3 layers, with 25 people on board. Except for Ma Huan, all were high-ranking assassins from the Linzi flag. These people had considerable prestige both in the martial arts world and in Wenchao, and now gathered together. Something significant was bound to happen. Upon seeing Ma Huan, everyone bowed to him, and their cold gazes revealed a hint of awe. Unlike the newly promoted assassins, these people seemed particularly respectful towards Ma Huan. In fact, Ma Huan had intentionally hidden his presence in Wenchao over the years, and had not taken on bounties for a long time, causing some of the new assassins to be unaware of how this living King Yin had earned his notorious reputation step by step. Those who had been in Wenchao for over 10 years would deeply understand how difficult it was to advance to the Fengzi flag. In other words, none of the 12 living kings of the Wenchao Fengzi flag achieved their current status by mere luck. Let us skip the formalities. You all called me here today for what purpose? Ma Huan sat on the ground, his back slightly hunched. A charming female assassin in a purple dress spoke, her magnetic voice carrying a serious tone. Old Ma, do you still remember Meng Pe, who disappeared in Wenchao for 30 years? Upon hearing this, Ma Huan's expression changed slightly. You mean? The female assassin nodded. Yes. Ma Huan chuckled. You must be mistaken, right? She hasn't been seen for 30 years. She must be dead. How could you suddenly find her? An elderly assassin beside the female assassin rasped. It's confirmed. It can't be wrong. On the night Wu Jiu died, someone saw Nai's finger. In this world, apart from her, only that general could use it. They told Ma Huan that not just one assassin saw Nai's finger that night, so it absolutely couldn't be mistaken. Upon hearing this news, Ma Huan fell silent immediately. Su Yixian could have used countless methods to resolve the dispute that night, but she specifically used Nai's finger and let the onlookers go. What was her intention? He understood better than anyone present. This was Su Yixian's answer to him. Ma Huan quietly exhaled. As long as Su Yixian was willing to help, he could take this opportunity to escape and then deal with those assassins who knew about the little lamb's existence. The little lamb could then truly live a normal life. Back then, when she left, it caused internal chaos, and the 10 halls acted, dealing with many people. Even I almost died in that turmoil. I have remembered this grudge for 30 years and have never forgotten. Now that my lifespan is short, and she suddenly appears. Is this heaven's will for me to fulfill my wish? The female assassin in the purple dress exchanged glances with the other assassins, hesitating slightly, and said, Old Ma, Meng Pe is not an ordinary rogue. Her name is notorious. For us to confront her, won't it be a bit difficult? She was different from ordinary assassins. She entered this line of work to cure her brother. She needed money, and her brother needed her, so she valued her life. In response to her suggestion, Ma Huan said lightly, You can report this matter to the 10 halls and wait for their decision, but I must have a conclusion with her. We are all assassins of the Wind character flag. She has killed many, and I have also killed quite a few. The grievances of 30 years ago can justly be settled today. Chapter 102. The sorceress. The crowd did not doubt his strength. It was just that Meng Po's notorious reputation was too terrifying. Even after 30 years of not appearing, she still held great deterrence. Ma Huan was determined, believing that her 30 years of absence from the martial world was due to being severely injured in the attack on Long Bufei 30 years ago. After preparing for several days, he decided to personally meet Meng Po. Seeing his insistence, the assassins present could only let him go. The internal strife within the Wind character flag had already completely exceeded their control, and the assassins present naturally understood the gap in strength. No one was eager to rush to their deaths. Moreover, the quota for the Wind character flag was limited. Whether Ma Huan or Meng Po died would be a rare opportunity for all of them. Only the female assassin in the purple dress promised Ma Huan that if he died in the conflict, she would bury his body under a nameless snow pine outside the county. Inside the county, outside Chonglu Street, a boy dressed in a brocade coat and a girl in simple, clean clothes, with a doll-like face, sat on a thick branch of a withered willow tree. Occasionally, kind passers-by would call out to them not to fall, but the two just made faces at the pedestrians, ignoring them. One of them held a skewer of candied hawthorns. The boy ate quickly, one by one, while the girl was much more refined, first nibbling off the sugar coating and then slowly eating the hawthorn inside. Next time you come find me, I'll make sure you eat so much candied hawthorn that you throw up. Zhang Fugui threw away the bamboo skewer in his hand. Watching it plunge into a nearby ditch, carried away by the clear stream, he began to lick his fingers, which were sticky with sugar, occasionally glancing at the skewer of unfinished candied hawthorns in the little lamb's hand, but he didn't try to snatch it, just looked a couple of times. The little lamb seemed to notice his gaze and actively handed the candied hawthorn to Zhang Fugui, but he waved his hand. You eat yours, if I want to eat. I can buy more. The little lamb's eyes were bright. She shook her head and said crisply, I can't eat anymore. Fugui, if you don't want it. Should I throw it away? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fugui hurriedly stretched out his chubby little hand to take the candied hawthorn the little lamb offered. His arms were covered in marks from being whipped with willow branches, some deep, some shallow. The deepest mark had split his skin, leaving a scar. The little lamb looked at his arms, her eyes showing a hint of pity, and asked, Why is the teacher so cruel? He hits without mercy. Don't your parents care? Zhang Fugui was taken aback by her words, then looked at his own arm, shaking his head and saying, My dad said, a good child comes from a stick. Actually, that day, the teacher just hit me with a ruler. Although it hurt, it went away after a while. But my dad thought that hitting me with a ruler wouldn't teach me a lesson, so he broke a willow branch and told the teacher to use it. The little lamb gasped, thinking of her grandfather wanting to find her a teacher to teach her to read, her small body involuntarily shivering. Isn't he afraid of killing you? Zhang Fugui scoffed, pointing at himself with his thumb, pretending to be mature, and said, I've trained before. It's not that easy to die. After a pause, he looked around to confirm his dad wasn't nearby before licking a candied hawthorn and mumbling, Actually, I can't blame the teacher. He didn't want to hit hard at the time, but later my dad said that the willow branch couldn't be snapped, so he didn't pay the teacher's salary for that month. The little lamb had never seen such parents. She held her breath for a moment, her eyes wide. And then what? Zhang Fugui finished the last candied hawthorn and smirked. Then I realized, wow, this teacher is really strong. The little lamb was speechless, just nervously glancing at the scars on Zhang Fugui's arm, secretly deciding not to let Grandpa Ma hire a teacher for her. Zhang Fugui said he had trained, but she hadn't. Just as her thoughts were wandering, 3 oddly dressed people suddenly approached them, looking travel-worn. One was bald, another was a Taoist, and the last was a portly merchant. The Taoist held a compass, shaking it for a long time, making a clicking sound. The impatient merchant stroked his little mustache and said, Jia Taoist, are you reliable? The Taoist replied seriously, My compass never makes mistakes. In the 36 trades of Tianqing, I can tell fortunes for people, and it's always accurate. The sorceress who escaped from Qin Kingdom is definitely here. The merchant looked at him with suspicion. A 12-year-old girl, with no money or support, can travel thousands of miles to this remote place in Qi Kingdom? At this moment, the silent bald man looked up and gazed at the 2 similarly aged children in the tree, his eyes shining. They looked so much alike. The Taoist and the merchant also looked up at the little lamb, their eyes gleaming like 3 ferocious wolves. One body, 2 souls, born with demonic eyes. A sinister aura on their foreheads, fierce in appearance. Truly, it is a case of stumbling upon a treasure without effort. The merchant couldn't contain himself any longer. Pointing with his hand, Kill them. Return home. The Taoist put away the compass and raised his head, stroking his beard and laughing. I told you. My fortune-telling skills were brought from the Tianji Tower. How could I be wrong? Just as he was about to act, the monk stopped him. Hey, we can't kill her. Not now. This is a natural calamity, a great disaster. If we rashly kill her, calamities will abound, and this land will be unstable, causing the people to suffer. You see, the snow in Qi this year is fierce and urgent. It must be the work of that witch. We should quickly capture her back to the floating pagoda sect for the master to decide. The two men also felt the monk's words were reasonable. So the Taoist reached out and grasped the air. The little lamb that was still in the tree let out a sharp scream and was caught into his arms. Filled with fear, she wanted to scream, but no sound came out no matter how hard she tried. Looking at the little lamb's terrified eyes, Zhang Fuguei remembered that he had just eaten the candied hawthorn she offered him, and he jumped down from the tree to block the three of them. You have mistaken her for someone else. Quickly let the lamb go. The robber Taoist said seriously, there is no mistake. Zhang Fuguei was anxious. I told you. You are mistaken. She has grown up in the county since she was little. How could she be the witch you speak of? The robber Taoist exchanged glances with the monk, who spoke in a deep voice. The witch is skilled at manipulating people's hearts. Those affected by this calamity will inevitably face tribulations in the future. We cannot show mercy. Hearing this, the robber Taoist nodded and smiled. I think the same. After saying this, he approached Zhang Fuguei. In the little lamb's horrified gaze, the robber Taoist raised his hand and crushed his Tianling point with one palm. Zhang Fuguei's 7 orifices bled, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, and his body collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, lifeless. Chapter 103. When pigs are slaughtered on the way back, Ma Huan was filled with secret joy. Now, all his thoughts were on his granddaughter. As long as Su Yixin agreed to help, his plan was already 80 to 90 successful. Over the years, he had secured many big contracts in Wenchao and saved up quite a bit of money. As long as he didn't squander it, it would be enough for him and the little lamb. Moreover, Ma Huan had already booked a famous doctor from the Jianghu in Zhao country in advance. Once the matter was settled, he would take his granddaughter to Zhao country at the first opportunity, where Ma Huan would have the other party use a strange technique to change his face. By then, Ma Huan would completely disappear from this world. He could enjoy a comfortable retirement. Thinking of the future comfortable retirement life, Ma Huan felt his back straighten a little, and a smile painted on his face in the sunlight gradually faded only when he returned to his small courtyard. The little lamb was not there, but the woman who had been responsible for tracking her appeared, looking anxious. Upon seeing Ma Huan, she rushed over and clasped her hands. Old Ma, something bad has happened. She informed Ma Huan of everything that had happened on the road. After hearing this, Ma Huan's expression changed instantly. His eyes filled with murderous intent like a broken water bottle, and he said in a deep voice, "Take me there. Don't let them get far." The middle-aged woman nodded, and the two immediately set off, moving like the wind, their agility pushed to the limit. They finally blocked the three who were about to mount their horses at the west gate of the county. Seeking death, Ma Huan stepped forward without a word, striking out with a palm aimed at the robber Taoist's back. The robber Taoist, sensing the life-threatening danger with the little lamb at his waist, let out a strange cry and hurriedly turned around to clash palms with Ma Huan. But at the moment of contact, his expression changed. This is a master. He retreated 2 or 3 steps, and the little lamb slipped from his waist into Ma Huan's arms. The robber Taoist's gaze turned sharp as he took out a bronze compass from his bosom, lightly flicking it with his fingertip. Under the pull of his internal energy, the surface of the precise compass began to rotate layer by layer, with strange sounds and phenomena swirling within, a faint blue light drifting about. Upon seeing this compass, Ma Huan's expression changed. Robber Taoist? The robber Taoist sneered. You have some knowledge. May I ask who you are? Ma Huan did not answer, his gaze sweeping over the monk and the wealthy man on horseback. They appeared to be patient, but in reality, their entire bodies were filled with energy, like a bowstring ready to snap. These three were extraordinary masters. Once they engaged in battle, they would surely strike simultaneously. His situation was perilous. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Wenchao Ma Huan. As he spoke, he crouched down and gently touched the little lamb's red-rimmed eyes, whispering, "Little lamb, when Grandpa fights the bad guys later, you immediately run towards the county, but don't go home. Go to that ant I told you about last time. Stay there and don't come out. Do you understand?" The little lamb's tearful, porcelain doll-like appearance was heart-wrenching, and it was unclear whether she was scared or grieving for Zhang Fuguei's death. She stared at Ma Huan, this elderly man who had been her only companion for many years, with a deep sense of unease. The little lamb had never seen Ma Huan with such a serious and resolute expression. She felt a chill in her heart, realizing that the current situation allowed no room for her hesitation or weakness, and immediately nodded. Yes. Ma Huan looked at her deeply, suppressing the tenderness in his eyes. As he turned, a short sword slipped from his one-armed sleeve into his hand. The blade was engraved with a broken plum blossom. Holding this sword, Ma Huan's aura suddenly changed, and the expressions of the three opponents grew serious. Broken Plum, the famous sword ranked 17th in the Heavenly Machine Sword Manual. If it were not a short sword, it could have ranked in the top 10 before it came into your hands. It had never been listed in the Heavenly Machine Sword Manual, and you brought it to a height it did not belong to. The wealthy man's voice was low but merciless. If it were a one-on-one match, even if only 2 of us came today, we might not be able to subdue you. But unfortunately, the witch has appeared, and the floating pagoda sect, for the sake of saving people, dares not slack off in the slightest, even going so far as to spend heavily to invite the robber Taoist to accompany us. If you persist in your delusions today, you will surely die here. Ma Huan replied indifferently. There is no point in saying more. Those in this line of work are generally not good at talking. Ma Huan had only spoken more in these past few years due to the little lamb. After all, most of the people they faced were about to die. With thunder and lightning, Ma Huan moved his body, using his deep internal energy to push the little lamb towards the county. As he swung the broken plum in his hand, the sound of the wind cut through the cold of the first snow. While there was no snow in the sky, there was snow among the plums. Even though it was a short sword, the snow falling among the plums erased the distance the short sword lacked by a foot. Killer techniques often lack aesthetics, like a rough man cursing while a scholar racked his brains for beautiful yet vulgar phrases. He had already begun to insult the other's ancestry. The simplest of vulgarity, the most extreme of enjoyment. Ma Huan's sword was just like that. In this regard, he and Shui were remarkably similar. The sounds of blades clashing came from behind, yet the little lamb, who had fallen at the county gate, did not dare to slow down. She did not dare to look back. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, and she cried as she ran frantically. Even she did not know why she was crying. Perhaps at that moment, her subconscious had already sensed the old man's fate. The little lamb cried and ran, not looking back or listening to sounds, until she passed through the alleys where the remnants of snow had not melted, passed by the Songa Tower where Zhang Fugui had treated her, and through the osmanthus lane with red apricots. She finally arrived at the small courtyard door of El Jiming's home, burst in, and sat under the loquat tree in the courtyard, crying loudly. This cry startled Shui next door, who was practicing something in the courtyard while holding a delicate sword. Hearing the cry, she hesitated for a moment, then put away her sword and limped over to the neighboring courtyard. Looking at the little girl on the ground, she asked, "Whose child are you, and why are you sitting here crying?" The little lamb wiped her tears and snot with her small hand, and before she could speak, an urgent voice came from behind. Sorry, this is my child." Shui turned around, and a Taoist in a Taoist robe showed a forced smile as he hurried into the courtyard, intending to grab the little goat, which cried even louder and crawled towards the interior of the courtyard in fear. The Taoist kept comforting it, but as he passed by Shui, a cold long sword was already pressed against his neck. The cold of the fine snow and the cold of the plum blossom were different. Shui's sword was also different from Ma Huan's. The robber Taoist dodged the plum blossom sword, but he felt that it would be difficult to evade Shui's sword now. "Miss, I'm not here to cause trouble. Don't make things worse," the Taoist said in a muffled voice. "You're injured, and my friend will be here soon." Shui's hand holding the sword remained motionless as she replied. "You're not from Qi State. Where are you from?" The Taoist said, "Don't ask so much. If you move your sword, I will leave with my people immediately." After he finished speaking, taking advantage of Shui's distraction, his right hand suddenly swung out, and the bronze compass shot towards Shui with terrifying internal energy. Uft! Shui swung her sword, and the Taoist's arm flew off, blood spraying like rain. Looking at the robber Taoist who was holding his severed arm and screaming in pain, Shui mocked, "So slow, haven't you eaten?" The robber Taoist glared at her, his breath unsteady. "You little rascal dare to bark here. If it weren't for my injury, you would have no way to survive this attack." Shui replied nonchalantly, "If I weren't injured, I would kill someone like you as if you were a pig." Owing another update, keeping track. Chapter 104. Stagnation faced with Ashue's mockery. The robber Daoist's face turned red with anger in an instant. He stared wide-eyed, wanting to retort with sharper words, but the severed arm before him made everything he said seem so powerless. He glanced at the girl behind Ashue, who was almost at the door of the room, and his expression showed deep unwillingness. They had traveled thousands of miles, weary and dusty, barely managing to chase from Chun State to Qi State. On the way, they nearly lost their lives due to a sudden quicksand collapse while crossing the sandy sea. Now that they had finally found the target, he was absolutely unwilling to give up. The robber Daoist stared hard at Ashue, slowly rising while bending down to pick up his severed arm, waiting for his companions to arrive. Ashue also sensed that something was wrong and, without wasting words, was about to take action when two people entered through the door. One was a plump, rich merchant, and the other was a bald man with a fierce look. Both were breathing unsteadily, severely injured. The rich man had a gaping hole in his chest, injuring his lungs, while the bald man's limbs trembled slightly, breathing rapidly, with bloodstains on his mouth and nose that hadn't been wiped away, seemingly suppressing internal injuries. As they stepped into the courtyard, they saw the severed arm of the robber Daoist and felt something was off. They turned their eyes towards Ashue, who was holding the sword. Though she was also injured, her aura was deep, and combined with the robber Daoist's embarrassment, it was clear that Ashue would be difficult to deal with. They exchanged quick glances, both astonished, unsure why there were so many experts in such a remote place as Kuhai County. Indeed, it was quite a lot. In the 4 countries, there were countless cultivators, but the number of those in the Tongyu realm was not insignificant, yet the proportion was pitifully small. The so-called phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, 1 in 10,000, couldn't adequately describe their rarity. In such a county, encountering someone in the Longyin realm was already rare. But unexpectedly, apart from Ma Huan, they quickly encountered another warrior whose cultivation seemed even deeper than Ma Huan's. If they were in good shape, it wouldn't be a concern. Both had sharp eyes and could see that Ashue was also injured, and not lightly. However, they had both been severely injured by Ma Huan, and if they acted now, even if they could win, they would certainly pay an extremely heavy price. But who would bear that price? If someone was to die, who would die? We come on the orders of the sect master of the Floating Pagoda sect to capture the demoness and prevent her from harming the world. Why do you block our way? The bald man pressed his palms together, took a deep breath, and decided not to act rashly. All 3 were prominent figures in the martial world. No one wanted to die foolishly in a place like Kuhai County. Ashue glanced at him and said, "Demoness harming the world? Are you talking about that defenseless young girl behind me?" After saying this, she tilted her head, catching a glimpse of the trembling little goat, who was pouting and hugging its arms, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Are you sick, or am I sick?" The rich man coldly said, "Our master of the Floating Pagoda sect is a heavenly person who has comprehended the heavenly phenomena. All things in the world, their rise and fall, have their guiding stars. The master's heart is for the people, sacrificing 10 years of cultivation to divine and resolve disasters for this world. If you remain stubborn, it may lead to a great mistake." Ashue frowned and replied, "Get lost." This word, except when playfully bantering between couples, carried significant lethality in other contexts. At this moment, the patience of the 3 was shattered by this single word. The bald man forcibly suppressed his internal injuries and said in a deep voice, "You don't listen to reason, you're asking for death." Ashue replied earnestly, "You're injured, and I'm also injured. If we all go at it, I probably can't beat you. So I need a scapegoat. Whoever comes first, I'll kill first. Change it up, it won't be a loss." The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions turning fierce. "Let us do it," the rich man shouted, leading the charge, with the bald man and the robber Daoist following closely. But the rich man had only taken 1 step when he suddenly halted, stopping in place. The other 2 were not foolish either, and almost simultaneously came to a stop. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. "Come on, didn't you say to act? Why stop?" The bald man urged the rich man in a low voice. While the latter's face showed slight annoyance, but with a twitch of his mouth, he simply said, I just had a relapse of my injuries." The other 2 could tell this was just an excuse. He was simply afraid to face Ashue's deadly sword first, trying to trick them into taking the hit. "It's a small matter, we'll wait until you're ready," the robber Daoist said, suddenly covering his mouth and coughing a few times, forcefully coughing up a couple of mouthfuls of blood, opening his palm to show the other 2, indicating he was heavily injured and couldn't take the lead. The rich man's mouth twitched even more violently, his expression darkening as he said, "What are we waiting for? I need time to adjust my breath. And now that we've finally found the demoness, we need to capture her quickly, lest we delay and cause changes." The three exchanged opinions, as if they had made a decision, yet none dared to step forward. Going to their deaths while letting the other two take the demoness back to the floating pagoda sect to claim the bounty was a deal no sane person would agree to. The four were stalemated in the courtyard, and Shui did not deliberately provoke them. Her previous words were merely to see that the three were not united, using the threat of death to make them wary and buy some time. Just as the four were at a standstill, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the courtyard, somewhat chaotic, indicating that it was not just one person. They looked towards the entrance and saw El Jiming and Wenchao Sheng appearing there. The two were chatting and laughing. But when they turned to look into the courtyard, Wenchao Sheng's smile froze. And then he said, "Why are there guests at your house, sir?" Lu Jiming was also surprised. As he entered the courtyard, Shui sheathed his sword and nodded at him, which was a form of greeting. Lu Jiming smiled and waved his hand, walked to the table, poured 3 cups of tea, and said to the 3 bald men, "You 3 have traveled a long way. What advice do you have?" The wealthy man glanced at Lu Jiming, his expression momentarily stunned. Is there a master in such a broken county? Generally speaking, martial artists can roughly judge the cultivation level of others through their perception and experience, especially those whose levels are not too far apart or are lower than theirs. However, when he looked at Lu Jiming, he found him shrouded in clouds and mist, a white blur. When he looked again, Lu Jiming seemed to have become an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation. This fluctuating state gave the wealthy man a strong sense of crisis. He could be sure that the opponent's cultivation was definitely above his. Could it be a celestial being? Chapter 105. The 4 tests of heavenly mechanism. The bald man and the robber Taoist also had similar feelings. But since they had been severely injured by Ma Huan, the 3 were somewhat uncertain if they were misjudging the situation, feeling stuck in a dilemma. The witch had a high price, and after traveling thousands of miles, seeing their targets so close, how could they give up just like that? Of course, the most anxious was the robber Taoist. He had lost an arm to a Shui, and if he couldn't get it back in time, he would likely become a one-armed man forever. Losing an arm wouldn't cause his cultivation to drop, but for most martial artists, their strength would definitely be affected. He had no mood to drink tea. The robber Taoist kept signaling to the other 2 to either fight or leave. As he could not afford to drag this out any longer, the consequences were unbearable. "What's wrong? Can't you free drink tea? If you prefer wine, I have some at home." Lu Jiming smiled, inviting the 3 to sit, but they remained standing. Shui, hearing this, cast a glance over, then shifted his gaze away after a moment. The wealthy man clasped his fists, speaking sincerely. "We mistakenly entered this place to hunt down the calamity witch, not to cause trouble. We hope you can make it convenient for us." A hint of doubt crossed Lu Jiming's brows. "Which? Are you talking about this one?" He raised his hand, pointing at Shui. The wealthy man quickly waved his hand, pointing to the girl Xiao Yang at the door of the distant room. No, it's her." Lu Jiming looked at the frightened Xiao Yang. "I see this little girl is only about 12 or 13 years old and has no cultivation. She probably couldn't even hold down a pig for slaughter. Why do you call her a witch?" The wealthy man looked at the anxious robber Taoist, signaling him to wait a moment longer, and explained, "As the saying goes, you can see a child's future at 3 years old and their character at 7. Our sect master, Master Miofa of the Buddhist sect, once observed the celestial phenomena at night and discovered a great calamity in the world. To save the people, Master Miofa sacrificed 10 years of his own cultivation to divine the calamity's specifics, sending disciples to eliminate the disaster in its cradle. But this calamity was born of heaven and earth, happening only once in a millennium. Even though we searched with all our might, we still missed one person. Master Miofa, concerned for the people, should have been in seclusion to cultivate, but he still boldly risked his lifespan to divine the location of the witch who slipped through the net, sending us out to capture her and break the millennium calamity with Buddhist teachings." His words were grandiose, but after hearing them, Lu Jiming couldn't help but chuckle. "I must be ignorant. There is such marvelous magic in the world that can not only pinpoint locations thousands of miles away, but also peer into heavenly mechanisms and see what people will look like decades later." The bald man joined his hands, speaking proudly. "Master Miofa attained the celestial path 27 years ago, reaching the pinnacle of celestial phenomena and creation, able to see millions. see others, see himself, and see the future. Seeing the fierce aura on his face shining brightly, Wenchao Sheng leaned close to a shui and whispered, "Do you see it? This guy is just an idiot. His brain has been washed clean." A shui blinked, leaning closer to Wenchao Sheng, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. "Just now, Mr. Lu said he is wine at home. You come here every day to chop wood. Have you seen any?" Wenchao Sheng responded with a question mark. The two were in the mood for small talk, but the robber Taoist was not. Watching the bald man and the wealthy man chatting away, he felt disturbed. The sharp pain in his arm made beads of sweat appear on his forehead. The robber Taoist realized he could not continue like this. While the wealthy man, bald man, and Lu Jiming were talking, he slowly took out a compass to divine a fortune for himself. With his inner strength guiding his fingertip, the exquisite gears of the compass began to turn. After a moment, the compass stopped moving. The pointer indicated great misfortune. Seeing the blood-red characters, the robber Taoist's heart pounded in his chest, and a buzzing rang in his ears. Since he had left the heavenly mechanism tower, his divinations had always been accurate, especially concerning auspiciousness and misfortune, with few deviations. Not believing in evil, the robber Taoist looked at the wealthy man and the bald man and divined a second time. The inner strength activated the compass, which stopped again. The robber Taoist looked at the divination pointer, and his whole being felt as if struck by lightning. Great misfortune. He refused to believe it, gritting his teeth to divine a third time. But the result was still great misfortune. After 3 divinations, the robber Taoist collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. His abnormal state caught the attention of the wealthy man and the bald man. The latter looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Bloodshot eyes like withered branches, the robber Taoist hoarsely said, "The divination is unstable. Retreat quickly." The bald man frowned, unwilling to give up. He glanced at the easygoing Lu Jiming and then at the trembling girl Xiao Yang in the distance. Crouching down to the robber Taoist and whispering, "I observe the owner of this house sometimes shrouded in clouds and mist, sometimes ordinary as grass and trees. I wonder if he's injured and affected. You should divine for him once. If it doesn't work, we can retreat to recover and seek another opportunity another day." Hesitating for a moment, the robber Taoist nodded. At this point, none of the 3 wanted to give up easily. If they retreated now, the injuries they had sustained would have been in vain. Grasping the edge of the compass with his fingertips, he circulated his inner strength and divined a 4th time. The compass gears began to turn like fate, the ancient and aged characters rotating along with the exquisite mechanics, moving faster and faster. After a moment, the compass in the robber Taoist's hand actually began to vibrate. The bald man, sensing something was wrong, immediately asked, "What's happening?" The robber Taoist's face turned red, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, his breath becoming chaotic. At first, only the hand holding the compass trembled, but soon, the robber Taoist's entire arm and body began to shake with the compass, as if he could barely hold on. This bizarre phenomenon drew the attention of others in the courtyard, and the wealthy man and Lu Jiming also stopped their conversation, their gazes drawn over. They saw the robber Taoist trembling like a sieve, his features contorted, seemingly enduring great pain. After 3 breaths, he finally quieted down, staring at the bronze compass in his hands, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, motionless. The loquat tree nearby swayed its branches and leaves in the gentle breeze, rustling softly, as if whispering or sighing. The closest bald man was startled by the robber Taoist's appearance, taking half a step back, his fierce expression completely replaced by surprise. Stammering, "Robber Taoist, are you okay?" The robber Taoist remained silent for a moment, struggling to lift his head, his face now looking as if it had aged like decayed wood, his hair visibly falling out at an alarming rate. He murmured, using all his strength, to utter his last breath, "Run quickly." After speaking, his head drooped weakly, and he died. The scene left the bald man so terrified that he almost lost his soul. He raised his eyes, staring at Lu Jiming as if he had seen a ghost. Then, as if making a certain decision, he moved and fled without looking back. The wealthy man's body stiffened as he slowly turned his head to face Lu Jiming's smile. "Have a cup of tea," Lu Jiming invited him again with warmth. The wealthy man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then, with stiff steps, walked towards Lu Jiming. He wanted to refuse, but didn't dare. The wealthy man tremblingly took the teacup offered by Lu Jiming, glanced at the hot tea inside, and finally, with fear and trepidation, brought it to his lips and closed his eyes to drink it down. Chapter 106. all dead as the wealthy man cautiously drank the hot tea handed to him by Lu Jiming. Feeling the warmth surge from his throat to his chest and abdomen, he was already prepared for death. Although he had been chatting casually with Lu Jiming earlier, he had also heard the sound of the compass being activated. After the brief, unexpected event, he saw the bald man fleeing in panic. And combined with the sudden death of the robber, how could he not guess what had happened? The robber had consulted Lu Jiming and then died suddenly. Although the diviner, in the dark, may touch upon heavenly secrets, for a martial artist with profound cultivation, normal divination would not have a significant impact on them. Now, seeing the robber in such a state, it was clear that something unspeakable had been divined. What kind of person cannot be casually divined? Of course, it is the celestial beings who embody the essence of heaven and earth. Earlier, when they sensed Lu Jiming's realm, they were both clear and confused, uncertain whether it was due to their own injuries. Now they finally understood that Lu Jiming's realm was far above theirs. From the moment the wealthy man took the hot tea from Lu Jiming to when it entered his belly, his mind was blank. He thought to himself that he should have let the robber consult the fortune before heading out today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such misfortune and provoked someone like Lu Jiming, a transcendent figure, in such a small place. However, the anticipated death did not come. The wealthy man waited in place, pale as a ghost, for several breaths, and his body showed no unusual signs. It was only then that he heard Lu Jiming chattering with a smile. "How is the tea? I specially sought out fresh tea leaves from the tea farmers in the county town, steamed, and sun-dried them myself. Although the tea in Kuhai County is grown in poor soil, it's still not bad. The flavor isn't too strong or too weak, and the aroma isn't overbearing or impatient, just right for someone my age." The wealthy man trembled, unsure of Lu Jiming's intentions in talking to him like this. Celestial beings are certainly not mere mortals. If they speak, it is either due to some chance guidance or a warning, and it's not that he enjoys guessing wildly. It was simply that the master of the floating pagoda sect had not spoken normally since entering the celestial realm. Back then, because the sect could not correctly interpret one word he said, 77 people had died. After that, an elder spent several months studying and compiled detailed records based on the different tones and lengths of the master's words to determine the 16 meanings of that one word. The wealthy man was an experienced disciple of the floating pagoda sect, so he naturally thought that was how celestial beings should speak. Only Wenchao Sheng, standing nearby, knew that Lu Jiming simply enjoyed chatting with people. When he was talkative, he would engage anyone who crossed his path. As Lu Jiming continued to chatter, the wealthy man felt that there was no killing intent from him, but he couldn't help but glance at the corpse of the robber lying on the ground, feeling a persistent sense of unease. Finally, after finding a moment when Lu Jiming paused, he excused himself. Lu Jiming was only halfway through his chatter, feeling a bit reluctant. But seeing that the wealthy man had made up his mind, he didn't make it difficult for him and let him go. The wealthy man didn't dare to glance again at the trembling girl at the door, turned, and quickly left with the robber's corpse and severed hand. Soon, only some bloodstains remained in the courtyard. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Ashui glanced at the girl who was weeping softly not far away, said nothing, and turned to leave the courtyard. "I'll head back first." Wenchao Sheng went to the girl's side, and after asking a few questions, his expression changed subtly. From the little lamb's mouth, he heard a familiar name, Ma Huan. Recalling the disheveled appearances of the three men earlier, Wenchao Sheng's heart stirred, and he realized that Ma Huan was most likely in grave danger. His eyes were complex. Although he knew Ma Huan was not a good person, having countless debts and blood on his hands, at least this elder had only kindness towards him, not resentment. At this moment, with the three leaving, the little lamb's fear faded, and overwhelming sorrow could no longer be contained, bursting into loud cries. Within a short hour, she had lost her best friend and only family member in the county town. The little lamb still remembered when Zhang Fugui invited her to eat at Songa Tower. He had told her that his mother died early, and he had two older brothers who had gone to the army, but he would inherit the family business and live more gloriously than his father, so he never resented his father's strictness. She also remembered that when she was abducted by three strange men, it was Zhang Fugui who jumped down without hesitation to block them and even told her a lie that cost him his life. She had not been in the county town for long, and their acquaintance was purely coincidental. But this friend she had met by chance had lost his life because of her. At this moment, the little lamb felt a severe pain in her heart. Almost unable to breathe, Wenchao Sheng didn't know what to say to comfort the little girl in front of him, remaining silent. Recalling the dark roads Ma Huan had taken him on, and gently hugged the crying little lamb, patting her back softly. He said nothing, feeling that at such a moment, perhaps any words would be superfluous. Meanwhile, the wealthy man was carrying the corpse of the robber, who had lost an arm, out of the city. He attracted a lot of attention on the way, but he walked too quickly, so no one noticed he was carrying a dead body. Moreover, the townsfolk didn't recognize the man and didn't want to get involved in trouble, so they merely whispered a few words and let it be. After exiting the city, the gatekeeper saw the wealthy man and hurriedly stepped aside. Earlier, when the three men fought Ma Huan at the county gate, they had seen it clearly. How could someone with such cultivation be provoked by mere guards like them? Outside the county gate, an old yellow fruit tree, older than they were, was struck and exploded, half of its trunk turning to powder, shattered bit by bit. When the wind blew, the flying debris was choking. The two did not think their bodies were sturdier than that yellow fruit tree. After leaving the county, the wealthy man thought it would be a smooth journey. But after walking half a mile along the road, before he had a chance to catch his breath, he glanced ahead and saw a scene that horrified him. He saw the bald man's head pierced through the skull by a silver-haired woman in a light blue velvet skirt, holding it in her hand, her eyes wide open, unblinking. In her other hand, she held a short sword, engraved with a withered plum blossom. A drop of blood slowly trickled down the blade. The plum blossom was blooming brilliantly. Chapter 107. I just want to help a friend. The killing intent radiating from Su Yixin was shocking. Although the two were dozens of steps apart, the wealthy man felt as if he was immersed in the chill of winter. The sunlight that should have enveloped him seemed to be blocked by this murderous intent, cold and unapproachable. He didn't dare to make eye contact with Su Yixin and tried not to show too much fear, pretending to be just a passerby, carrying his deceased friend back home from afar. But how could such hypocrisy escape Su Yixin's eyes? He bore the wounds left by Ma Huan, and just this point alone was enough to sentence him to death. As the wealthy man passed by Su Yixin while carrying the body of the bandit, he heard a sigh that did not belong to any human in the gentle breeze. It was the sound of a sword song. In a split second between life and death, the wealthy man's bulky figure dodged unexpectedly quickly and, at the same time, used the bandit's body to block this fatal strike. The advantage of the plum blossom was not in the sword itself, but in the one wielding it. Just as the wealthy man had previously commented on Ma Huan, he had brought this short sword to heights that did not belong to it. When facing Ma Huan, he had deeply understood the danger of this short sword. And when Su Yixin drew her sword, the wealthy man felt an illusion of his soul leaving his body. This was the instinct honed to perfection, making a judgment on life and death. His instincts told him he would die under this sword. And indeed, that was the case. He thought he had evaded Su Yixin's sword, believed that the bandit's body had blocked it. But the short sword, thrusting like spilled water, pierced his heart from an incredible angle. The coldness of the plum blossoms in bloom seeped into his entire being. The wealthy man's face turned ashen. And as he looked down, his consciousness grew hazy. When the cold plum blossoms bloomed, winter's snow also arrived. This sword was indeed cold, colder than any winter he had ever experienced. He slowly raised his hand, disregarding the sharpness of the sword, grasping the blade with all his might, yet still knelt to the ground. Su Yixin released her grip, allowing the short sword to remain lodged in the wealthy man's chest as he struggled painfully and finally collapsed into the snow, his eyes wide open. He could not understand why such a remote place as Kuhai County had so many terrifying experts, and why he kept running into them one after another. In the center of the road, Su Yixin quietly looked at the wealthy man's corpse on the ground but did not pull out the short sword. After a long while, she gently said to the short sword, "Old Ma, your life was not easy, but as a ghost of the river of forgetfulness, ending up like this, I cannot defend you. This final honor is given to you as the curtain falls." After speaking, she waved her sleeve and left, not looking back. As the sunlight faded, Wenchao Sheng returned to his courtyard, his arms stained with tears. He glanced at a Shui, who was practicing her sword in the courtyard, and placed 3 jars of wine on the stone table. A Shui executed a sword flourish and glanced at him, asking, "Has that girl fallen asleep?" Wenchao Sheng nodded. She cried until she fell into a deep sleep. Mr. L has settled her in his home to rest. As he spoke, he looked into a Shui's bright eyes and asked, "How is your recovery?" A Shui met his gaze for a moment before quickly looking away, coming to the table to open a jar of wine, tilting her head back to gulp down a few mouthfuls. then threw the fine snow in her hand to Wenchao Sheng. This time, Wenchao Sheng easily caught the sword thrown by a shui. No longer as clumsy as he had been that snowy night, covered in snow and mud. The 8 characters of Yong, besides the points and strokes. I have also figured out the reverse exertion methods for cutting and lifting. Once you are familiar with it, I will teach you this to avoid confusion. As a shui spoke, she suddenly felt something was off, turned her gaze to Wenchao Sheng, and realized it was his expression that seemed unusual. What are you looking at? Wenchao Sheng withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Nothing. He tried to brush it off, but a shui was not going to let him off easily. She grabbed his collar, pulled him in front of her, and stared at him seriously, saying, "Spit it out." Wenchao Sheng looked at her face so close, feeling the scent of alcohol from her mouth and nose, and smiled. "Really, it's nothing. I just ran into someone from the White Dragon Guard while buying wine today." A shui released her grip, snorted, and continued drinking. "What do you think?" she said, taking a few more sips, suddenly stiffening slightly, as if remembering something. Her gaze sharpening as she looked at Wenchao Sheng. "What did you ask them?" Wenchao Sheng did not hide it. "You know what I'm most curious about." A shui fell silent for a moment, then coldly said, "Are you being foolish? You say you value your life, yet you recklessly dive into danger." Wenchao Sheng thought for a moment and replied, "Everyone is foolish." A shui frowned, wanting to say something more, but Wenchao Sheng interrupted her. "Actually, I'm not that afraid of death, provided it's for a worthy cause. Besides, don't you want to clear up the accounts from Feng City?" Crack. Clang. When Wenchao Sheng brought up Feng City, a shui suddenly crushed the wine jar in her hand, shards and wine spilling everywhere, soaking her skirt and Wenchao Sheng's pant legs. Confusion and turmoil mixed in her eyes. As they exchanged glances, a shui's voice turned icy, like the thick ice under the broken bridge in the south. "Wenchao Sheng, you arrogant and self-important fool, you have no idea what you are facing. Just because you won a small advantage on the edge of the chessboard, do you think you can win the whole game?" She had never spoken such a lengthy monologue with such mockery and sharpness, but in the face of her ridicule. Wenchao Sheng did not get angry. He simply said, "I am not trying to win this game, nor do I have any interest in power." A shui was taken aback and coldly scoffed. "You have ambition, but you shouldn't be so hypocritical. You risk so much to settle that old account, not for power, but for the common people." She disliked the phrase "the common people" very much. It was too heavy, too grand, and too hypocritical. Wenchao Sheng gently set down the empty wine bowl in his hand beside another bowl, standing side by side. He turned to look at a shui and asked, "Off topic, a shui, are we friends?" A shui remained silent. Wenchao Sheng continued, "You asked me what I want, so I'll tell you. I want to help a friend with whom I can entrust my life to clear up what happened back then." He raised the other bowl of wine, holding it in front of the stunned shui, watching as all her disdain, mockery, and complex expressions faded away, her eyes becoming clear and pure. A shui raised her gaze, meeting Wenchao Sheng's eyes, listening to him sigh. She is trapped too deeply in the past, unable to escape. She held the wine bowl in her hands without drinking or speaking, her breath slightly quickened. After exchanging a glance with Wenchao Sheng, she lowered her gaze to see her reflection in the wine bowl. When a person is at a loss, they will instinctively seek something to do. So, a shui chose to drink. Unlike her usual hasty way of drinking, today she sipped delicately, as if she wanted to drink until the end of time. Of course, it was impossible for her to truly achieve that wish. After the last drop of peach blossom wine reached her lips, she tilted her neck and held on for a few breaths before finally putting down the wine bowl under Wenchao Sheng's gaze. The silence between the two made her uncomfortable, but she didn't know what to say. Her 10 toes curled tightly in her cloth shoes, and finally, amidst the awkward silence, a sudden knock at the courtyard door saved her. "Chao Sheng, brother," a familiar voice sounded from outside the courtyard. It was the White Wolf from the 7 Kill Hall. This time, he no longer dared to address Wenchao Sheng as Chao Sheng, brother. Though it was just a word apart, the attitude was completely different. Wenchao Sheng opened the door for him, and the White Wolf handed him a letter with both hands, saying, "The 7 Kill Hall intercepted a letter that Xiao Ziheng sent to his second uncle. Please take a look, Chao Sheng, brother." Wenchao Sheng took out the letter, glanced at it briefly, and asked, "Why so slow?" The White Wolf showed a hint of embarrassment on his face and replied honestly, "Before this letter was delivered, Lord Qi asked me to let County Magistrate Chun read it first, and only then did he let me bring it to you." Wenchao Sheng nodded and said, "I understand. You can go back now." The White Wolf looked at Wenchao Sheng, then cast a fearful glance at Ah Shui, who was not far away holding the wine bowl. After a moment of silence, he took a step closer and whispered, Chao Sheng brother, Lord Qi asked me to ask you. This matter concerning Qiu Ziheng is of great importance. How do you plan to handle it on the Guanghan city side? Wenchao Sheng looked at him but did not answer the question. Instead, he said, Go back and tell Lord Qi that I can joke with all of your lives, but I will never joke with my own. If this matter cannot be handled well, I will also be in trouble, so let him rest assured. Although he did not get the answer he wanted, the worried expression on the white wolf's face did ease a little. Indeed, in this world, how many people would treat their own lives as a joke? Seeing that Wenchao Sheng was unwilling to speak further, he clasped his fist in salute and turned to leave, holding the letter in his hand. Wenchao Sheng turned to Ashui and said, I need to go to the Cheng family. Are you coming? Ashui glanced at him and put down the wine bowl. If I don't go, what if you get blocked by Lu Chuan on the way? You might not have a way out. Wenchao Sheng shook his head. Lu Chuan doesn't dare to kill Chun Xiong, so he won't dare to kill me. Earlier, when I went to teach Chun Xiong how to deal with Lu Chuan, he told me that Lu Chuan wanted to use him to silence me, along with the positioning of the Black Queen. Lu Chuan should know where we live now. After that night, Chun Xiong had the officers block our courtyard for 2 or 3 days, but in the end, he used a blunder as an excuse to let the matter drop. Lu Chuan is very clever. He will definitely guess that there is some secret and connection between Chun Xiong and us. If he acts against me, it might provoke Chun Xiong's fear and lead him to act recklessly. Lu Chuan's biggest weakness is that he doesn't dare to gamble, nor does he want to gamble. Ashui raised an eyebrow and asked, What are the odds? When Chao Sheng replied, 90% sure. Ashui said, Then I will go with you. After saying that, she took a jar of wine that Wenchao Sheng had opened and drank while walking. After receiving surprised glances from passers-by, Wenchao Sheng helplessly said to Ashui, What kind of girl drinks from a jar of wine on the road like you? Can't you be a little more restrained? She didn't answer, turned her head and pouted. And the wine that she hadn't swallowed yet shot out like a water arrow, soaking Wenchao Sheng's sleeve before he could dodge. This bold and forceful retaliation left Wenchao Sheng somewhat amused and helpless. He shook his sleeve and wisely closed his mouth. Upon arriving at the Cheng family, the other party was practicing calligraphy under the dimming daylight. When he saw Wenchao Sheng, he hurriedly welcomed him, seeing the characters he had written. Wenchao Sheng became interested and pointed to the paper and brush in his courtyard, saying, Not being honest, Cheng Feng, didn't you say that a scholar is of no use? Why are you still practicing? Cheng Feng's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He stood awkwardly beside him, scratching his head, and said, Just practicing casually, nothing serious. Wenchao Sheng picked up a piece of paper, glanced at the characters Cheng Feng had written, and raised an eyebrow. This heart seems to be stained with red makeup. TSK, not right. Cheng Feng, who are you writing this for? Cheng Feng's face turned slightly red, and he said nervously, Just passing the time, practicing casually. Wenchao Sheng scrutinized him, and that examining gaze made Cheng Feng increasingly uneasy. Finally, when he couldn't bear it any longer, Wenchao Sheng withdrew his gaze with a smile and said, I have a better poem. Do you want to hear it? Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback and stammered. What poem? Wenchao Sheng replied, Give me the pen. Hearing this, Cheng Feng hurriedly searched for the pen and handed it to Wenchao Sheng. When he saw the latter's tip covered in ink, he lightly touched the paper, his control over the pen very steady. As Wenchao Sheng wrote with great flair, Cheng Feng raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but read aloud. Without colorful phoenix wings to fly, the heart has a spiritual connection. After he finished reading, he pondered over it and suddenly became excited, saying to Wenchao Sheng brother, what is this poem? Wenchao Sheng replied straightforwardly, This is from Li Shangyin's Untitled, Last Night's Stars and Wind. Cheng Feng, upon hearing this, searched his mind but could not recall the name Li Shangyin. He hurriedly asked, Chao Sheng brother, may I ask which country this Li Shangyin is from? Such talent shouldn't be from an unknown person. Why have I never heard of him? Wenchao Sheng threw the pen aside and said, He is from the Tang dynasty. Cheng Feng muttered the name a few times, growing increasingly puzzled and confused. Is there a Tang country? Wenchao Sheng replied, Of course, if there were no Tang country, where would Li Shangyin come from? And if there were no Li Shangyin, where would these verses come from? Think about it, isn't that the logic? Cheng Feng was rendered speechless by his reasoning, and seeing his bewildered expression. Wenchao Sheng laughed and stopped teasing him. He took out the letter that the white wolf had given him, spread it on the table, and moved an oil lamp closer, lighting it and placing it aside, saying to him, All right, stop thinking about those trivial matters. Come over and take a look at this letter. There's something important to discuss with you. Chapter 109. Imitation characters. Cheng Feng came forward and carefully looked at the letter that Wenchao Sheng had spread out. The letter was filled with Qiu Ziheng's angry accusations. He described in detail, embellishing the events that occurred that night at the Yuanyang building. And the text hinted 3 times that his uncle Qiu Yuefeng wanted to find a way to deal with Chun Xiong and the 7 kill hall. After Cheng Feng finished reading, even though he was well-mannered, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a foolish person." Not to mention that his uncle is just a civil servant. Even the city guard himself can't directly handle Chun Xiong. If this letter gets out, it might affect his uncle's future career. Wenchao Sheng said, "Those who rely on the protection of their elders often become arrogant and spoiled, mostly foolish and wicked, believing that they are the greatest in the world and that everyone must cater to them. It's no surprise when they do something foolish." It seems that the people from the Salt Gang sought him out instead of cooperating with Lu Jinshi, probably because Lu Jinshi is too shrewd and wouldn't yield much profit, which is why they turned to Qiu Ziheng. Cheng Feng pressed the letter with his fingertips and suddenly asked in confusion, "Brother Chao Sheng, why did you bring this letter to me?" Wenchao Sheng sat down on a nearby wooden bench and said, "Although Qiu Ziheng is a fool, his second uncle is indeed a very troublesome troublemaker. If we don't placate his second uncle, those who go to help that night may not have it easy." Cheng Feng wasn't truly dull. Looking at the letter beside him, he vaguely guessed Wenchao Sheng's intentions. His expression paused. "Brother Chao Sheng, do you want me to imitate Qiu Ziheng's handwriting to write a letter to his second uncle?" Wenchao Sheng nodded, "Exactly." Seeing this, Cheng Feng immediately waved his hand and took a step back, his face turning pale. "This can't be done, it can't be." Wenchao Sheng noticed his reaction and a hint of curiosity crossed his eyes. "Why can't it?" Cheng Feng smiled bitterly. "Brother Chao Sheng, you may not know, but I was expelled from the academy precisely because I was unwilling to imitate handwriting and copy scripts. Family letters are the bonds that connect kinship. The Qi country is vast, with high mountains and distant waters. Many who have gone away for years to make a living or pursue their dreams can't see their loved ones and rely on a family letter to report safety and learn about the family's situation. How can we casually use clever tricks to deceive and ruin true feelings?" Wenchao Sheng laughed. "You are too concerned. However, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I came to find you today, not to ruin true feelings, but to save people." As he spoke, he picked up the pen on the table and placed it into Cheng Feng's fingers. "All you need to do is wave your pen to save the wanderer who broke into the Yuanyang building with us that night, save the county magistrate of Kuhuai County, Chuanxiong, and also save the only Qin player in Kuhuai County. Otherwise, with Qiu Ziheng's personality, if he really invites his second uncle over, we might escape into the rivers and lakes, but what will happen to Xiaohong?" Looking at the pen clutched between his fingers, Cheng Feng's heart started to race, and his breathing became somewhat heavy. But he still hesitated, feeling that once he put pen to paper, he would ruin the clarity of mind he had honed for 10 years in the cold window. While he was hesitating, a Shui, who had been drinking, suddenly chimed in. "I see that the Qin player is not particularly outstanding in appearance and won't win a man's heart. If Qiu Ziheng takes her into his family, she will surely be marginalized. Once the novelty wears off and Qiu Ziheng loses interest in her, her fate will be miserable." Cheng Feng looked at his Shui, his expression frozen, but the latter frowned and said, "What are you looking at me for? Qiu Ziheng wants to take Si Xiaohong, not me. If he comes to me, I'll just give him a knife to settle it. But if he goes for Si Xiaohong, that's none of my business." After a Shui said this, Cheng Feng's hand holding the pen trembled. His gaze flickered several times before he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. All right." Wenchao Sheng patted him on the shoulder, almost knocking the pen from his hand. "Hey, don't be so forced. You're not doing something bad. I see you're not one of those old scholars who just study hard. Why make things difficult for yourself? Earlier, you were also cursing, saying that scholars are useless. Now, isn't it useful? Just move your pen, and you can save people, even a whole bunch of them." Cheng Feng couldn't withstand the back-and-forth pressure from the two and ultimately surrendered, smiling bitterly at Wenchao Sheng. "All right, tell me what you want me to write." Wenchao Sheng thought for a moment and replied, "Just say that you were bullied by the county magistrate in Kuhuai County, but don't make it sound too tragic. The tone should be heavy with resentment, and just ask if Qiu Fengyue has any way to put pressure on Chuanxiong. The sooner the better. First, test the relationship between Qiu Fengyue and Qiu Ziheng, and once he replies, we'll discuss the next step." Cheng Feng, upon hearing this, already had a plan in mind. After writing a few characters, he suddenly asked with confusion, "Brother Chao Sheng, I have another question. Since Qiu Zihang's letter can't be sent out, can't we just treat it as if nothing happened? Why must we communicate with Qiu Fanhua? Isn't this a bit redundant? Wenchao Sheng smiled and answered, good question. After we leave, Qiu Zihang will be locked up in the county office for months, or even longer. Once he disappears, the servants at home and many who have interacted with him will grow suspicious. News travels through cracks in walls and can cross mountains and rivers. If it reaches Qiu Fanhua, it would be troublesome. But if his nephew communicates with him from time to time, that news will naturally turn into rumors. Cheng Feng realized this, and his gaze towards Wenchao Sheng changed slightly. Brother Chao Sheng, you really are meticulous. The moonlight was like water, and the thin snow dyed the light. After the bright sun set, the flying snow came again, mixing with the falling moonlight into a misty expanse, very desolate. After finally lulling the heartbroken little lamb to sleep, Madame Lu gently locked the door and silently came to the side of Lu Zhiming under the eaves, sharing hot tea and admiring the snow falling in the courtyard together. After a few cups of tea, Madame Lu gently said, he planned everything, learned the whale submersion technique from others, and said that after faking his death, he would have someone bury him under the snow pine south of the county town to escape, thus withdrawing from the rivers and lakes and taking the little lamb far away. Lu Zhiming, smelling the tea fragrance, suddenly sighed. The world is unpredictable. Madame Lu echoed, yes, the world is unpredictable. Just as the plan was about to succeed, I also made up my mind to help him. But how can human calculations surpass the heavens? After practicing the whale submersion technique for so many years, he ultimately couldn't use it. Lu Zhiming looked at the flying snow that drifted to his knees, dissolving silently without leaving a trace. The strange technique left by the Beihai people is extraordinary. Had he used it, he wouldn't have died today. Unfortunately, the whale submersion can only save one person. This was his own choice. After a pause, he remembered something and looked towards the courtyard where Wenchao Sheng was. Sighing, with choices, naturally, there will be regrets. Chapter 110. Need a knife. Regarding Ma Huan's encounter, Madame Lu seemed particularly empathetic. The flowers and plants carefully nurtured by Lu Zhiming in the courtyard were finally covered with a thick layer of white snow. Her eyes glazed over. Her silver hair lifted by the breeze seemed to have become snow. The cycle of heaven and earth, the cause and effect. We people have committed too many wrongs in our lives, stained with too much blood, and will not have a good ending. This is the little girl's tribulation. And it is also Ma Huan's tribulation. Having committed too many evils in life, wanting to withdraw now is ultimately too late. He is like this, and I am like this too. Lu Zhiming looked at her and said gently, my dear, after the great tribulation of heaven, you have become much more resigned to fate. Madame Lu met his gaze and said seriously, it's not after the great tribulation of heaven, but since I met you, my husband, I have begun to believe in fate. If it weren't for fate's manipulation, how could two people who are so far apart be willing to stay together in such a remote place for 30 years? After a pause, she continued, my husband, when I was young, I held a sword, full of vigor, thinking that all the heroes in the world were nothing but this, believing that destiny was on my side. But little did I know that everything was already predetermined in the dark. I, such a person with shallow blessings and countless misdeeds, now burdened with heavy debts, face divine punishment, and ultimately cannot cross that threshold of the heavens to stay with you. The disaster of the great calamity was just fate. Lu Zhiming comforted her, saying, if there truly is fate, then the good deeds you have done over the years should have alleviated some of your karmic obstacles. As ordinary people, rather than speculating on the mysteries of heaven, it is better to live well in the present. Su Yixian knew this reasoning well. She just felt reluctant and guilty. Lu Zhiming was deeply emotional, and not long in the future, she would leave this world, leaving him alone in this realm, with the loneliness of the rest of his life, all owing to her. After a few cups of tea, Madame Lu shifted the topic to the little lamb in the room. Lu Zhiming said that he had a connection with the little lamb. Since she believed in fate, it would be good to keep the lamb by her side in the future as a way to settle the decades-long friendship with Ma Huan. Meanwhile, Shaoqi, who had left the county, returned to the Bai Long Wei's stronghold on Xingwang Mountain. Tonight, heavy snow sealed the mountain, and if not for his remarkable lightness of skill, he would not have been able to cross the narrow path along the cliff. Back in the familiar mountain tavern, seeing him covered in snow, Zhu Baiyu took off his velvet coat and draped it over him, then brought over 2 jars of strong liquor. After Shao Qi drank a few bowls, the internal energy circulated his blood, quickly dispelling the chill. Shao Qi, Did you learn anything from Wenchao? As everyone gathered around, their eyes were filled with hope. He certainly did not disappoint, replying straightforwardly, no. The group of white-clad people immediately dispersed a little, wearing expressions of disdain, pointing, and whispering. They were originally colleagues, and their private relationships were quite good. Plus, Zhu Baiyu usually had no heirs, so their interaction was casual. However, this trip was not in vain. Xiao Qi changed the topic, and the noise in the tavern immediately quieted down. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Xiao Qi said, "Let us start with Wenchao. This person is very tight-lipped. No matter how I probed, he didn't reveal a thing. I initially thought he really hadn't learned anything from Lu Jinshi. But the more I thought about it on the way up the mountain, the more I felt something was off. His responses to me seemed like they had been rehearsed in advance." Putting aside the issue of Wenchao, I also investigated a young man who lived with the woman from Feng City. His name is Wenchao Sheng, and he has no cultivation whatsoever, but mentioning Wenchao Sheng, Xiao Qi's expression changed subtly. He recounted the details of his interaction with Wenchao Sheng at the gallery bridge, and everyone present fell silent after listening, especially Zhu Baiyu, whose brows showed intense interest. Interesting, why does he know about Bai Longwei being outside the county? Xiao Qi said, the most likely possibility is that Feng Miaoshui told him. When the 15 went to find Feng Miaoshui, he was cut down by her. So she must know that we are hiding somewhere outside the county. Zhu Baiyu pinched his brow. Feng Miaoshui lives with this guy? And she told him about Bai Longwei. He even used Wu Jio's corpse as an invitation to lure us into the game. But Wu Jio was killed by Meng Po of Wanchuan. So, could it be that this Wenchao Sheng has deep connections with both Feng Miaoshui and Sui Xian? No. This is too wrong. How could an ordinary county citizen be connected to these two? Xiao Qi, have you looked into Wenchao Sheng's background? Xiao Qi nodded, then shook his head, his delicate brows filled with confusion no less than Zhu Baiyu's. I checked. I used Bai Longwei's identity to look up information on Wenchao Sheng from the county's clerks, but there was nothing on him. He appeared suddenly 3 years ago. Lived as a refugee outside the county for 3 years, and because he lacked 10 taels of silver, Lu Jinshi didn't grant him the status of a Qi citizen. Later, after Lu Jinshi died suddenly and Chen Xiong took office, Wenchao Sheng finally transformed from a refugee into a Qi citizen. Zhu Baiyu laughed. No past? As long as he is human, he must have a past. This guy is hiding deep. His background is probably significant. After a pause, he looked at the group of white-clad people, his gaze falling on one of them. 11. You are the most well-informed in this regard. Tomorrow, find a way to contact your friends in Guanghan City and investigate this Wenchao Sheng. By the way, his name might also be fake. So get a portrait of him before you investigate. 11 took the order. At this time, Xiao Qi poured himself a bowl of liquor and said to Zhu Baiyu, "Boss, there's one more thing I find very strange." Zhu Baiyu looked at him. "What is it?" Xiao Qi said, "This guy asked me about Feng Miaoshui and Feng City today. From his words, I feel that this Wenchao Sheng knows very little about Feng Miaoshui. This shouldn't be the case. A person like Feng Miaoshui wouldn't easily trust someone she is completely unfamiliar with, right?" Zhu Baiyu pondered for a moment and said, "Did you say anything?" Xiao Qi replied, "I mentioned a bit about Feng Miaoshui. His eyes are very sharp, able to penetrate into one's heart. After talking to him for a while, I felt an indescribable panic. But I only told him that Feng Miaoshui used to be a soldier from Feng City. I didn't say a word more." Zhu Baiyu nodded. Letting out some information is not a bad temporary strategy. People like him have sharp eyes and deep thoughts. If you don't give him some sweeteners, he won't let it go. Xiao Qi drank some liquor and slowly said, "Lastly, and most importantly, during our farewell, Wenchao Sheng asked me to convey a message to the boss. He said that the things left by Lu Jinshi are in his possession, and if we want them, we can only cooperate with him." His calm voice echoed in the tavern, even drowning out the sound of the wind coming through the windows. Zhu Baiyu, being an old hand, immediately asked, "What does he want?" Xiao Qi said, "He said there are too many people from Wanchuan in the county, and he has an eye in the county now, but he needs a knife." Chapter 111. Death and Separation, Using Bai Longwei as a Knife. Zhu Baiyu smirked. This young man named Wenchao Sheng is quite arrogant. He paced in the tavern, listening to the sound of snow outside, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "This snow is quite heavy. After tonight, it won't be easy to go down the mountain. Let us wait a few more days." With the help of the people from Beihai, Wenchao Sheng made rapid progress in his cultivation of the unaging spring. However, he did not awaken any miraculous powers. The Beihai people told him that the unaging spring technique once broken down, is indeed meant for health maintenance. The reason those who practiced it exhibited various miraculous effects is that Xiaoyao itself is highly inclusive, allowing it to resonate with the powers of acupoints, thus extending various miraculous abilities. However, since Wenchao Sheng did not have a dance C, he could not develop acupoints, and naturally, he did not possess these abilities. Nevertheless, Wenchao Sheng was not too disappointed. The Beihai people told him that once he successfully cultivates all three extraordinary techniques in the future, he can begin to comprehend Xiaoyao Yu. After Zhuang Zhu comprehended Xiaoyao Yu, although he had never fought with anyone, there were hardly any who could match him in the world. Our school Dao sect later all practiced Xiaoyao Yu. Besides me, there are two other fellow disciples. They are not very famous, hiding in the deep mountains. Comprehending the Dao, and their cultivation is also not weak. The last time we gathered, one had already become a celestial being, and the other is expected to cross the calamity in 3 to 5 years. A Beihai person told Wenchao Sheng that he was born with a natural talent, and in the future, he might achieve great things, perhaps not inferior to his own. However, he must not become anxious or greedy in his cultivation, or it might lead to disasters, possibly resulting in serious mistakes in the future. After one night passed, before dawn, Wenchao Sheng still went to LV Jiming's house early to chop firewood. Now, he only needed half an hour to finish the work that used to take him a whole day. Following his routine, he bought breakfast and brought it back to eat with Ashui in the yard. The morning light was faint, and the rooster had not yet crowed. Seeing that Wenchao Sheng had become familiar with the force in drawing and dotting, Ashui began to explain chopping and lifting to him. Although it was called an explanation, it actually involved her grabbing Wenchao Sheng's arm and practicing a few times. A few days of rest had improved Ashui's condition significantly. She could run her internal energy without coughing up blood, only slightly sweating. Wenchao Sheng held the fine snow and practiced hundreds of times in the way Ashui taught him, until he was panting. Then he washed his face with cold water and continued to practice writing. Ashui's method indeed helped. Just a few days had passed, and he had already written the character quite well, a significant improvement compared to his previous scribbles. Of course, it was still far from Chengfeng's requirements. However, during this process, Wenchao Sheng discovered something interesting. His swordsmanship seemed to have improved quite a bit. He recalled that night when he faced Wuju to save Ashui in the snow, and he couldn't help but practice that sword move in the yard. He wanted to replicate that exquisite and unparalleled sword technique, just like writing. After several attempts, Ashui, who was feeding the dog under the eaves, suddenly turned her head and looked at Wenchao Sheng with a hint of surprise in her eyes. He was so engrossed that he didn't notice Ashui's gaze until he was exhausted and shook off the snow from his body, panting as he returned to the eaves to drink a pot of hot water brewed in the morning. Wenchao Sheng felt a bit excited. Although he couldn't fully replicate that sword strike from before, he could clearly feel that he had grasped some lingering essence, which made his swordsmanship exceptionally sharp. After resting for a moment, he saw Mrs. LV standing outside the door, though he didn't know when she had arrived. Wenchao Sheng had visited the LV couple before going to bed last night, and today they had agreed to go together to pay respects to Ma Huan. If it weren't for Ma Huan's help that night, both he and Ashui wouldn't have survived. As they talked about the old man's passing on the way, Wenchao Sheng felt quite regretful. Mrs. LV told him that Ma Huan helped him to ward off disaster, but in reality, he just wanted to ask for a favor from her, so Wenchao Sheng didn't need to feel too much pity. Little Yang had red eyes today, being led by Mrs. LV by the hand, her mouth tightly pursed. After exiting the west gate of the county town, they arrived at a clearing in the woods where a nameless stone tablet had been erected. After a night of snow, this tablet was mostly buried, revealing only some scattered stones. Looking at these stones, little Yang couldn't help it anymore. Tears fell like flying snow as she loudly called for her grandfather, later choking on her sobs, crying heart-wrenchingly. Seeing this scene, Mrs. LV felt a bit pained. Her sigh echoed in the wind as she said, Ma Huan had a bad reputation throughout his life, having offended too many people, making it impossible for him to be buried properly or have an inscription on his tablet. At least this way, it's considered a half-good ending. Mrs. LV's words were not sarcastic. No one in their line of work ever hoped for a complete corpse or a tomb after death. After paying respects to Ma Huan, Mrs. LV led the tearful little Yang back. Passing by a certain street, little Yang suddenly stopped, staring at a large mansion not far away. The mansion was silent, with only 3 to 5 wreaths hanging at the door. Staring at those wreaths, little Yang stood for a while before suddenly breaking free from Mrs. LV's hand. running all the way to the mansion's entrance, and then kneeling down, beginning to knock her head against the wreath. After a few muffled sounds, the white snow on the bluestone slab was stained with bright red. Mrs. LV hurried over and hugged little Yang, who was now unable to cry out, gasping for breath with her mouth wide open. "Let's go back," Wenchao Sheng said softly. He could feel little Yang's despair and sadness at that moment, but couldn't find the words to comfort her. Perhaps the best comfort at this time was silent companionship. Everything that happened yesterday had been mentioned by Ashui, and from little Yang's earlier behavior, it was easy to infer that not only Ma Huan had passed away, but also others. Moreover, this person should have had a close relationship with little Yang. For a young girl, all of this was too cruel. After returning, Mrs. LV made some nourishing porridge. When Shaoxing and Ashui returned to the yard, and Ashui suddenly said, "Are you going to take action on the evidence left by Lu Jinshe?" When Shaoxing went to the table, poured her a glass of water, and said, "Let's wait a bit longer." Ashui turned the teacup and asked, "Are you going to clean up Wanchuan first?" When Shaoxing nodded, "Yes, but we won't handle it ourselves. Let's borrow a knife. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Chapter 112. The Sword Aimed at Xingwang Mountain. The appearance of Shao Qi confirmed Wen Shaoxing's suspicion that the White Dragon Guard had come to Kuhai County for the matter concerning Lu Jinshe. If they were on the same side as Lu Chuan, they clearly wouldn't have remained outside the county for so long and would have entered the city earlier. Therefore, the White Dragon Guard, Lu Chuan, and Wang Chuan were all enemies, which is why Wen Shaoxing said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. When Shaoxing said to Ashui, "Lu Chuan hasn't made a sound for so many days. What do you think he's doing?" Ashui stretched lazily and replied, "Sleeping." When Shaoxing's contemplative expression was broken, he looked at Ashui speechlessly. "Are you serious?" Ashui glanced at him. "I said I want to sleep." When Shaoxing looked at the sky and frowned, "Sleeping so early?" Ashui rolled her eyes and retorted, "With such heavy snow, if I don't sleep, should I go out fishing?" When Shaoxing thought for a moment and agreed. Given Ashui's previous injuries, resting more was always a good idea, especially since they might have to fight again in the future. "Then you go sleep," he said. When Ashui entered the room, she suddenly turned her head and said to Wen Shaoxing, "If you use the 7-kill hall to keep an eye on Wanchuan, Lu Chuan might not use Wanchuan to keep an eye on us. After all, those who came from Wanchuan have some experts. Their counter-surveillance awareness is strong. So be careful that the enemy uses our plans against us." When Shaoxing looked surprised at Ashui, but before he could speak, Ashui went back to her room to sleep. When Shaoxing stood under the eaves, sipping hot water while pondering deeply. "Mr. Lu, the matter you asked me to handle has been arranged. Some silver has been scattered on the Wanchuan side, but this time our budget is ample, so it's not a problem." Qian Lu handed the list to Lu Chuan, who was cooking hot pot. After Lu Chuan finished reading it, he directly threw the list into the stove, watching it quickly turn to ashes. "That's right. Come, sit down and eat." Lu Chuan rolled up his sleeves and made room for Qian Lu. A thick layer of white snow had already accumulated on the large umbrella in the courtyard, and the mist was rising beneath the umbrella, with aromas wafting into the distant wind and snow. Qian Lu removed the long blade and stuck it into the snow beside him, saying to Lu Chuan, "Mr. Lu, Xingwang Mountain is too large, especially now that heavy snow has sealed the mountain. Although there are many people from Wanchuan, it will be very difficult to find the traces left by Lu Jinshe with this method." Lu Chuan picked up a slice of lotus root, stirred it in the dipping sauce, and said, "Who said we need to find what Lu Jinshe left behind? I'm not a worker from the Ministry of Works. Why would I go to the mountains to dig stones for no reason? And with our manpower, it's far from enough." Upon hearing this, Qian Lu furrowed his brows, unable to understand what Lu Chuan was planning. As he hesitated, Lu Chuan added 3 cleaned duck intestines into the hot pot. Since it wasn't about finding clues, what was Mr. Lu trying to do by bringing people from Wanchuan into the mountains? Lu Chuan raised his chopsticks, glanced at the cooked duck intestines, felt they were ready, and quickly placed them into the dipping dish in front of Qian Lu, saying, "Quick, give it a try." Qian Lu was taken aback but still picked up the chopsticks and put the duck intestines into his mouth. Lu Chuan stared at him and asked softly, "So, did old Yang clean these duck intestines properly?" Qian Lu's expression suddenly froze. Then he replied, somewhat at a loss, "Old Yang is a professional chef. They can't be unclean. Right?" Lu Chuan shrugged. "Hard to say, he has a history. Is there a taste?" Qian Lu swallowed hard. As for Mr. Lu's question, I swallowed too quickly. Couldn't taste it. Lu Chuan was speechless. He put down his chopsticks, picked up a nearby cup filled with liquor, drank it down, and then said, Do you remember when we went to Wenchao for tea? Qian Lu nodded. Of course, I remember. Lu Chuan rolled his tongue in his mouth and said, at that time. He mentioned that as long as he dies, the Beilongwai outside the county town will know. I have already told you that I have special informants. So I actually knew about Beilongwai outside the county town all along. Chuanxiong's words also indirectly indicated that he hasn't mentioned Lu Jinshi's matter to Beilongwai yet. So with so many people from Wenchuan coming to Kuhai County now, and we have enough funds, we can use these people to directly eliminate the excess threats in the cradle. Lu Chuan's words made Qian Lu's eyelids twitch. Hidden within seemingly plain words was such a shocking murderous intent. Just in time, I received news from my informants that there aren't many Beilongwai who have come to Kuhai County. However, once we find their hiding place, you need to go personally. Lu Chuan cooked another string of duck intestines and placed them in Qian Lu's bowl, then tapped his bowl and said, although there aren't many people from Beilongwai, there's a very troublesome person. The assassins from Wenchuan may not be able to handle him. Qian Lu cautiously chewed the duck intestines and asked, who? Lu Chuan, Zhu Baiyu. Qian Lu paused his chewing, looked up at Lu Chuan in surprise. One of the 3 leaders of Beilongwai? Lu Chuan nodded. Right. This person has unfathomable martial arts. Once personally taught by Long Buf, and the hidden weapons he uses can scare countless people in the Jianghu. It would be very difficult for 1 or 2 masters at the Tongyu realm to capture him. I am not as familiar with Wenchuan as you. So once we locate them, you will personally lead people to encircle and eliminate them. Qian Lu swallowed the duck intestines completely and voiced his last concern. If Zhu Baiyu dies, it won't be a small matter. How does Mr. Lu plan to fill such a big hole? Lu Chuan smiled and said, what? Everyone is in the Jianghu. Is it only allowed for him to kill others and not for others to kill him? No matter how big the matter is, compared to the affairs of the adults, it is a small matter. Moreover, as long as we seal off the news, by the time Zhu Baiyu's death spreads, we will have already withdrawn. As long as the adults speak, the trouble will not fall on our heads. What do you think? Qian Lu fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, agreeing with Lu Chuan's proposal. Seeing that he had no adverse reaction after eating the duck intestines, Lu Chuan also cooked a pair for himself and said leisurely, the secrets left by Lu Jinshi that could threaten the adults, they haven't gone to retrieve them yet. They can't be in the county town. They must be somewhere outside. Once the Beilongwai in Kuhai County is completely wiped out, Wenchuan will certainly pay a considerable price, but once this peace is settled, it will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only will it cut off a major route of threat from Chuanxiong to us, but it will also reduce an important competitor when it comes to seizing secrets in the future. Wenchao Sheng and Chuanxiong, since they want to play, let us play along with them. In the future, it will also be a fun story to talk about. Chapter 113. Lu Chuan wanted to strike directly at Zhu Baiyu, partly because the existence of Beilongwai posed too great a threat. No one should expect that he would directly kill Beilongwai. First, take advantage of their unpreparedness to eliminate Beilongwai, and then deal with Chuanxiong and Wenchao Sheng, so he wouldn't be distracted. This move could be considered half a strategy of cutting off the enemy's resources. On the other hand, Lu Chuan was absolutely confident in Qian Lu's strength. Although Qian Lu was not an assassin of the Fengziki in Wenchuan, the assassins in Fengziki were only slightly stronger than Qian Lu. What he lacked was not strength, but an opportunity. After learning about Lu Chuan's plan, Qian Lu was no longer as tense and anxious as before. He sat down at ease and hot pot with Lu Chuan. After a moment, he suddenly realized something and said to Lu Chuan, Mr. Lu, why isn't old Yang here today? Lu Chuan stirred the chopsticks in the copper pot. He went out to buy groceries. We've been cooking so fiercely these past few days that the ingredients stored in the house have been eaten up. Qian Lu nodded, ate for a while, and then reminded, by the way, Mr. Lu, you should stay away from Hohot Alley where Wenchao Sheng is located in the future. Don't go there. Lu Chuan was puzzled. What? Can't I even go there? Can that woman worth 100,000 gold come out and stab me? Qian Lu sighed. That possibility can't be ruled out, but the main thing is that there is another extremely dangerous person next to Wenchao Sheng's residence. This person has disappeared for 30 years and suddenly appeared that night, pointing and killing more than a dozen assassins from Wenchuan. Lu Chuan was taken aback. So powerful who? Qian Lu, Meng Pe, Sui Xian. After 30 years of absence, when this name echoed in Lu Chuan's ears again, he shivered and immediately realized it. Sui Xian. She is still alive? Qian Lu sighed again. Yes, she is still alive. Moreover, she seems to have completely broken with Wenchuan. Since we are not in Wancheng and are too remote, Mr. Liu either writes another letter to the adults, asking them to send more manpower over, and they must be experts, or try not to provoke her as much as possible. If necessary, we may have to spend some money to restrain that group of madmen in Wenchao. If news of Mengpa spreads too quickly, it will immediately lead to a bloody storm. Those desperate people from the 4 countries and countless experts wanting to upgrade to Fengziki will focus their attention on Suishan. Once they stir up Kuhai County's waters, it will be troublesome for the matters entrusted by the adults. Although Qian Lu is not as scheming as Lu Chuan, he is also very meticulous in considering matters, so there are rarely mistakes in what he handles. After listening to him, Lu Chuan nodded slightly and said, "This matter is indeed significant. You can handle it later. I have plenty of spare money. Let them in Wenchao endure their private affairs for now." In Hohot Alley, at Lu Jiming's home, the red-eyed little sheep knelt in front of Lu Jiming and his wife, knocking her head 3 times. Her bleeding forehead was carefully bandaged with clean white cloth. Although it provided some protection, it still hurt, but the little sheep remained silent and, after raising her head, called out sweetly to her godfather and godmother. Lu Jiming was still not very accustomed to others kneeling on the ground to speak to him. He smiled and helped the little sheep up. All right, just a formality." Madame L glanced at her and said, "Little sheep, today my husband and I accept you as our goddaughter. You will live with me from now on, but there is one thing you must promise me." Little sheep looked up at her and listened attentively. Madame L continued, "In the future, my husband and I will teach you martial arts for self-defense. But you must not use the skills we teach you to seek revenge on your grandfather. Do you understand?" Little sheep was silent for a moment and did not respond. Madame L frowned. Seeing Little sheep's reaction, L Jiming softly said, "My dear, although you mean well for her, the child is currently filled with sadness and anger, and has no outlet for it. It is too hasty to ask her to make this promise now." Upon hearing this, Madame L seemed to realize that discussing this with Little sheep at this moment might not be acceptable, so she changed her approach. "Then we can discuss this matter later. Little sheep, you mentioned that your grandfather Ma Huan named you, so we won't rename you. Now, we will give you our surname, and you will be called El Yang. Is that all right?" Little sheep obediently nodded this time. After a simple ceremony, El Yang had her own surname, although her name did not sound pleasant. Both of them understood that the character Yang was her only remembrance of her grandfather, and taking it away would indeed be inhumane. Heavy snow fell continuously, and the L couple prepared a clean room for El Yang. For the next 3 days, the snow did not stop, and she remained in her room without going out. Madame L worried that the child might be too sad and think of ending her life, so she repeatedly tried to talk to her. But El Yang did not show any extreme behavior, only remaining particularly silent. It wasn't until the 3rd day, early in the morning before dawn, that Wenchao Sheng was chopping firewood at El Jiming's house, and El Yang appeared at the door of the woodshed, staring at him. When Wenchao Sheng asked her a question, she did not answer. The woodshed was drafty, the snow was heavy, and the wind was cold. Seeing her thin figure without an outer coat, Wenchao Sheng invited her inside, built a small fire for her in a corner of the woodshed, and brought her a small stool to sit on and warm herself. "Why are you here chopping wood at my godfather's house?" El Yang asked in a childish voice. Without turning his head, Wenchao Sheng replied while chopping wood, "It's a long story. Do you want to hear it?" El Yang warmed her small hands by the fire, and in the sheltered corner where the wind was light, she said crisply, "I can't sleep." Wenchao Sheng took a deep breath, focused on the firewood in front of him, slowed down his chopping, and began to recount everything he had experienced in the county over the past 3 years. When El Yang heard about Wenchao Sheng eating raw earthworms, her brows couldn't help but furrow, revealing a look of disbelief. When Ma Huan used to fish, she had played with earthworms. At that time, she had only put one on her hand and brought it close to her nose, and the smell was still fresh in her memory. Wenchao Sheng's story captivated El Yang, perhaps because they both had extremely unfortunate and painful pasts, which unconsciously brought them a little closer, making her talk more. Finally, as El Yang stared at the fire, Wenchao Sheng finished chopping the wood he needed for the day, stood up, dusted off his hands, and said to El Yang, "I'm going out to buy breakfast. Do you want to come?" El Yang came back to her senses, nodded, but hesitated. "What if my godfather and godmother wake up and see I'm not here? Will they worry?" Wenchao Sheng replied, "Just leave a note." El Yang still went with him, and the two bought soy milk, tofu buns, and fried dough sticks in a familiar spot. El Yang said she only liked to eat fried dough sticks, especially when they were hot out of the fryer. Back in the yard, Wenchao Sheng placed the breakfast on a small wooden table under the eaves. Shui had finished washing up, and the three sat down to eat. Elyong took a bite of the fried dough stick and occasionally glanced at Wenchao Sheng or Shui. After breakfast, Shui went back to her room to cultivate and heal her injuries. At this time, Elyong cautiously approached Wenchao Sheng and softly asked, "Brother Chao Sheng, is your wife mute?" Uft. The last mouthful of soy milk that Wenchao Sheng had not swallowed turned into a jet, spraying into the snowy yard. Chapter 114. Shun Xiong's concerns. Wenchao Sheng never expected that a young, innocent girl could cause such a significant reaction with a single sentence. He didn't dare turn around and merely leaned his head closer to the girl's ear, whispering, "First, she is not mute. She just hasn't spoken. Second, she is not my wife. We are friends, and you can call her Sister Shui from now on. Third, her hearing is very good. She probably heard what you just said." Upon hearing this, Elyang's frail body suddenly stiffened. As the two exchanged glances, they seemed to sense the scrutinizing gaze coming from behind them, making the hair on their arms stand up slightly. After a moment, Elyang stood up, rubbed her hands together, and said quietly, "Brother Chao Sheng, I think I just heard my godmother calling me. I'll go back now." After saying that, she seemed to have made some decision and dashed out of the yard without looking back. After Elyang left, Wenchao Sheng awkwardly turned to Shui, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and explained, "Kids say the most innocent things." Shui blinked, looking confused, and asked, "What do you mean by innocent words?" Wenchao Sheng was taken aback, then quickly realized that Shui had been cultivating and hadn't heard their whispers, so he said, "It's nothing. Just focus on your recovery." After a pause, Wenchao Sheng added, "Have you finished the last wine I bought for you?" Shui turned her gaze away from Wenchao Sheng, glanced at the heavy snow outside, and replied lightly, "Not yet." Wenchao Sheng nodded, "That's fine. It's snowing heavily today, so I won't go out. I'll practice my calligraphy in the yard." After saying this, he gently closed the door to Shui's room, preventing the cold wind from entering, which had to divert its resentment and pour it all onto the cold wooden beams. Once the door was closed, Shui, sitting cross-legged on the bedding, relaxed. She rested her left elbow on her knee, propping her chin with her hand, and stared blankly at a corner of the room. After a long time, a barely audible voice emerged from the dim room. "Sister Shui, this sounds really unpleasant." The biting snow wind swept through every corner of the county. But whether it was the Mian Lake in the east or the Qinsha River in the north, there were still countless black dots scattered across. And as one got closer, these black dots turned into small boats. On each small boat, there were even smaller black dots, which were the fishermen of Kuhai County. After years of careful management by Lu Jinshi, the lake and river of Kuhai County became state property, and these fishermen had to rise early and work hard, regardless of the weather, to support their families through fishing. However, it must be said that Lu Jinshi was also someone who knew how to strike a balance. As long as these county residents worked hard enough, even if they couldn't become wealthy, it wasn't difficult to save a bit of money. Thus, even though the fishermen of Kuhai County complained and secretly wished for Lu Jinshi's good health, no one thought about resisting. Now that Lu Jinshi had died suddenly and Shun Xiong took office, after interacting with the 7-kill hall, he realized that he would need the 7-kill hall in the future, so he couldn't completely cut off the income of these people from the rivers and lakes. But he eased some of the gray taxes established by Lu Jinshi. His intention was to allow these county residents to live a bit more easily during the winter. But he didn't expect that seeing the benefits, they would actually work even harder. No matter what, because of this matter, Shun Xiong's reputation in the county town is indeed much better than Lu Jinshi's. This evening, after finishing his official business and coming out from the county office to buy pancakes on the street, the pancake seller actually gave him 2 for free. The child beside her shouted Lord Chun, with a clear gaze filled with curiosity, envy, and reverence. After chatting with the woman, Shun Xiong learned that her husband was a fisherman who had benefited from his kindness. As the sun set, the woman and her child packed up the pancake stall. Shun Xiong watched as the plump woman left with her 7 or 8-year-old child, feeling a sense of bewilderment through the snow-covered gaze. He watched for a long time, until the snow had piled up on him, and the pancakes in his hand had completely cooled. Eventually, Shun Xiong snapped back to reality in the cold, shook off some snow from the pancakes, took a bite, and savored the finely melted sugar inside, tasting the cold sweetness. Occasionally, county residents recognized him on the road and greeted him warmly, but Shun Xiong merely nodded in response, until he turned into Osmanthus Alley and arrived at Wenchao Sheng's door. When the inexplicable heaviness in his heart eased somewhat, through the crack in the door, he saw Wenchao Sheng sitting by the eaves next to the stove, practicing calligraphy on the heated stone slab with a brush dipped in water. A hint of surprise flashed in Chun Xiong's eyes. He knocked on the door. After a while, he sat down under the eaves, and Wenchao Sheng did not offer anything else, just poured him a cup of warm water. You came to find me in this heavy snow. Is there something you need? Chun Xiong nodded, and as he spoke, a slightly hurried mist escaped from his mouth. There has been no news from Lu Chuan for several days, and I feel uneasy. Such a person would not easily give up on what he intends to do, staying still for so long. Wenchao Sheng understood his concerns. The longer he stays silent, the more unsettled you become. If he had given up and stopped playing with us, he would have returned home by now, but he hasn't. This means that Lu Chuan must be brewing something. Chun Xiong took a small sip of the lukewarm water, the worry in his brow not dissipating. There is a talented person among the officials who has been working for several years and has a good memory. He helped Lu Jinsher calculate the population flow in the county town before. Recently, I had my personal guards take him to do some statistics and compared the records from last year and the year before. The population inflow and outflow in Kuhai County has more than doubled in recent days. He glanced at Wenchao Sheng, his tone particularly heavy. I think you should know better than I do about the identities of these people. Wenchao Sheng fell silent for a moment, his expression becoming serious. The assassins from Wangchuan are still pouring into Kuhai County? Chun Xiong nodded. Yes. Moreover, there has been a particularly high number in the past 2 days, both coming and going. I suspect there is something going on. Chapter 115. Chun Xiong's request. Chun Xiong's worries are not without reason. Right now, Lu Chuan is like a venomous insect hiding in the gutter, ready to jump out and bite them at any moment. In response to Chun Xiong's reminder, Wenchao Sheng said, I understand. I will have 7th Master keep an eye on things. If anything happens, we will contact each other immediately. Chun Xiong drank the hot water, exhaling a breath. After the cooling period, his inexplicable trust in Wenchao Sheng was no longer as fervent as before. Although Wenchao Sheng is sharp-minded and perceptive, in a game between two sides, it is not solely reliant on intellect. There are many factors that influence victory and life or death. Therefore, after receiving Wenchao Sheng's promise, Chun Xiong's unease did not ease much. I will also have people keep a closer watch. Besides, at this point, Chun Xiong seemed to have something difficult to say. His brows furrowed, and the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. Seeing this, Wenchao Sheng said, if you have something to say, don't hesitate. You have to trust my capacity for acceptance. Even if you say something unbelievable, I won't mock or ridicule you. Chun Xiong pressed his lips together, put down the cup, and without the authority of the county magistrate from the day, he appeared somewhat awkward. It's not anything absurd or strange, but I have a matter I'd like to ask you for help with. A trace of surprise appeared on Wenchao Sheng's face. How strange. What can I help you with? Chun Xiong spoke slowly. A few months ago, the Langan Pavilion in the King's City dispatched an internal student back home. That person is a resident of Kuhai County, but too much information about him has been erased and hidden. I have searched for a long time without any news or clues. With the many official matters in the county, I can't always wander around outside and meet people. Coincidentally, you are familiar with 7th Master. So please help me find this person. When Wenchao Sheng looked down to drink water, there was a flicker in his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. Unnoticed by anyone, the Langan Pavilion really has a significant background. Why do you want to find him? Chun Xiong shook his head. It's a personal matter. So don't ask. Just help me find him, and I will reward you handsomely. Wenchao Sheng nodded. I will do my best. The two chatted for a long time, and the dim sky was layered with the cold moonlight behind the heavy snow. Chun Xiong stood up, said goodbye to Wenchao Sheng, and as he passed the gate, he glanced at the courtyard of the Lu couple, then turned and left. As soon as he left, a Shui pushed the door open, crossed her arms, leaned against the door, and curiously looked at the snow. It's strange. Wasn't he coming to see Lu Jinsher? Why did he suddenly look for Cheng Feng? Earlier, when Chun Xiong visited, she had gotten out of bed and hidden by the door to listen for a while. Unable to understand why Chun Xiong suddenly wanted to find that person sent back from the Langan Pavilion. He wanted to find Cheng Feng, but didn't know him. Did he receive a secret order from some important figure in the King's City to eliminate this scholar? Wenchao Sheng tilted his head and asked, A Shui, did you sense his killing intent? A Shui shook her head. No killing intent. Wenchao Sheng nodded. Right, so I think he isn't here to kill Cheng Feng, but is here for something else. A Shui glanced at him, and after a moment, said lightly, Are you going to tell him that Cheng Feng is the person he is looking for? Wenchao Sheng shook his head. I won't tell him. For both emotional and rational reasons, I will not throw Qingfeng to him. This secret, I will keep from him for a lifetime. A shui, but he has a heavy reward. Wenchao Sheng looked at her. Are you craving alcohol again? A shui did not answer. Wenchao Sheng continued. Didn't you say you still had some wine left from last time? How about you bring it out, and I'll drink with you? A shui. Next time, I'll try to quit drinking for the next few days. Upon hearing this, Wenchao Sheng raised an eyebrow and laughed. Haha. The sun is rising from the west today. A shui frowned and stared at him. If you keep laughing, go buy me some wine. You still owe me 3 jars. And I Haven Tea settled the account with you for teaching you the brush techniques these past few days. Wenchao Sheng stopped laughing, feeling in his pocket, where the sound of copper coins echoed sadly. How about I go find 7th Master for a free meal tomorrow? He suggested. A shui, that works. Wenchao Sheng thought for a moment and said to her, then you bring out the wine. It's really cold outside, and I also want to drink a bit. Just right for tomorrow we can go stock up at 7th Master's. A shui stared at him, her tone tinged with panic. If you're cold, just drink more warm water. Why drink wine? Besides, that's my wine. Wenchao Sheng sighed. You just said you want to quit drinking. You can't break your resolve so quickly, can you? You, as a master in the martial world, should have some principles. A shui frowned. You're so annoying. She turned and entered the room, ruthlessly shutting Wenchao Sheng outside. Wenchao Sheng touched his nose, his expression slightly awkward, but he didn't mind. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound behind him. He turned to see that the old dog, who had just returned from outside the county, had arrived at the gate. It was growing older and weaker, and besides its age, the heavy snow was also an accomplice. Although Wenchao Sheng had gotten it some warm clothes, even a person would struggle to endure such heavy snow outside for long, let alone an old dog. One day, if the old dog didn't come back, Wenchao Sheng wouldn't be surprised. He felt sorry for the old dog, but knew he couldn't stop it. Just as a shui had said before, the old dog actually knew everything, but it still chose to wait for someone who wouldn't return. It was sick at heart, unable to let go of the feelings it once had for the master of this house, Fan Yue. Wenchao Sheng didn't know how long the two had kept each other company, but he could be sure that the master of this house, Fan Yue, must have treated the old dog well in the past. The old dog's bed was moved inside, and it returned to stand at the closed door, looking up at the door and then at Wenchao Sheng. The latter shrugged and brought a bowl of hot water to place in front of it. The old dog symbolically took a couple of sips when suddenly the door opened. A shui shot a glance at Wenchao Sheng, then bent down and scooped the old dog into the room, closing the door behind her. Wenchao Sheng was speechless. He went to boil a pot of water for foot soaking, gazing at the fine snow by the door. A thought crossed his mind, and he picked up his sword and went to the courtyard. This time, he didn't wield the sword but sat cross-legged on the ground, laying the sword flat on his knees. He didn't know what this would achieve, but after drinking the wonderful tea from El Jiming, he had seen the young El Jiming sitting cross-legged in the snow, contemplating the Tao. It seemed that the snow had some catalytic effect on understanding the Tao, and since he had decent comprehension, perhaps he could grasp something from it as well. The snow fell like goose feathers from the sky, and Wenchao Sheng endured the biting cold, forcing himself into a state of clarity. He slowed his breathing, feeling his vital energy flowing away. Gradually, he was completely covered by the snow, and like the young El Jiming, he became a snowman. The coldness of his body gradually dissipated with the meditation, and Wenchao Sheng felt light, as if he had entered some extraordinary state, until at one moment, when he felt himself becoming weightless, almost ready to fly, a delicate hand suddenly grabbed his collar, dragging the nearly frozen Wenchao Sheng back into the room. The fine snow fell lonely into the courtyard, quickly buried by the heavy snow. Inside, Wenchao Sheng, whose consciousness was hazy, felt a pair of hands pressing on his back. Then a warm force flowed from his back throughout his body, wrapping him up and slowly dispelling the cold that had invaded deep into his body. When his vital energy finally became invigorated, Wenchao Sheng's body uncontrollably fell onto the bed, his eyelids heavy, and he fell asleep again. In the moment his consciousness faded, he vaguely heard someone scolding him. Fool. Chapter 116. No one left behind. Wenchao Sheng slept exceptionally deeply this time. He didn't know if it was because he had finally slept on a bed after a long time, or because a familiar scent lingered around his nostrils. But when he opened his eyes this morning, he surprisingly felt a sense of rebirth. Wenchao Sheng moved a bit, and then realized he was sleeping on a bed. He slightly lifted the quilt, and the unique scent of a shui rushed towards him. Awake? A shui's voice came from the ground. Wenchao Sheng looked down and saw her sitting cross-legged on the bedding. The fire pit beside her was still burning, but there was no open flame. The wood glowed a pure red, more vibrant than the rising sun on the horizon. How did I end up sleeping on the bed? Wenchao Sheng's eyes still held some confusion, but soon this confusion was replaced by excitement. He said to Shui, I comprehended the Tao last night. That feeling was mysterious, ethereal, as if I were about to fly. As he spoke, he noticed Shui looking at him with a strange expression, much like someone watching a drooling fool by the roadside. What else with that expression? Are you jealous? Shui sneered and said, what you experienced was not enlightenment. That was hypothermia. If I had come out even a little later last night, you would have been buried by now. Upon hearing this, Wenchao Sheng's smile gradually faded. After thinking for a moment, he still said somewhat unwillingly, are you sure I was just hypothermic? Is there even a slight possibility that I entered some mysterious state while comprehending the Tao? Shui's tone held a hint of sarcasm. It was quite mysterious. You were freezing so hard last night, and you insist that was enlightenment? Well, if that's what you think, then let's call it enlightenment. After saying this, she lost interest in Wenchao Sheng, closing her eyes to cultivate the rejuvenating spring, nourishing her injured body. Wenchao Sheng's mind was still somewhat muddled. He smiled awkwardly, and as his body gradually recovered, he remembered some things from last night. In an instant, he was convinced that he had probably been on the brink of freezing to death. With a sigh, he put on his clothes and said to Shui, I'm going to chop some firewood. Shui ignored him. After Wenchao Sheng went outside, he found that the snow had stopped falling at some point. In the snow, a shallow dragging mark was clearly visible. He arrived at the spot where he had meditated last night, touched his chin, and reached his hand into the cold snow to dig out the fine snow that had been buried all night. Feeling the icy sword body, Wenchao Sheng seemed to sense the danger from last night, and a sense of fear finally arose in his heart. Unexpectedly, the 3 years of misery outside the county hadn't killed him, and the fearsome criminals of Wangchuan hadn't taken his tenacious life. But he almost got buried right at his own doorstep. Indeed, comparing people can be infuriating. He sighed and went to Jiming's house to start today's firewood chopping task. He didn't know if it was because of the rejuvenating spring, but even though he had almost frozen to death last night, Wenchao Sheng had no aftereffects after recovering. After chopping the wood, he wiped the slight sweat that had surfaced on his neck with a towel. When he stood up to go outside, he unexpectedly saw Jiming sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. He was somewhat surprised to greet Jiming. Usually, Jiming would still be asleep at this time. He didn't know why he was up so early today. Chao Sheng, last night I saw you sitting cross-legged in the courtyard contemplating the sword before bed. Did you gain any insights? Jiming asked him with a smile. Wenchao Sheng, who was called out, stiffened slightly, recalling the embarrassing situation from last night. His expression quite awkward. He said, I did have some profound experiences. Jiming's eyes brightened. Oh, tell me about it. Wenchao Sheng replied, my experience is that I can't emulate you and meditate on the sword in the snow. Jiming was taken aback. Why not? Wenchao Sheng paused for a moment and replied seriously, because I would freeze to death. This answer made Jiming laugh and cry at the same time. Then, Wenchao Sheng's thoughts shifted, and he asked Jiming, Mr. L, I'm very curious about something. Since neither of us has a Dan C, theoretically, our physical strength should be far inferior to that of cultivators in the world. Why were you able to sit cross-legged in an extremely cold place for a long time to comprehend the Tao when you were young? Jiming thought for a moment and replied truthfully, there are probably 2 reasons. First, I was born in a cold place, so I naturally have some resistance to the cold. Secondly, although I exercised often when I was young, I indeed fell far short compared to some accomplished martial artists. However, later on, these issues were gradually resolved as I entered the Tao through the sword and broke through my limits. Overall, cultivating oneself cannot be rushed. The body is the most important. Taking good care of the body ensures that when the opportunity arises in the future, one's cultivation will naturally flow like a river breaking its dam. Wenchao Sheng seemed to have something on his mind. After thanking Jiming, he was about to go buy breakfast when he saw Lu Yang running out. She greeted Jiming and said she wanted to go buy breakfast with Wenchao Sheng. She loved freshly fried youtiao, fried dough sticks, and Jiming gave her a string of copper coins, reminding her to stay close to Wenchao Sheng and not to run around. Lu Yang obediently agreed and followed Wenchao Sheng to buy breakfast. On the way, Wenchao Sheng bit into a tofu bun and let her taste the filling. Which is better, the bun or the youtiao? He asked. Lu Yang stared intently at the bun in Wenchao Sheng's hand, her tone unwavering. Youtiao. She said this, but her body was particularly honest. On the way, she managed to snatch a tofu bun from Wenchao Sheng and took a few bites, with some red oil leaking out from the corner of her mouth. Back in the courtyard, the three of them sat in the yard eating breakfast as they did the day before, but Lu Yang seemed a bit downcast, her youthful worries written all over her face. Seeing this, Wenchao Sheng asked, "Why so unhappy? Is the youtiao not good?" Lu Yang pouted and said, "The youtiao is delicious. You just don't understand." Wenchao Sheng replied, "I understand the most. There is nothing in this world that I don't understand. If you don't believe me, say it out loud and let me hear." Lu Yang tilted her head, puffing her cheeks, staring blankly at the wall for a moment before quietly saying, "My godmother wants to teach me martial arts. She says that after training, I can protect myself. But she wants me to swear not to use the skills she teaches me to take revenge on my grandfather." Wenchao Sheng said, "She is worried about you. After all, there are still many bad people in this world." Lu Yang replied, "I know." But it seemed she recalled something from the past. Her small fists clenched tightly, and her expression grew complicated. Lu Yang buried her sadness deep within her anger, allowing it to slowly ignite, turning into the killing intent in her eyes. After breathing rapidly for a moment, she calmed down slowly, wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, and looked at Wenchao Sheng, asking, "Brother Chao Sheng, if someone killed your loved ones, would you take revenge?" Wenchao Sheng pondered for a moment, then met Lu Yang's gaze again, his voice calm and firm. Like a pine tree in the snow, a stone at the bottom of the river. "Yes, I would kill his entire family, leaving not a single one alive." Chapter 117. A belly full of malice. When Wenchao Sheng said this, Lu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with fire. I also want to help my grandfather take revenge, help my family take revenge." The two knew nothing of Lu Yang's past. Shui, however, knew that day because she had stopped the three of them, that Lu Yang came from the Western Qin Kingdom, and that the people there seemed to have labeled her as a demoness wreaking havoc in the world due to a certain Master Miaofa's divination. When Chao Sheng inquired about Lu Yang's past, it might have been the earlier embrace or when Chao Sheng's tragic past that made the girl empathize at that moment. She didn't want to talk about what the Lu couple had said, but she opened up and began to tell Wenchao Sheng. The general situation was that her parents were servants of a prominent family in Qin Kingdom, and because they had to serve that family, they all lived in a small residence specially allocated to them by that family. Originally, her parents had saved enough money and planned to send her to a private school to learn to read and write when she was older. However, 2 years ago, during a brutal autumn, a group of people suddenly came and carried out a gruesome massacre against that family. Under the swords and knives, blood stained the white walls, leaving not a single life spared. All the thriving lives of that prominent family perished on that seemingly ordinary night when autumn leaves fell, including her parents. If it weren't for her chance encounter with Ma Huan, who was in Qin Kingdom on business, she wouldn't have lived to leave Qin Kingdom. Even if she had 100 lives. Wanting to take revenge? That matter has time. You should first learn martial arts well with Lady Lu. Faced with Wenchao Sheng's persuasion, Lu Yang's mood was low. But, Lady Lu, Wenchao Sheng interrupted her with a smile. Think more flexibly. There are many ways to take revenge. It doesn't necessarily have to be face-to-face with weapons. Moreover, Lady Lu is just not allowing you to use the skills she teaches you for revenge. In the future, after you learn from her, you can seek knowledge far and wide and take revenge with other skills, right? Under the table, a Shui stepped on Wenchao Sheng's foot. "She is still young. Don't spill all your malice." Wenchao Sheng grimaced in pain but held a different opinion. She is young, but she is not foolish. Nor does she lack understanding. If this revenge is not taken, she won't live comfortably her entire life. When autumn comes, seeing the fallen leaves will make her heart bleed. A breeze at night will bring nightmares. A Shui fell silent, and after a moment, withdrew her foot under her skirt, seemingly taking in Wenchao Sheng's words, or perhaps reflecting on herself. With Wenchao Sheng's guidance, Lu Yang's previously heavy heart lightened considerably, suddenly filled with enthusiasm. She stood up and said, "Brother Chao Sheng, you are right. I'm going to find my godmother to learn martial arts." As she was leaving, she seemed to think of something and turned back, her small face showing caution as she bit her lip and said to a Shui, "Sister Shui, I didn't mean to speak ill of you yesterday. Please don't be mad at me." A Shui looked up at her, slightly furrowing her brows, and finally said in response to Lu Yang's apprehensive gaze, "You, like him, should call me a Shui from now on." Lu Yang exclaimed, then immediately nodded. "Okay. Then I'll call you a Shui from now on." After she left, when Chao Sheng looked at a Shui and smiled, "What's wrong?" Don't you like the title Sister Shui? A Shui glanced at him. It sounds unpleasant. Only you could come up with such an unpleasant name. Wenchao Sheng coughed. Unpleasant? Well, it's not very pleasant. By the way, I'm going to visit the Cheng family shortly. Are you coming? A Shui replied. Aren't you supposed to meet with 7th Master at noon? Wenchao Sheng said. It won't take long. Hearing this, a Shui stood up, walked to the courtyard door, and looked back at Wenchao Sheng, who was still sitting there, slightly tilting her head to one side. Let us go. What are you waiting for? When they arrived at the Cheng family, the other party was still asleep. After waking him up, Cheng Feng hurriedly got dressed, coming out while rubbing his eyes, still looking drowsy. What's the matter, Brother Chao Sheng? You're here so early today. My tea isn't ready yet. Wenchao Sheng said, no need to be so troublesome. I'm here to ask you something, and I'll leave after I'm done. Cheng Feng nodded. Please go ahead, Brother Chao Sheng. Wenchao Sheng asked, before Chun Xiong took office in Kuhai County, did you know Chun Xiong? Cheng Feng's expression froze for a moment, his sleepy eyes gradually becoming clearer. I don't know. Why do you ask, Brother Chao Sheng? Wenchao Sheng didn't answer his question and stood in place thinking for a while before saying to him, never mind. Have you finished the letter you wrote last time? Cheng Feng nodded, went to the room to fetch the letter Wenchao Sheng wanted, and said, please have a look, Brother Chao Sheng. Wenchao Sheng opened the letter and looked at it, raising his eyebrows and praising, good writing, good penmanship. This resentment is simply no different from that of a scolding street woman. For some reason, upon hearing this praise, Cheng Feng felt an inexplicable flush on his face, as if Wenchao Sheng was scolding him. He cleared his throat a couple of times, glanced at a Shui, who was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed not far away, moved a bit closer to Wenchao Sheng, and lowered his voice, saying, Chao Sheng. Do you still have that? His awkward demeanor made Wenchao Sheng feel somewhat uncomfortable. The latter said, Cheng Feng, if you have something to say, just say it. We're all on the same side. Don't be like this, it's scary. Cheng Feng's face turned slightly red. He scratched his head and gritted his teeth, saying, I just want to ask you to give me some more writing, like the last time with that phrase hearts resonate with each other. Seeing his demeanor, Wenchao Sheng laughed. I thought it was something serious. Fine. Cheng Feng's eyes lit up at this, and he immediately took out paper and pen for Wenchao Sheng, quickly grinding ink. Happily saying, please, Chao Sheng, write for me. Wenchao Sheng dipped the brush in the ink, thought for a moment, and asked, did you send that phrase from last time out? Cheng Feng nodded. Uh-huh. What was the other person's reaction? There hasn't been much of a reaction yet. Upon hearing this, Wenchao Sheng threw down the brush. What a waste. You're so impatient, you can't handle hot tofu. I'm leaving. Cheng Feng stood there, watching Wenchao Sheng walk toward the courtyard gate. As he was leaving, Wenchao Sheng turned to him and said, come find me again when there's some news from the other side. After saying that, he left with the letter and a Shui. On the way, a Shui said, you're still worried that Chun Xiong is here to kill him? Wenchao Sheng did not deny it. Yes. Although I believe from the bottom of my heart that Chun Xiong is not here to kill him, like Lu Chuan, I don't want to take risks at unnecessary times. A Shui thought about it carefully, but was still somewhat confused. Why were you able to determine that Chun Xiong wasn't here to kill him when they didn't know each other before? Wenchao Sheng replied with a smile. Because now Chun Xiong's only reason to kill him would be personal revenge. Without personal vengeance, Chun Xiong wouldn't act against him. Chapter 118. Fishing on the lake. Wenchao Sheng told a Shui that someone like Cheng Feng had no enemies in the royal city. Since the long-gone pavilion let him go and was so diligent in helping him conceal his identity and whereabouts, they naturally wouldn't want to kill him. Therefore, the only one who might want to kill Cheng Feng is that lord related to Chun Xiong. But now Chun Xiong has completely severed ties with Lu Chuan and that lord in the royal city. Although he is somewhat immature compared to Lu Chuan, he is still very shrewd and can understand that at this moment, expressing loyalty to that lord and wanting to reconcile is impossible. Once all matters in Kuhai County come to an end, he would be the first to be sacrificed. It's not for revenge. He sought out the students sent back by the long-gone pavilion. Could it be? A Shui's mind is usually straightforward, but having been influenced by Wenchao Sheng for a while, she had picked up some nuance. At this moment, a ridiculous thought surfaced in her mind. Wenchao Sheng glanced at a Shui, who was deep in thought, and said, if you take a few more steps, you'll bump into a tree. A Shui was taken aback and looked up, her gaze momentarily blank. Where's the tree? Wenchao Sheng coughed and said, no tree. I just saw you thinking so seriously and wanted to tease you. A Shui shot him a sidelong glance. Are you done teasing? 3 bowls of wine. Wenchao Sheng's smile immediately became less genuine. Are you teasing me too? Shui shook her head, her tone serious. I'm serious. Wenchao Sheng's smile disappeared, and he slapped himself, cursing himself for being so foolish. Shui saw this and slightly raised the corners of her mouth, but it quickly vanished, then said, Chun Xiong looking for Chung Feng might be seeking experience for entering the Longan Pavilion. This idea was somewhat absurd, but Wenchao Sheng agreed, saying, I think so too. This is good news. I can help Chun Xiong deepen our mutual interests and also keep Chung Feng from being affected, allowing him to live a peaceful life. Shui looked at Wenchao Sheng with some disdain. She had experienced his shamelessness before. You clearly want to have your cake and eat it too, making it sound so nice. After a pause, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and changed the subject. Wenchao Sheng, you're so shameless and cunning. If you become an official in the future, you'll definitely achieve great things. Wenchao Sheng scoffed, I think someone like me has too small a heart to be an official. If I were an official, the court would surely be filled with blood and turmoil, and the common people would suffer. It was still early before noon, but the two had already arrived at the 7-kill hall. Wenchao Sheng was now a valued person at the 7-kill hall, and Shui and the others couldn't afford to offend him. Thus, the 7th master immediately began arranging for the chef to prepare fine wine and dishes for the two. Since there was still some time before the meal, the 7th master invited Wenchao Sheng and Shui to go boating and fishing on the Mian Lake. This body of water was entrusted to them by Chun Xiong, and it had practically become a private domain of the 7-kill hall. The group paddled on the wide lake surface, sprinkling bait from a wooden pot, then casting 3 fishing rods off the boat. Wenchao Sheng handed the letter he received from Chung Feng to the 7th master, instructing him to send it to Guanghan City via official channels, ensuring no one noticed anything unusual. This task was not difficult for the 7th master. As he received the letter, on the lake surface in front of the two, gentle ripples rose and fell. Shui lightly pulled her hand, and a fish the size of her palm leaped from the water, landing in the fish basket beside her. The 7th master, seeing this, praised Miss Shui. Your luck with fish is quite good today. Shui remained silent, only drinking, squinting her eyes at the lake surface. Facing her silence, the 7th master did not feel awkward. He preferred that Shui remained quiet, like a stone sitting on the boat. At that moment, when Wenchao Sheng recounted the concerns Chun Xiong had earlier, the 7th master pondered for a moment, scratching his chin, and his voice took on a hint of uncertainty. These days, the 7-kill hall has not dared to be the slightest bit negligent, continuously exploring and collecting information on Wang Chuan's whereabouts. However, within the county town, they have indeed been obedient and have not done anything out of line. Wenchao Sheng glanced at the distance on the lake and asked, what about outside the county town? The 7th master replied, outside the county town is too vast. The 7-kill hall doesn't have that many people. Moreover, without ordinary civilians to provide cover, coupled with the heavy snow these past few days, the information we can gather is indeed limited. His voice, blown by the cold wind over the vast lake, became somewhat hoarse and unclear. However, recently, someone from the 7-kill hall learned of a strange matter from the county residents who had gone out to chop wood in the northern part of the county town. Those residents had often seen signs of people entering the Wang Mountain. Normally, this wouldn't be considered strange, even in winter. Some hunters would take the opportunity to venture into the mountains when the snow stopped. However, with the continuous heavy snow these past few days, who would normally run into the mountains? Not to mention ordinary civilians. Even some martial artists of ordinary skill might not be able to come out alive after entering Wang Mountain. Wenchao Sheng suddenly turned his head. Wang Mountain. The 3 words instantly tightened Wenchao Sheng's spirit like a drawn bowstring. Not for any other reason. But the most critical clue left by Lu Jin was hidden in Wang Mountain, and that note clearly mentioned rainy and foggy days. Rain and snow fog are interchangeable. Things visible in rain fog may also be seen in snow fog. Those who enter the mountains during heavy snow cannot be county residents. They are either from Wangchuan or the Beilongwai, and Wenchao Sheng leans more towards the former. However, if the people from Wangchuan have not obtained any clues, why would they go searching for something in Xinguang Mountain? In an instant, many possibilities flashed through Wenchao Sheng's mind. Seeing his strange expression, 7th master wisely chose not to speak further, instead focusing on the lake's surface in front of him. Up until now, not a single fish had bitten his hook. In contrast, on Shui's side, her fish basket had unknowingly accumulated 5 fish, the largest weighing about 3 to 5 pounds. Wenchao Sheng's attention was completely off the fishing rod. A clever fish had eaten all the bait on his hook and slipped away quietly, of which he was completely unaware. Under the daylight, the lake's surface sparkled like fish scales, and someone serving behind Seventh Master noticed someone waving in the distance and leaned down to whisper a few words in his ear. Seventh Master nodded and invited Wenchao Sheng and a shui to return for a drink. Wenchao Sheng snapped back to reality, stood up, and followed Seventh Master back to Chisha Hall. After a hearty meal and drinks, Seventh Master kindly sent Wenchao Sheng and a shui off with 4 jars of good wine, personally escorting them out of Chisha Hall. Before leaving, Wenchao Sheng called Seventh Master aside and whispered a few words in his ear. Seventh Master's expression was subtle, but he nodded and said, "It's a small matter, don't worry. As soon as he leaves the county, I will send someone to inform you." After receiving Seventh Master's reply, Wenchao Sheng finally left with a shui. On the way, he took a different path, and a shui asked, "Are you going to see Chuqiong?" Wenchao Sheng was slightly surprised and chuckled. "Really, you guessed that?" A shui took a sip of wine and lazily said, "You hardly know many people in Kuhai County. Today, Cheng Feng and Seventh Master have both met. And this road is leading towards the county office. Wasn't it easy to guess?" Chapter 119. Surrounding way to rescue Zhao. A shui guessed correctly. Wenchao Sheng was indeed going to find Chuqiong, and he did not deliberately hide it, as his concerns were evident on his face. A shui listened to the conversation on the boat and noticed a hint of impatience in Wenchao Sheng's steps, which made her immediately think of the clue left by Lu Jinshi. Her brows furrowed slightly. Heavy snow had sealed the mountains, and it was likely Wenchuan. They wouldn't act without reason, and it was very possible they knew Lu Jinshi had buried something somewhere in Xingwang Mountain. Could Chuqiong have betrayed them? Wenchao Sheng replied, "The probability is very low. Firstly, this clue is in our hands, and there is a fairly detailed map. I showed it to him a few times that night. Unless Chuqiong has a photographic memory, he couldn't possibly replicate that map. Secondly, after such a long negotiation, although Chuqiong is somewhat inexperienced, he has a profound understanding of human nature. He knows what his fate would be if we lose." His words left a shui confused. If it wasn't Chuqiong, then how did the people from Wenchuan know that something was hidden in Xingwang Mountain? Wenchao Sheng's mind raced, delving deeper into the details and pushing towards the main issue. As he spoke slowly, it's also possible that they are not looking for the clues left by Lu Jinshi at all. A shui paused in her drinking, murmuring, "If they're not looking for clues, what else could there be in the mountains?" Wenchao Sheng replied, "It should be said that outside the county, what else is there besides clues? To the south, the wasteland stretches for thousands of miles, and beyond that, there is nothing but barren land. It's impossible to hide people. While the east and west can conceal people, the terrain is flat and easy to search. Only in the north, in Xingwang Mountain, whether it is people or secrets, once hidden in the mountains, it is extremely difficult to find traces." He implied something, and a shui understood, but her brows furrowed tightly. "Are you saying that Lu Chuan and the people from Wenchuan are now searching for the Belongwai hiding outside the county?" This sounded quite absurd. What could they do by finding the Belongwai? Not to mention the vast power of the Belongwai, which has the backing of nobles in the palace. If they were to engage in conflict, blood would be shed, and it would be hard for anyone to back down. Right now, Lu Chuan is already troubled dealing with you and Chuqiong. It doesn't seem like he would take on another enemy. Wenchao Sheng fell silent for a moment, but his steps continued as his thoughts raced forward. But unless he doesn't need to create enemies. A shui was taken aback. Not creating enemies? Could it be that he wants to ally with the Belongwai? A heavy expression appeared on Wenchao Sheng's face, and he slightly nodded, causing that heaviness to become invisible, turning into a shadow that the daylight could not illuminate. A shui, do you consider the other extreme? Could Lu Chuan be planning to eliminate all the Belongwai outside Kuhai County? A shui thought for a moment and shook her head. That would be too difficult. The Belongwai has been roaming the martial world for many years, relying not only on their background, but their strength is also not to be underestimated. Wenchao Sheng's eyes sparkled with insight, his thoughts flowing like water breaking through a dam, and his words grew bolder. But the Belongwai in Kuhai County may not be that many, right? If their forces here were truly large enough, they wouldn't have delayed entering the county. Earlier, I taught Chuqiong how to deal with Lu Chuan, which has subtly brought the Belongwai into this conflict. Of course, with the Belongwai hiding so deeply, Lu Chuan searching broadly would easily alert them, which is not a smart move. But thinking about it further, Lu Chuan might have always known the hiding place of the Belongwai. Then, The people going up the mountain this time might not be searching for the Belong, but rather encircling them. Upon hearing the term encircle, a Shui's eyelids inexplicably twitched, and her hand instinctively reached for her waist. There should have been a knife there, a knife that had accompanied her for 10 years. But that knife had shattered during the most perilous battle she had ever experienced. Are you confident? A Shui unconsciously slowed her pace, asking Wenchao Sheng, who was walking ahead. The latter did not turn around, his voice calm and strong. I'm not confident. These are all my speculations. But precisely because we know nothing, we must prepare for contingencies right now. Chu Qiong must not die, and the Belong outside the county cannot be wiped out. They are our most powerful allies, the key pieces in this game. If either side is lost, it will be very difficult for us to even protect ourselves from Lu Chuan, let alone fight back. A Shui raised her chin slightly, facing the wind that rushed towards her. Are we going to the mountains to kill? Wenchao Sheng turned back just before reaching an unknown mud-tiled alley and said to the already prepared Shui, no killing. If your injuries are not a problem, then go ahead, but your injuries were already serious, and after the Snow Night battle, you are worse off. Besides, you like to drink. So who knows when you can recover even a bit. If you go into the mountains now, whether you can come out is another matter. A Shui's brows knitted together coldly. Do you look down on me? Wenchao Sheng spread his hands. What are you talking about? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how many times I would have died. I won't look down on anyone, especially not you. But compared to us, Chu Qiong is obviously a more suitable person to solve this issue. Hearing this, a Shui's cold demeanor softened, and she looked at Wenchao Sheng beside her, pursing her lips. I don't think Chu Qiong is a suitable choice. Haven't you heard the story of the wolf coming? For the same reason. If he threatens Lu Chuan once, Lu Chuan might be wary, but if this happens repeatedly, it would instead seem like he is relying on others' strength. Wenchao Sheng turned around and continued walking alongside her, his voice becoming increasingly steady. He doesn't need to threaten Lu Chuan. As long as Lu Chuan doesn't dare to kill him, that's enough. A Shui's gaze shifted slightly, assessing Wenchao Sheng's profile, speculating on what ideas this guy was brewing. What does that mean? Wenchao Sheng, surrounding way to save Zhao. A Shui didn't know this idiom, so Wenchao Sheng explained it to her. If Wang Chuan were to besiege the Bailong Guard, Chun Qiong could lead people into the mountains to search for the secrets left by Lu Jinshi. The snowy mountains are full of martial artists. The wind blows fast, and once the news reaches Lu Chuan, he would have to make a choice. Chapter 120. Conspiracy. Upon arriving at the county office, Chun Qiong put down the official business he was handling, made a simple mark, and then welcomed Wenchao Sheng and the other person to a special reception room. After they sat down, Chun Qiong poured 3 cups of tea. Although he knew a Shui didn't drink, he didn't show any neglect. Not long after, Chun Qiong's attitude towards Wenchao Sheng became increasingly respectful. He no longer regarded him as the pitiful refugee from outside the county. He sometimes privately lamented the unpredictability of the world. That someone as calculating and thoughtful as Wenchao Sheng could be forced into such a wretched state by circumstances. The change in attitude now was partly because he needed Wenchao Sheng to help him deal with Lu Chuan, and partly because he discovered that there was so much to learn from Wenchao Sheng, especially his way of thinking, which could be useful when he entered the Langang Pavilion or served in the court in the future. After the hot tea entered his stomach, Wenchao Sheng exhaled a puff of white mist, which scattered in the sunlight streaming through the window. Lord Chun, prepare well. There might be trouble in the next couple of days. Chun Qiong seemed to feel a bit hot, carefully removed his official hat, and asked, what trouble? Wenchao Sheng told him about his earlier speculation, and Chun Qiong's expression immediately changed. He naturally knew that once the Bailong Guard outside the county was eliminated, their situation would become extremely passive. Relying solely on a trick to intimidate Lu Chuan would be impossible for a long time. The fact that this operation to eliminate the Bailong Guard meant that Lu Chuan had already made a decision, resolutely wanting to deal with them. Lu Chuan is indeed a character. That day he could intimidate me proves that I must not have made any mistakes in my performance. I didn't expect that in such a short time, he would start to counterattack, and so ruthlessly, without leaving any room. Chun Qiong's voice was heavy, truly shocked. Generally speaking, forces in the martial world rarely offend the Bailong Guard too severely because they fear the people behind them. Previously, the people from Wang Chuan were only tailing under Lu Chuan's orders, blocking the Bailong Guard members. Both sides had their concerns and had not engaged in direct confrontation. But now, if Lu Chuan were to eliminate the Bailong Guard in Kuhai County, the Bailong Guard would lose contact for too long. and someone would inevitably come to investigate. If the news spread, things would become extremely troublesome. If Lu Chuan had not finished dealing with Kuhai County and left this troublesome place, the fire would burn him too. Therefore, if Wenchao Sheng's speculation came to fruition, it would mean that after Lu Chuan dealt with the Bailong Guard, the next step would be to find a way to deal with them. Compared to others, it was obviously most dangerous for the Bailong Guard concerning Lu Jinshi's matter, so Lu Chuan directly cut off the source, first dealing with the Bailong Guard before moving against Wenchao Sheng and Chen Qiong. Wenchao Sheng took out another clue left by Lu Jinshi from his pocket and asked, "How's your memory, Lord Chen?" Chen Qiong took a sip of hot tea and replied, "Not bad, why?" Wenchao Sheng handed the clue to him, asking him to remember it and to bring people to the mountains to look around when the time comes, to prevent accidents. This clue could not be taken up the mountain. While noting down the clue, Chen Qiong said, "I have another idea. Rather than directly going to the mountains to attract Lu Chuan's attention, wouldn't it be better to spread the news? If the news of Wang Chuan wanting to eliminate the Bailong Guard returns to the martial world, once the Bailong Guard learns of this news, they will definitely come to rescue. Wouldn't the problem then be easily resolved?" Wenchao Sheng took a light sip of tea and countered, "Lord Chen, let me ask you, what is needed to spread news?" Chen Qiong didn't understand the crux of Wenchao Sheng's question, frowning and falling into thought. Seeing that Chen Qiong didn't grasp his meaning, he continued, "The details here are complicated. Let me explain it to you. Spreading news requires two key factors. First, a sufficient flow of people. Second, clear information recipients. At least one of these must be satisfied for the information to spread quickly. Why would Lu Chuan be afraid of you directly passing Lu Jinshi's secrets back to the capital? Because this secret has a clear recipient. It doesn't need to be widely disseminated, nor does it require time to ferment, and the person it threatens is in the capital, where they cannot escape. Therefore, the method I previously told you to deal with Lu Chuan is actually cutting off the source, which is why he is wary. In contrast, do you know the specific locations of the other Bailong Guard members? I certainly don't. I only know they wander around the four nations martial world. Therefore, this information does not have a clear recipient. In this case, we need to spread the information widely and wait for it to ferment. But there are too many rumors in the martial world, and the Bailong Guard cannot just believe any wind that blows. They still need to verify the information, which takes additional time. Of course, even if everything goes smoothly, we still lack a crucial factor, the flow of people. Lord Chen, don't forget, Kuhai County is located in the southern border of Qi, and the population is not large. The county residents are mostly impoverished, and the only normal traffic with other towns is through merchant caravans. The southern part of the county is all wasteland, with only the east, west, and north routes available. Moreover, Lu Jinshi has embezzled quite a bit of money over the years, and the roads are only passable. Even if the people from Wang Chuan pay attention, getting your news to spread widely in a short time is nearly impossible. By the time the news spreads and the Bailong Guard support arrives, let alone saving those Bailong Guard members surrounded in Kuhai County, we might not even be alive. As Wenchao Sheng's words fell, a look of shock passed through Chen Qiong's eyes, lingering for a long time. He stared at the table, lost in thought, realizing that because he grew up in the capital, many of his thinking patterns were still based on the capital's template. Chen Qiong raised his eyes to look at Wenchao Sheng's slightly more youthful face, feeling increasingly doubtful about whether he was a fool. But then, thinking about how Lu Chuan had also suffered a great loss at Wenchao Sheng's hands, Chen Qiong gradually felt relieved. If he was a fool, then Lu Chuan probably was too. When do I set off? Realizing the complex twists and turns involved, Chen Qiong no longer hesitated. This concerned their lives. They could not sit idly by. Wenchao Sheng replied, "Today I'll have 7th Master help keep an eye out. After Lu Chuan leaves the city, you can also lead your people to set off. It doesn't matter if it causes a bit of commotion. If Lu Chuan comes looking for you with the people from Wang Chuan, just tell him that the clue has already been sent out by me through someone. If you don't make it back to the county today, who knows where the clue will end up." Chen Qiong squinted, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Will he definitely come? Wenchao Sheng set down his teacup. Definitely. Lu Chuan's nature is like this. If he were a bit bolder or more reckless, you and I wouldn't be alive now. He won't be at ease without seeing it with his own eyes. Also, a Shui and I will not enter the mountains. If anything unexpected happens in the mountains, you will have to find a way to deal with it yourself. Chen Qiong nodded and returned the clue to Wenchao Sheng. I'll be careful. Also, I've already memorized this map, so you can take it back.